For I'm sort of doing estimates as I go down the field. And when I see how much I'm over.
I think we need more sets of initials that I cannot figure out what the hell it stands for. Steve,
No, it's a different link.
Oh, Comfort Lake.
Here's your neighborhood. Wonderful.
All right, David, we should be good to go.
All right, I will call the meeting of Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council to order. I assume we need to call the roll. So I'll turn it over to Tom.
Hartwell,
I'm here.
Hartwell present, Shara,
He's here too.
Shara present, Baird,
I be present.
Baird present, Representative Burkle,
Burkle's present.
Representative Burkle present, Eggerling,
Here.
Eggerling present, Senator Herr, Kaharski,
Here.
Kaharski present, Senator Lang, Palmer,
Present.
Palmer present, Saxog,
Here.
Saxog present, Suss,
That's here.
Suss present, Representative Vang. Mr. Chair, there are 10 members present.
10. Okay. We're missing 3.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. That makes 9.
Just wanted to make sure my brain was still calculating. So without much ado, we're going to get on with hearings. Just so everyone knows, staff did send out a note last night to all the presenters. We're going to have a hard stop on presentations at 10 minutes, so we have time for questions. I didn't feel midstream yesterday I could make that change, but we sent out a note last night so everyone's aware of that. Because I don't want to try to manage us and run too late. So with no further ado, unless there are questions from anyone, we'll just get on with this. The first proposal is HA05, Fisheries Habitat Protection on Strategic North Central Minnesota Lakes. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. Thank you for the opportunity to present before you today. My name is Annie Knight. I'm the Executive Director of Northern Waters Land Trust, and I'm joined by Allie Mazurek, our Grants Manager and Water Conservation Specialist, and Bob Carls, volunteer and board chair for our Board of Directors. We are incredibly grateful for your past support of our mission to proactively preserve land so that we can protect our water resources in northern Minnesota. I'd like to begin by highlighting one of the many projects that we completed as a part of this fisheries program, and that's the recent acquisition of 3M's Wanawak property on Big Mantrap Lake. Earlier this year, in partnership with the Minnesota Land Trust, we acquired the 3M property that included 450 acres of land and nearly 6 miles of shoreline on Big Mantrap Lake. What was once a private retreat center is now permanently protected and will soon be open to the public for every Minnesotan to enjoy. This place is accessible, and it was a clear conservation success. Recognized statewide, as you can see in your handout, the article headlines that were written about after the project was completed. And I'll share a little bit more about the broader impact of this project, but before I do, I want to share with you what this means on a local level. Recently, I had the opportunity to sit down with 3 sisters from the Stell family who have been on Big Mantrap Lake since 1959 when their grandparents originally purchased a cabin on the lake. And we had the opportunity to talk about growing up on the lake, and as well as moved into talking about the 3M acquisition. And some of the things that they shared with me is that summers were spent fishing at the lake, fishing at dawn, feeding bluegills off the dock, and planting trees with their grandfather, who instilled this deep sense of stewardship in them. They grew up watching loons nest on the shoreline year after year. Snapping turtles crossed the point each spring. They had a couple nicknames for the snapping turtles. And muskies stir the water near the dock. To them, Big Mantrap Lake was more than a lake. It was an ecosystem that nurtured their family as much as it nurtured the wildlife on the lake. And when 3M listed the property for sale, they described feeling panic. What had always felt stable suddenly seemed fragile. 6 miles of undeveloped shoreline could have been lost forever, threatening water quality, fish habitat, and the wilderness feel of the lake. And they weren't alone. The Lake Association rallied together, hoping that the land could be protected. That's when they reached out to Northern Waters Minnesota Land Trust, who at that time had already hit the ground running, looking for solutions to protect this priority piece of land. From that point forward, the Lake Association and the Stell family put their trust in us to see if the land could truly be saved. And then it was a waiting game, and the sisters described that waiting game was very difficult. This spring, when the protection was finalized, the Stell sisters described it as a weight lifted. They were grateful not only for the outcome, but also for how it was made possible. When I explained that the project was funded through the Outdoor Heritage Fund, a portion of Minnesota's sales tax dedicated to conservation, one sister said that it gave her a new appreciation for that tax, knowing that it was being used for exactly as it was intended, to protect our environment. It was a delight to talk with the Stell sisters and hear personal stories of Mantrap Lake. This local perspective is also a part of a broader conservation story that each one of you are a key part of. The Mantrap project was complex and required years of coordination amongst several nonprofit partners, agencies, and local stakeholders. Thanks to the Outdoor Heritage Fund and a $1 million contribution from the DNR's Federal Loon Protection Program, the property is now permanently protected and will soon be open to the public. The results of this effort is extraordinary. It connects to and expands existing state land, safeguards nationally recognized loon habitat, and protects water quality in one of Minnesota's most premier fisheries. It also moved us closer to reaching our ultimate goal of achieving 75% watershed protection in the Big Sand watershed. This is the kind of conservation success that only happens when strong partnerships and dedicated funding sources work together to protect places that benefit all Minnesotans. I will now turn it over to Allie, who will describe what goes into the process for making sure that we can do projects exactly like this.
Thanks, Annie, and thank you, Chair Hartwell and council members. A key part of the success of this Mantrap Lake project and our other acquisition projects is our commitment to science-based conservation planning. From the very start of this program, we've used a consistent scoring system to evaluate potential properties for protection. And this scoring system weighs a range of factors, including habitat quality, shoreline sensitivity, acreage, and adjacency to existing public lands. And while the scoring process is technical, our goal in using it is a simple one, and that's to ensure we're investing resources where they'll have the greatest impact for water quality, cold water fisheries, and the communities that we work in. This Mantrap property has continually scored at the top of our priority list for conservation for years. So when it went on the market, we didn't have to start from scratch. Using a scoring system to approach our conservation efforts keeps us focused, transparent, and able to act when the right opportunities arise, like in this case. Because of the groundwork we already had in place and the support from the Outdoor Heritage Fund, we were able to move quickly and confidently to secure this incredible property for permanent protection and public benefits. The urgency of protecting cold water lakes like Mantrap Lake cannot be overstated. These lakes are vital to regional biodiversity and support species like cisco and lake whitefish, which are indicator species for watershed health and an important food source for larger fish and other wildlife. Lakes across northern Minnesota are at risk of losing their oxygen-rich cold water habitat due to climate change and nutrient pollution. But studies show that protecting forested lands within these watersheds can help conserve cold water habitat even amid warming temperatures. And that's why every project we complete under this program is not just a local win. It's an investment in keeping these rare habitats and the wildlife that rely on them intact and thriving for the long term. And these projects demonstrate how science, planning, and strong partnerships supported by the Outdoor Heritage Fund can deliver lasting conservation outcomes.
Over the last 10 years, in partnership with the Minnesota Land Trust, we have exceeded our program goals permanently protecting nearly 7,500 acres of land and 40 miles of shoreline via both conservation easement and fee title acquisition. The Minnesota Land Trust has been an exceptional partner. They are not on this specific proposal because they currently have sufficient funds available for conservation easements. However, our acquisition funds, on the other hand, are fully spent or largely committed, which is why this request is before you today. Our partnership with the Minnesota Land Trust remains strong, and they are here if you have any questions about the program as a whole. This specific proposal requests $8.6 million to protect an additional 933 acres in fee acquisition. We are also committed to leveraging an additional $700,000 from other sources. Northern Waters Land Trust has consistently surpassed our goals for protected acreage, shoreline miles, and matching funds through the life of this program. Currently, we have more interest than available funding available, which is why we're here requesting additional funds for our acquisition program. I will now pass it to Bob, a longtime volunteer for Northern Waters Land Trust and our board chair.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members, not all of our acquisitions and conservation efforts make the headlines like the Mantrap one. They're all important. There are other watersheds that many of you maybe aren't familiar with. The prioritization system, a ranking system that we use to be as efficient and effective as possible with the funds you've provided make the difference. We have incredible support from the townships, the counties. We engage locally with all of them in all of these projects and many volunteers and property owners in North Central Minnesota. We have the capacity, the experience, and the urgency to act quickly when historic land protection opportunities present themselves. We can't always predict when they're going to come, but we've had a consistent track record of efficiently using the funds that you've provided. With your continued support, paired with our experience and demonstrated ability to get the job done, we can ensure that Minnesota's water, wildlife will be protected for future generations. Thank you for considering our request, and we welcome your questions.
Great. Questions?
So the future acquisitions that you're looking at, what geographic region is that in? Is it still all the cold water lakes, Tuolumne Lake areas?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, members, thank you for the question, and that's correct. Yep.
Other questions?
I think it's all there. Do you want to elaborate on which lakes those are?
Yeah,
Lake
absolutely.
areas?
So you'll see a map on the backside of your handout, and these outline the various tier 1, 2, and 3 cold water lakes throughout northern Minnesota. If you look in the middle of that lake, and we maybe should have put a circle around, but you'll see Cass County, Crow Wing County, Aiken, Hubbard County, Itasca County. There's a sweet spot of tier 1 lakes there that are clearly a priority for protection now as development pressure is moving into north central Minnesota. That's where we're targeting our prioritization efforts. As you can see, there are several tier 1 lakes, and so perhaps the next question is, how do you choose? And we have a prioritization process where we have 35 lakes that are specifically targeted, and their surrounding watersheds. And our ultimate goal is to reach 75% watershed protection within those watersheds. And we've had success. In the last 10 years, I'll list one example. Capicona watershed is a tier 1 lake. And when we began our grant program in 2014, that lake was at 64% protected. In 2023, through the work of the Outdoor Heritage funded programs, as well as other partners, we reached 75%. And so that's an achievable metric and one that we're working towards. It's also really nice to have a very clear objective goal that we're working towards. And so those priority cold water lakes are the ones that we're focusing on.
You've got a lot of dots up along the Canadian border up there.
Yeah, that's true. And we didn't want to discredit the cold water lakes that do exist throughout all of northern Minnesota, because there are some extremely high priority lakes that are up in northern Minnesota. Those aren't our targeted lakes for this specific program, because a lot of those lakes live in the Boundary Waters area. But our priority area is in north central Minnesota.
Andrew, do you have a question?
Yeah, could you just, page 14, there's a a building's listed. Could you talk to me about exactly what referring to?
Mr. Chair and members, thank you for the question. When we have acquisitions, sometimes there is like a hunting shack or a building that of low value. And so that building specifically is of low value. Sometimes we demo the building prior to moving forward with the acquisition, and that's always reviewed and talked with Lessard-Sams staff to see if that is an allowable parcel to put on the list. Sometimes we have acquisitions that have buildings that are higher value. We have conversations with, sometimes they'll subdivide the property and take out the portion that has the building, and then we acquire the undeveloped land, for example, the 3M property. So the building that's on page 14 there is a building of low value that would be demoed prior to acquisition.
Any other questions?
Can you tell us about the Cass Lake proposed parcel?
Mr. Chair and members, thank you for the question on the Cass Lake parcel. So this is a very high quality project. It's over 1,000 acres of contiguous forested land right within the watershed of one of our priority cold water lakes, which is Cass Lake. And this is a rare opportunity that, well, of course, there's every proposal here is a rare opportunity, but this is another exceptional property. We don't get an opportunity to protect 1,000 contiguous acres at one time. There are projects that we do that are larger in acreage, but sometimes are scattered and allow us to build on existing habitat complexes. What makes this property unique is that it is in one chunk. So it's currently a project that's in progress, and we're working landowner on negotiations there.
Do you have any other fund sharing that would occur on that project?
Mr. Chair and members, thank you for that question as well. Yes, we do. We actually have a private donor that's looking to contribute a significant amount of funding towards the acquisition of that project, as it's in Cass County and one of his priority areas. So we do have leverage already identified for that project.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to HAO6 Greenbelt Phase 1. Go ahead.
Morning, Chair Hardwood. Committee members, my name is Mike Kinney. I'm the District Administrator with the Comfort Lake Forest Lake Watershed District, and I'm here with Emily Hines. She's online remotely. So we're here today to have a request of 3.3 million for roughly 300 acres of wetland habitat and the surrounding upland areas. Just on the fringe here of the metro area, northern Washington County, so southern Scioto County, within the areas of Forest Lake. And so this is proposed to permanently protect this roughly 300 acres, with habitat being the priority for these grant funds, which result in multiple benefits from habitat protection to hydrologic benefits, climate resiliency. Our area is developing at a steady rate. The Metropolitan Council's image for 2050 estimates that City of Forest Lake population will grow by 38% and households by 46% between now and that time period. Additionally, the spatial comparison existing 2040 land use maps indicate something similar, roughly 160 acres of new residential area and 375 acres of commercial development, given the proximity to both Highway 8 and Highway 35 in that area. We know that much of the Northwest Elk River, that area towards St. Cloud, is developed rapidly, and now people are moving to an area that's maybe less congested and easier to access. And this is this area that we're seeing now a lot of interest in further development. So with this development, then, if there are any proposed wetland filling and such, there are 0 acres presently in Wetland Bank Area 6 within the St. Croix River area. So that means that then any mitigation would have to be done outside of that area. And this includes any road authority work that would need to be done. So another reason to try to preserve at least a portion of the wetland area, because there's a high in this area that is the headwaters for the Sunrise River, because we have to the south is the Rice Creek that flows to the southwest, and then other watershed districts that flow towards the St. Croix. There's a lot of wetland area. Roughly 30% of the district is wetland, with the core of it being in these couple of greenbelt areas that we're proposing. So and these areas have historically been altered through a lot of first logging and agriculture and then other efforts. So there's roughly 27.5 miles of altered water courses within the district, and we propose that we would reestablish a wetland functionality using restoration and enhancement techniques. We did this in an area of Bixby Park in Forest Lake, that's the city-owned park. We did that several, now I guess 9 years ago, with some clean water funds. And so developing a prioritization system in which my background not only is in agriculture, but in science, but also in business. So I have a econ background as well. Using the Pareto principle to prioritize things. So we try to maximize the utility of any of our project dollars to try to get 80% of the benefit, 20% of the cost or time. So we would look to do the same when we're talking about restoration efforts within this core area. We have received letters of support from partners, including Chisago City, Chisago County, City of Wyoming, Washington County, and the City of Forest Lake, in the Forest Lake Lake Association. And just last night, we've received one from the Wild River Audubon Society. We just met with them recently. They are interested in transferring 40 acres in area known as Shallow Pond that they currently have ownership of, transferring it to the Comfort Lake Forest Lake Watershed District as a cornerstone project to lead off this effort in the Green Belt project for that purpose. And as you know, well, you may know that, so their mission, the statement is to inspire people to value and protect birds and other wildlife and their habitats through advocacy, education, and land stewardship. So this is in alignment with what we are proposing and with their mission statements. In addition, so this area would, or this effort would prevent further habitat fragmentation due to development, as this habitat includes hardwood swamp, shallow marsh, shrub swamp, riparian habitat, shallow open water, wet meadow, and seasonally flooded basins. In our target area, there is a DNR mapped area of black ash, yellow birch, red maple, basswood swamp at the inflow of Comfort Lake, which is a native plant community vulnerable to extirpation. There are multiple records of blending turtles within the area and vicinity, and the varied wetland habitats and adjacent sandy uplands provide a large tract of habitat for this state threatened species. Lake sturgeon is also recorded being present at the inlet of Comfort Lake due to the connectivity to the Sunrise River, which flows through the Greenbelt corridor. Corridor is also identified in the DNR wetland or wildlife action network. The northern portion is mapped as a climate resilient and connected landscape by the Nature Conservancy, indicating that it's important habitat corridor vulnerable under future climate change scenarios. This corridor is identified further in the DNR fish habitat plan as having disturbance and therefore having a realistic chance of full restoration. The proposed project aligns with multiple priorities of the Lower St. Croix River Watershed 1 plan. The Sunrise River in particular is a priority subwatershed for critical habitat protection. The Lower St. Croix plan also identifies the following priorities, which align with our proposed project and subsequent phases of it: groundwater protection, wetland restoration and creation, protection of native plant communities that support species of greatest conservation need, and promoting climate resiliency. In our area, development is closing in around the natural open spaces. With this proposal, we seek to protect what high-value open spaces still exist within this corridor. Phase 2 would be a corridor to the east, southeast, from Little Comfort, School, Birch to Bone Lake, which then we have our Bone Lake South project, which then that corridor continues down into Cornelian Marine area districts and priorities that the committee here has funded in the past along with Washington County. According to user data on eBird, our area is a popular birding area. Of course, with a population core metro counties of roughly $3.1 million, or excuse me, 3.1 million people. This would be in close proximity for that use. So again, given the proximity, this proposed Greenbelt corridor provides a unique opportunity, as many others, for both youth education and general enjoyment by the public. So thank you for this opportunity to present, and I stand for any questions.
Questions?
Yeah, in the application, it talks about, it says that the easements will be available for public use. Easement will be available for public use, but then it says below determined on a site-by-site basis, and that CLFLWD will own and manage the easements. How does that work with an easement? Are these private properties that are easements?
Well, I mean, if they're, right, most of the property is currently private. So we would be looking to acquire those through those, but that would be, we would look to have public access to the extent possible. I mean, some of them for the areas given already the land ownership, it might be their backyard. You know, that's not atypical in this area. So we would not look to have people transfer. So it'd be a matter of coming through some of the other areas that would be currently open for access into those areas. So there are some, for example, on the north end where the Audubon Society is, the city of Wyoming has a park area where people can enter and walk along that northern area.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is, started touching on the question I was going to ask, because from it's very hard to tell on the map, but if you go on Google Earth and look at this as a highly populated area, and when you say people's backyard, the river dissects their backyards of 2-acre chunks, or in many cases, probably even less than that. So I'm very curious as to, does the person's entire property become an easement then? Because it's such a small lot, or are you talking about taking 10 feet at the backside up against the river? And then again, is that open to public use? Because probably it's literally their backyard.
So, well, there are plenty of other areas that are larger that we would focus on again.
Sure, but
20.
yeah,
right?
exactly. I get it, but
Yeah,
I'm
so,
not concerned about the big areas. I'm concerned about
right, so, but from
a lot of it in here.
right, so we would not anticipate that people would have, well, one is just the physical limitations of entering into a wetland complex, right? So even on the north end that is currently open to the public, you know, they would just need to which currently occurs, people can do birding and hiking and things from the edge in an upland stable area. They're not going to be able to walk into the property that the Audubon Society currently owns, just because of the nature of of being a wetland. So, but they can walk along that edge. So that's what we propose is to work and within those areas around. The district also owns several, has acquired several properties that were tax forfeiture properties within the corridor already. So along Highway 61. So these provide some both in Washington County and in Chisago County. So these would provide opportunities for people to at least make, have some access from there. Obviously during the winter months, if you were so inclined to try to traverse for snowshoeing or something like that, people could do that. But But for the most part, I mean, we would just look to, because we tried to do a project several years ago where one landowner basically didn't want from a wetland restoration standpoint, didn't want their wetland to be wetter longer. So, because we were just proposing a small berm to restore a small section or an area of wetland complex. So those are some of the challenges then that we run into, but all we were proposing in that one was to require up to the existing wetland or historical wetland fringe area.
Ted?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is not unique just to your project, but aren't the actual wetlands pretty well protected already? And why is it necessary for someone to acquire or obtain an easement to protect something that I think by law can't be drained or developed?
Correct. Chair, members. So yes, we recognize that, and as noted, there are no in a developing area where there is an interest in doing or having a wetland impact, of which they're ongoing. We participate in those locally through the WACA program, or at least we're at the table. But any of those efforts to buy credits are done outside of the area because there's no acres available. So furthermore, this area has been greatly degraded. The wetland systems themselves have been greatly degraded through just a lot of private ditching. The counties have abandoned the ditches back in the late 90s. Our judiciaries 1 and 2 in Chisago and Washington counties. But a lot of those arterial drainage areas still remain. And so what's happened is that those areas have solidified through time. And then the water, as it goes through the ditch systems, is not able to get out into the wetland complex itself. So what we've done in Bixby Park, and that was a prototype that we worked on. And so we were able to do analysis of how much groundwater fluctuation there was through evapotranspiration by removing a section of those banks and allowing the water then to enter into the complex more completely. And we saw 10-foot variations in groundwater levels through the season. So we know that that's a way to further enhance that. And we've seen a lot of birds then using that shallow area as well from an observation standpoint.
Thank you.
So your proposal lists a cost per acre of the same thing for acquisition as easement, $11,000, which doesn't make any sense to me at all. Can you explain why easements would cost as much as acquisition per acre?
Well, one is we had used, I guess, an assumption of some more on the Bone Lake South property in terms of dollar. So one is that we did get some additional comps from an appraiser just within the last couple of weeks. We would expect those values to be substantially lower, though depending on for easements, it's often referred to as like acquiring a bundle of sticks. It's depending on which sticks of value that you're potentially buying. But for the most part, we would expect the easements, given some of the acquisitions or pieces or information that we've received from appraiser to be less. But we were also assuming some increased future value in time as we move to do this work.
Other questions?
Just one. Oh, sorry, did I cut you?
Oh, no.
Oh, what are the $2 million for fee acquisition without PILT? Where are those properties at? There's 2 listed on the back page. Page 12. One Chisago County, one Washington County, but it says TBD. One's 200 acres, one's 100 acres, so 300 in total.
Oh, that's just in general within that corridor that what we would be proposing to acquire.
Okay. But you don't know what parcel it is? The 2 million? Or is that just a,
Right, we're just, yes, we're just proposing that within that larger complex system.
so you have, okay, so the
We
2
don't
million
have
is not
to-
identified to a parcel, that's just for future.
Mhm.
Suzanne, did you have a question? or-
No.
Okay, good enough. Thank you very much. We'll move on to HA07 Hardwood Hills Habitat Conservation Program.
You have the ability to use.
Yeah, I'll work on it.
Thank you. I'm thinking of somebody in another agency.
And then agreement, sign it.
And I've had a request to make sure everyone's actually using their microphone so that we can hear well, so lean forward or pull the mic towards you if you can.
Thank you.
Great. Good morning, Chair Hartwell and council members, and thank you for the opportunity to present the Hardwood Hills Habitat Conservation Program Phase 3 proposal. My name is Leah Hall, and I'm a senior program manager at Minnesota Land Trust focused on land protection. With me today is John. The Hardwood Hills Habitat Conservation Program is focused on the hardwood ecologically rich landscape in west central Minnesota, where our forest meets our prairie. This transition zone includes a rich diversity of forests, prairie, and oak savanna habitats, numerous lakes and wetlands, and abundant wildlife, including 85 species in greatest conservation need. The Hardwood Hills are especially important to bird species, serving as a flyway for many migrating songbirds, waterfowl, and other migrating species. It's also a critical habitat for many of our game species, including ducks, turkey, deer, and pheasants. But this area, in spite of its importance to the overall health of Minnesota's wildlife, has been somewhat overlooked. Much of our state funding has gone into the prairie or forest for good reason. However, there's been less attention paid to this important transition zone, and that's what this proposal is here to. We received our first funding from the Outdoor Heritage Fund in July of 2023, and we thank you very much for your support. To date, we've closed on 5 conservation easements, protecting over 261 acres and over 2. We have also exceeded our leverage deliverable. Our existing funds for acquisition under this first phase are fully committed, with 2 additional protection projects that are progressing. When these projects are completed, we will exceed our acreage deliverable. We received our second phase of funding for this program this July. Thanks to a huge amount of interest in this program and a long waiting list of projects, we were able to get site visits completed and projects prioritized in July. We now have 7 exceptional protection projects underway under this phase 2. When completed, we anticipate these projects will exceed our acreage and leverage goals. Is this? Okay, is that any better?
Yeah.
Okay. So as noted, we've seen a tremendous amount of interest in this program. We have a list that continues to grow of more landowners interested in protecting their properties with conservation easements. This is a list of high-quality properties that we would love to be able to see protected. And that's why we're here today asking for more funding. We hope to be able to keep this momentum going in the Hardwood Hills. So our Hardwood Hills Habitat Conservation Program Phase 3 proposal is focused on the protection of the remaining high-quality forest systems and their associated biota within the Hardwood Hills ecological subsection. Minnesota Land Trust will protect, via permanent conservation easement, 1,100 acres of priority habitat. We will also seek to provide $360,000 in leverage. Our land protection work will be focused on building complexes of protected habitat by linking together protected lands into a greater whole. We're also prioritizing areas that were identified on Minnesota's Wildlife Action Plan. Now, also new on this proposal from our previous 2 is that Stearns Conservation District is requesting funds for restoration and enhancement on permanently protected private and public lands in the Hardwood Hills. The addition of restoration and enhancement on this proposal was brought on by the need that we've seen to restore and enhance the unique and threatened forest systems of the Hardwood Hills in order to maintain native plant communities and improve wildlife diversity. Additionally, this request is due to a lot of enthusiasm that we've seen from landowners looking for support for restoration and enhancement of their properties. So in this proposal, Stearns Conservation District is requesting funding to restore 506 acres. This work will include forest management, prairie and pollinator plantings, tree plantings, and wetland restoration. Stearns Conservation District enters restoration enhancement projects with the goal of achieving a site threshold where continuing maintenance beyond the allocable by the landowner. Furthermore, Stearns Conservation District will work with landowners on an ongoing basis to provide resources and technical expertise to undertake ongoing maintenance of the properties. I'll now pass it to John to talk about the engagement portion of this proposal.
Mr. Chair and members, it's great to be here in front of you today. I'm St. John's Abbey Land Manager and Outdoor University Director, and I'm help manage a small chunk in the Hardwood Hills. We have about 3,000 acres, and it's just a beautiful habitat complex. You have the prairies of the west meet the big woods of the east and the conifers of the north, and it's just really cool transition zone. So on a 1.5 mile loop, you could see prairie, oak savanna, deciduous forest, and conifers in just a 1.5 miles, which is pretty amazing ecologically. And I'd just like to share just a quick personal story. I've shared this before, but one of my first days on the job in the Hardwood Hills, my boss handed me a drip torch, and I was a timid first-year student. And I said, well, what do I do? He said, just don't look back. And I had this huge blaze behind me and a prairie burn, and I was hooked in conservation work. So my job in this partnership is to light the fire in landowners to help conserve their land and know how special this place is. And we've done that through Hardwood Hills conferences, master woodland owner trainings, master naturalist trainings, just a lot of ways to get people engaged and build relationships with the land and the idea of permanently setting it aside. So I'm really excited to say that phase 1 and phase 2, we've pretty much filled with interested landowners that want to do this work. And that's why we're in front of you here today for phase 3. I just want to give you an example of the complexes that are coming together as we get more and more conservation easements. So the 650 acre St. Wendell Bog SNA is separated by 1.3 miles from the 124 acre Parched Woods SNA. So in between them, the Perscala family protect 41 acres of land. Then in the next round, the Reasoner family protects 170 acres. And boom, we have this 985 acre contiguous complex of habitat. So just how these things start to come together is really exciting. So just to reiterate, we have a really strong partnership with a proven track record. So St. John's is really good at the outreach piece. We get interested landowners and kind of get that buy-in. The land trust knows the ins and outs of conservation easements. And then Stearns Conservation District really works well with landowners on restoration and enhancement. We have this great process, reverse bidding, so we get a lot of bang for the buck. So we get all these projects in. We have a scoring system for conservation, but also a bid from the landowner and how much they're willing to receive for a conservation easement. So it really is a market-driven approach that gives the best bang for the buck. And then just the urgency. We're right along this Hardwood Hills region is right along the 94 corridor, and 92% of the land is privately held. So there's just a huge need for setting aside some of these areas before it's all lost to conversion. So just really want to thank you all for all the work you've done for Minnesota, and thanks for your consideration of this proposal.
Great. Questions?
Matt? 2 questions. One is actually related to the past project in your handout. It says 25 acres of converted cropland back to wildlife habitat. I'm curious why something like that wouldn't have been enrolled in like a CRP program as opposed to having to do a permanent easement. And the second question is related to the budget. Looks like it's $3 million, 3.6 for easement acquisition. But then on page 6 of the application, it says where the activity is taking place on a whole list of public lands, and only one of those is listed as an easement. So can you just clarify that, please?
Yeah, so unfortunately, Greg Berg with Stearns Conservation District was not able to be here today to answer any questions about the restoration work.
Not a big deal. I know, I just saw it. Surprised.
Yeah, so we can follow up with you on the restoration question or have Greg do that. So I apologize, we're not able
Yeah,
to
the
share much
motive is just
detail on that.
finding money wherever we can, you know?
Yep. Yeah, and we do have properties that enter into CRP. And then we protect them with a conservation easement. So we definitely do have properties that utilize that program. Yeah, and I'm not sure about the specific property where all the funding came from for that restoration. So, yeah, apologize for that.
CRP is temporary versus permanent.
Right.
Other questions?
Thank you,
I
Mr.
can
Chair.
see Andrew has one.
I just like had to grab the mic, yeah. So I'm trying to remember, I know we talked about this, the phase 2 last year at quite length on this one. I don't remember that there was any cropland that would be part of the proposal. That's something we don't normally see, or I shouldn't say see very often about as far as land use, and there will be cropland.
Well, most Bowser easements are cropland.
Okay. To begin with. you mean?
Yeah.
Right, but this is, will there be planting of any crops, like row crops after the fact? That's why I'm.
Oh,
Those are food plots.
food plot?
This is not a food plot though, right?
You're not gonna,
Oh.
the
I was just-
question
will
is,
there be
are you
planting of
gonna
it?
do cropping once you have?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Chair and members. In very rare cases, there's restoration of cropland as part of our conservation easement. That has never come up in this program area, and we don't foresee it. So I think that was that in our proposal? Is that where you were seeing that, or are you referencing the handout with that
The proposal.
in the proposal? Yeah, we do put that in there just as occasionally we do enter restoration agreements with landowners. But again, we haven't seen that happen in this program area and don't foresee it happening, but it does come up from time to time.
Other questions?
You still
Good
look
enough.
puzzled, Senator.
Okay, well, we're buying conservation easements with this proposal. But part of that conservation easement is we're gonna be planting row crops? That's
No.
No.
Okay, am I missing something?
Um,
Just the
Can you point to where
distinct
you-
land?
Point to where you're reading that, because I'm not seeing it.
He's actually, I looked, he's on page 7.
Okay,
And the question is, will there be planting of any crop on OHF land purchased or restored in this program? So as I see it, and I don't want to answer for you, but they cut and paste this answer because every once in a while there's a food plot that's put on land, or as part of the restoration away from agriculture, you have to plant crops to let the herbicides get out of the ground for a couple of years, because if you plant, it persists. So my guess is you did a cut and paste.
And another clarification, second to last sentence in that paragraph, in such cases, we will not use OH funds to pay the landowners. I've seen that sentence in several other applications. So I kind of thought that was fine. I mean, there may be a portion that has to be cleaved off, but we're not going to pay for that. Is that accurate?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and member, for that question. Yes, occasionally there's still an agricultural use area on the property that the landowner retains. We do not use Outdoor Heritage Fund proceeds or money to pay for that land. So
Seen that in other applications. Okay.
Just a suggestion, next year when you come back, which I'm sure you will, maybe read this a little more carefully, because it was confusing. All right. Oh, Daryl, you have a question.
Just one last one, and that is, do you have an existing list already of people who are quote unquote signed up, have expressed the interest in their parcels? And if so, can you identify how many acres that is?
yes, thank you for that question. Mr. Chair and members, we do have a growing list of people that are interested in conservation easements. It's approximately 1,000 acres of people that are interested in protecting their land that we don't have current funding for. So yeah, our list continues to grow of folks calling us and reaching out thanks to the efforts from John and word of mouth to in this program area.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to HA08, integrating habitat and clean water. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and council members. My name is Kevin Roth. I'm an easement programs coordinator with the Board of Water and Soil Resources and the program manager for integrating habitat and clean water. Yes, another successful RIM program here for you, but at least this program is nicknamed and also more common RIM 1 Watershed 1 Plan, or RIM 1W1P. This alludes to the ties this easement program has to the comprehensive watershed management plans that each HUC-8 watershed in the state has developed or is currently in the process of developing. The size of these watersheds is best shown on your handout on page 2, figure 2, at the top of the page there. The map furthest to the left shows the size of these watersheds, and also they show the progression of eligible program areas in green. So those green are watershed plans that have been completed, and that blue is watershed plans that are currently in process, expected to be completed in the next 1 to 2 years. Each of these watershed planning groups has identified priorities and goals for their respective watersheds. These plans include both habitat and water quality concerns and methods to address those concerns. This helps local planning groups prioritize, set goals, and target specific areas of the watershed to get their most bang for the buck when spending both Clean Water Fund and Outdoor Heritage Fund dollars on projects. Although this is not direct leverage, Clean Water Fund has invested over $160 million into these plans and their implementation since fiscal year 2019. This RIM program targets the highest priority areas within these watersheds that will provide both the most beneficial wildlife habitat along with potential to make positive impacts for water quality as well, truly maximizing legacy benefits. As a reminder, the council originally proposed 2 Bowser that we come up with a program to cover special initiatives for easements across the state versus having several different additional proposals each year. So this program is what that is attempting to do. The Snake and Kettle River program that you heard about yesterday began before this program, so that program continues on. For examples of how this program may fit into different areas of the state, I want to turn your attention to page 1 and figure 1 of the handout. This shows an example of just how this program might look on the landscape. This easement is in Grant County within the Boy to Sioux watershed planning area. This 80-acre easement is from ML 23 and builds on an existing permanently protected habitat complex that includes both private land shown in red and blue and public land shown in purple on the map. This easement helps contribute to both habitat and water quality goals that were highlighted in this watershed plan. Seasonal wetlands on this easement help to reduce flooding and take pressure off the public drainage system, which is another priority in this area of the state. Turning to page 2, figure 3 of the handout, this shows a recently funded easement in ML 25 application period that we just held. This one is in Blue Earth County in the Lessard River watershed planning area. This easement, once again, is building on a vast complex of permanently protected habitat. Again, private land shown in red and blue and the public lands in purple. This corridor follows the Lessard River and provides wildlife habitat and water quality benefits. This 65-acre easement permanently protects existing CRP contracts in addition to building on the habitat corridor. Other areas of the state set different priorities and goals that are based off of the local landscape. In southeast Minnesota, protection of forested bluffs with restoration of the tops and bottoms of the slopes help protect from erosion. and provide wildlife habitat in the process. Similar goals are set across different areas of the state and may look different in Northeast, Northwest, Southwest, and Southeast Minnesota. Going into program demand, as I said in the intro, another successful Bowser Rim program. All ML 22, 23, and 25 funds have been committed to easement projects. So there's currently no funding available to take applications for new easements until July of 2026, pending an ML 26 appropriation. The tables on page 1 show the results from our recent ML 25 application period. We took applications June through July and received 29 applications totaling over 1,400 acres and $7.5 million worth of easements. That averages out to just over $5,000 per acre, which is a little bit lower than some of the numbers we talked about yesterday. But this program is statewide, so we are taking some of the lower land values of northern Minnesota into account here. I ended up having to turn away several fantastic easement applications over 80 acres in this batching period. This was due to having only $2.7 million available from the ML 25 appropriation, which was only 27% of the ML 25 ask. This year, the ask is again for $10 million, but that could easily be higher based off of the demand shown in 2024 and 2025 application periods. I do expect many reapplicants from the 2025 application period as well as new applicants for 2026 next year. Assuming the allocation could be scaled to a lower percent of the ask, we will likely only be holding one application period again for this program next year and would be nowhere near meeting the demand for this program. Other items to address some of the written comments. In 2024, over 4,400 acres of Bowser easements were enrolled in the walk-in access program. So our easements aren't entirely closed to the public, but we do leave that decision up to the landowners. We will be adding a question to our easement applications to ask if the landowner is interested in walk-in access when they sign up for our programs. This will help market the walk-in access program in Minnesota. And after some skepticism yesterday regarding the number of Bowser Rim programs and the amount of funding that would flow through Bowser, I would just like to reiterate the fact that Bowser easement programs are highly successful and have been for a long time. Right now, there are several factors contributing to the huge demand for our rim easements, including low commodity prices, heavy rainfalls, and stabilized land values across the state. We have put large tracts of habitat on the landscape that benefit both wildlife and water quality on over 350,000 acres statewide since RIM began. And private land easements are a little more cost-effective than fee title acquisition. Private land conservation is important to stabilize wildlife populations across the state, even through dips and non-permanent conservation programs such as CRP. And again, to reiterate, some of the private land ownership in Minnesota, statewide, 70% or more is in private land ownership, and in the ag regions of the state, that is 90% or greater. This just highlights, again, the importance of permanently protecting habitat on private lands in the state. And Bowser is currently in the process of processing over 200 easement applications right now. So like we've said several times this week, lots of demand for our programs right now. Thank you, Chair and council members, for the opportunity to present today on this program, and I take any questions now.
Questions? Ted?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Can these lands be used for temporary water storage that might originate in a drainage system?
There's potential for that with our wetland restoration programs and potentially this program as well. We do some small wetland restorations on some of these easements as well, and we do try to daylight existing tiles into wetland basins whenever we can.
Thank you.
Suzanne?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Still, even after reading your explanation.
Yep.
Confused about how you use the term leveraging outdoor heritage fund and clean water. fund. How are those two funds being leveraged, but you have no leverage identified?
Correct, yeah, nothing we can actually count as leverage. Just an example that Clean Water Fund is spending and investing a substantial amount of money in these watershed plans and implementation dollars to put practices such as grass waterways or water and sediment control basins or cover crops on the landscape that benefit water quality. A lot of these priority areas in these watershed plans highlight habitat and water quality, and we're able to do some of the same projects in these same areas just to really maximize those legacy benefits that we are getting in these specific priority locations in each one of these watersheds.
So are you utilizing both clean water funding as well as OHF on like?
This program is OHF funded only, this RIM program. So we might just have clean water funded projects right next door or even on the same parcel.
That's just misleading in your proposal, so.
Correct,
Be
yep.
careful.
I
And
know
I was reading up on.
we asked for leverage.
Yeah.
You want to know about leverage, and that was the best we had on this one.
So I had a similar question to Suzanne, but maybe I could ask if this is what it means. I mean, what I'm hearing is a landowner on private land will take advantage of CWF to do a project that might be a working lands project, but want to improve water stewardship on that. You're looking at easements that are adjacent to that, but not duplicating the same piece of land. Is that accurate?
Yeah, correct. Most likely, we're not going to look at a clean water funded project on the same parcel of land as the OHF funded easement, just because likely the clean water funded project is on cropland.
Right. Okay. I like that, actually.
So I have two questions. The first, I have to say I'm confused. You talk about incredible demand and all, and yet according to what you submitted in 2022, we gave you 2.3 million and you still had 50% of it unspent. 2023, we gave you 3.2 and you still had 3.2 left. How is it that you had it all left, but you've spent it all?
Yeah, again, those are all going through the easement acquisition process, moving towards closing those easements. And until those easements are closed, the LSOHC tracking system is not going to show those funds as spent, but we just don't have dollars available to continue to take new easements.
But the 2022 money, why is it taking so long? I
Yeah,
mean, that
there's
doesn't
one
make any
easement
sense.
specifically that got held up with some ownership issues. So that one got held up for several months longer than our typical easement process, which happens and with all land transactions from time to time.
In 2023, having spent no money?
Again,
2 years?
all going through the process.
2 years?
Likely we can look at a status update and get an update on that, but that money is being spent in this program. Really, it only started in 2022, so relatively new compared to our other RIM programs. They do take a little bit of time to get some momentum, and this program has gained that, as evidenced by the table on page 1 that shows applications for 2025.
All right, my second question is, we ask about scaling and you say program management costs are the exception due to program management and oversight remaining relatively consistent regardless of appropriation amount. You've asked us for $10 million. If we gave you 2 million, what gives? You have Bowser engineering staff and Bowser easement staff, and that's it. You don't have program management staff built into the proposal. So how does that stay the same?
I'm going to take that one. Good morning again, council. Again, Chair Hartwell, that is the same answer I gave you yesterday for the exact same question. It is not that our staffing is not scalable. There is a small percentage of our staff that is not scalable. Folks who do program management and fiscal report and the fiscal portion of it and the reporting. It doesn't matter if the appropriation is $10 million or $2 million.
But
The
you
workload
haven't
of those
asked for
staff
any
is the
money
same.
for those people.
Those people are actually easement staff, and so they are in the easement staff portion of the budget.
So if we gave you 2 million, what would you have for program oversight? What's that cost for this program?
It would be like I said yesterday, it would be almost exactly proportional to the percentage of the reduction. There are a handful of staff who maybe wouldn't be timing reduced. Most of the easement staff is based on the number of easements we think we can take. But there are a handful of staff. So instead of, if we got 30% of the ask or 50% of the ask, we might be at 31% or 51 instead of an exact reduction.
Okay. Other questions? Good enough. We'll move on. HA09 Metro Big Rivers.
It appears that
Very frustrating.
that's the project.
Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Lean in. We can't hear you on the mic. Sorry.
Rare that I've been told you can't hear me, so. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. My name is Neil Feakin. I'm the Executive Director of the Minnesota Valley Trust and the lead partner for the Metro Big Rivers Partnership. And I'll just say, it's a pleasure to be in front of you here again today. We are here to present on Phase 16 of the Metro Big Rivers Habitat Program. We're a dynamic partnership of 5 experienced, respected conservation organizations with long track records of habitat protection, enhancement, and restoration. With me today and available to answer questions are my partners, and I will invite them to introduce themselves. Todd?
Morning, Chair and members. Todd Rexine with Great River Greening.
Good morning, members. Bob McGilvery with Trust for Public Land.
Good morning, Chair members. Laura Damianchich-Lee with Friends of the Mississippi River.
And just a footnote, Minnesota Land Trust is not seeking funding from this particular proposal, but they remain a key and important member of the overall partnership. The vision of Metro Big Rivers is to build a cohesive network of significant habitat with an emphasis on the corridors and tributaries of the 3 major rivers in the metro area, the Minnesota, the Mississippi, and the St. Croix. We seek to not only benefit migrating and resident waterfowl, birds, pollinators, and wildlife, but also to benefit the 3+ million residents of the urban, suburban, and rural parts of the metro area. Metro Big Rivers partners work together to achieve our shared objectives for wildlife conservation and public access to high-quality natural spaces in the Twin Cities area. And we do that by working from each other's strengths. We build on each other's work, and we all work closely with local, state, and federal partners. Through your previous investments, we have completed work on 11,400 acres in the metro area and are currently working on approximately another 2,000 acres. We consistently have exceeded our planned objectives. To date, we have achieved over 120% of our goals on our completed grant phases 1 through 9. And we expect to continue this pattern of exceeding our stated acreage goals. We also aggressively leverage Outdoor Heritage Fund dollars. To date, we have brought more than $20 million in other non-state funds and private dollars to these projects, leverage amount that equals approximately 40% of grant funds spent. To continue this work in the metro urbanizing area, we respectfully request that you fund Metro Big Rivers Phase 16. By next July, we will have completed phases 1 through 11. We'll almost be done with phase 12, and we'll be well into phases 13 through 15. For phase 16, if fully funded, Metro Big Rivers will protect, enhance, and restore habitat over 2,233 acres in the metropolitan urbanizing area. This will provide high-quality natural areas that are critically important to both wildlife and the resident and the people, including 841 acres protected through fee title acquisition and approximately 1,392 acres that will be restored and enhanced.
Our handout that we provided includes the summary information that I just provided, as well as brief descriptions of some select projects that we have accomplished through phases 1 through 15. To summarize and close up here, you can ask the question of why you should continue investing in outdoor heritage funds in the metro urbanizing area. And I would answer that question by saying the metro area has significant habitat that should be protected from development and improved to benefit the wildlife and the people. The big river corridors are important migratory bird pathways, and people need access to high-quality natural habitat near where they live, including the metro area, and this project directly benefits that large number of communities and people. The Metro Big Rivers Partnership brings experience. We get the job done. We bring opportunity. There's significant, important wildlife habitat worth investing in through protection, restoration, and enhancement. And we bring leverage. Again, having leveraged our previous funds by more than 40%. Thank you for your support and confidence in our work. We are grateful for this opportunity, and we will stand for questions. Thank you. Questions?
Get the money.
Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to ask this. Why are you ignoring the Rum River? It encompasses more metro area than the St. Croix River, frankly. And it's in dire strait of needing help. You have these 3 rivers. What's wrong with the Rum River, which also you list Anoka County? What's wrong with the Rum River? Open up your eyes.
Well, as a representative for the Minnesota Valley Trust, which works with the Minnesota Valley National Refuge, I will look to our partners if they'd like to try and answer that.
Members, Bob McGilvery again with Trust for Public Land. We have done projects with Anoka County on the Rum River before. It has been a number of years since we've done one, but we would welcome any opportunities to work on the Rum River that would come to our attention, lands that would need to be protected in fee title.
But it's not in this proposal.
Mr. Chair and members, I won't disagree with you on that. It's not named there. I think the key thing is the parcel list and the proposal. And as Bob stated, there are Anoka County parcels of potential. Other questions? Ed?
Mr. Chairman, Neil, I thought I heard you say that there was no money in this for the trust. And I'm looking, did I mishear you?
Mr. Chair and members, yeah, I don't think I stated that way. Oh, the Minnesota Land Trust?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant the Minnesota Valley Trust.
Yep. Yeah. Thank
you.
Thanks for the correction. But yes, they've been a long-standing partner. They have requested to take this proposal off so they can continue the work with previous phases of funding. That looks like it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is HA 10. Minnesota statewide trout habitat and enhancement and protection. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair and members of the council, thank you for your partnership with Minnesota Trout Unlimited and for the opportunity to present our proposal today. My name is Jennifer Biederman, and I'm the Habitat Director for Minnesota Trout Unlimited.
Can you make sure you're closer to the mic?
Sure, absolutely. So I oversee habitat projects across the state of Minnesota. We are a grassroots organization. We're a nonprofit with thousands of members around Minnesota. We're sportsmen and women, but our mission is much bigger than trout. We are dedicated to conserving and improving cold water resources central to Minnesota's heritage, expanding access to high-quality outdoor recreation, and boosting rural communities. Over 65 years, Minnesota Trout Unlimited has grown from small volunteer-led efforts to being a recognized leader in stream habitat restoration in our region. Our projects correct legacies of poor land use and address today's challenges of urbanization, invasive species, and climate change. Cold water streams make up only 6% of Minnesota waters, and without intervention, many are at risk. Decades of poor land use have resulted in cold water streams that lack suitable habitat, including spawning and riffles for spawning and food production, and deep pools and woody habitat that provide cover for larger fish. Our projects are tailored to each stream to identify and address limiting factors and increase the carrying capacity of that stream. We work only where there are wild, naturally reproducing populations of trout, and projects increase the number of trout of all sizes, provide benefits to the overall health of the ecosystem, and produce high-quality outdoor angling opportunities for sportsmen and women across the state. Outdoor recreation is central to Minnesota's cultural heritage, and it's critical for ensuring that future generations are as committed to advancing the conservation of our state resources as the rest of us sitting in this room. For this reason, we restore habitat only where there's permanent public protection and access for angling. The outcomes of our projects are clear: more trout, more game and non-game wildlife, cleaner water, and more climate-resilient habitats. And the benefits of these projects create ripples. They support rural economies by utilizing local contractors and provide accessible, high-quality outdoor recreation in both urban and rural communities. 90% of the funds requested will be used to restore or enhance where permanent protections and public access already exist. 10% of the funds requested today is for strategic acquisitions of permanent conservation easements on key trout streams to facilitate future restoration and ensure permanent public angling access. Our executive director will briefly outline this part of our proposal.
Thank you, Dr. Biederman. Mr. Chair, members, my name is John Lancheski. I'm the executive director of Minnesota Trout Unlimited. Just want to say a brief word about the permanent easement acquisition. We typically just restore and enhance habitat. Quite frankly, the lack of easements on key streams at this point is hindering restoration efforts. For example, on the Vermilion River, the last large trout stream in the metro area, there are a handful, 4 to 6 landowners on one portion of that ready and willing to do easements. We've had conversations with them for several years. The DNR seems not interested in pursuing those. So I could say to other examples on Hay Creek, and we're getting word from partners up north in the Duluth area that they see really important opportunities for habitat restoration, but there is no permanent protection. So we want to fix that problem and wade into that a little bit to really focus on some of these strategic important streams where access and protection is lacking. So we propose to do that. I'll just point out that since the legacy amendment passed, there has been no increase in the rate of easement acquisition by the DNR. They have a 25-year strategic plan for acquiring more trout stream easements that called for about 60 miles per year. In total, since 2008, they've done approximately 90 miles using all sources. So the bottom line is the DNR and the public need help, and so we intend to do that. We will use the same statutory formula to determine easement prices, but unlike the DNR, we will use private real estate professionals to do the title work and close the transactions, hopefully much more rapidly than the DNR does. So thank you. I'll turn it back to Dr. Biederman.
So we are requesting funding to enhance trout habitat on 10 standalone projects, as well as additional smaller scale enhancements on additional sites. So admittedly, we have not spent 100% of the most recent appropriations, but we will use all the funds within each grant period. Talk is cheap, but our track record demonstrates we will accomplish high quality projects that exhaust all the funds on time. Minnesota Trout Unlimited has spent 98% of appropriated amounts in the 13 separate OHF grants from ML 2008 through 2020. Our grants are earmarked for multiple standalone projects that are moving forward. Permitting in-stream habitat work takes time, and the construction season is only 2.5 to 5.5 months, but we're on track to complete current projects on time. The amounts not yet spent are largely committed or encumbered, and the 10 standalone projects in this fiscal year 2027 proposal are separate projects that will require separate funding. So I want to highlight some of the projects that are in our proposal. One is on South Creek, which is a tributary of the Vermilion River in Dakota County. And this is the last trout stream, large trout stream in the Twin Cities metro, and it holds some of the state's largest wild brown trout, with some of them nearing about 30 inches. South Creek also contains some of the coldest water, but the project reach was straightened decades ago, and today it is unstable, it's eroding, it's sediment choked, and it lacks habitat. So we will restore 2,900 feet of ditch channel and transform it into a natural meandering channel, creating 4,700 feet of high-quality trout habitat. We will plant the stream banks with native vegetation as a part of a broader wildlife corridor restoration. And this project builds on Dakota County's acquisition and provides the construction funding to complete the second half of the project that is being designed and has construction starting with the ML25 funding. When complete, this restored habitat will provide a really robust trout fishery that's accessible to millions of people within a half hour of St. Paul. Up in the Northeast, we're proposing projects to restore brook trout habitat near Duluth. First, on the Midway River in Carlton County, this is a groundwater fed stream with only one of 2 permanent public angling easements in the entire watershed. Past straightening and lack of pool habitat have left it pretty poorly degraded. We will restore 2,000 feet with deep pools, woody cover, spawning habitat, and reconnect the channel to its floodplain. Nearby, we'll also work on Anderson Creek. This is a cold spring-fed tributary of the Midway, and we'll re-meander 1,400 feet of the channel. And together, these projects will create really great fishing opportunities for people close to Duluth. Elsewhere in the North Shore, we're going to work in 3 other priority watersheds. And these projects will emphasize fish passage to expand habitat for native brook trout, restoring riparian habitats to ensure that stream temperatures stay cold enough in a warming climate. And we will also enhance stream habitat by adding important habitat features for trout. And then lastly, in the Southeast, our work here could typically emphasizes restoring badly degraded agricultural streams while expanding angling opportunities. Our recent work in the Driftless contributes to a growing popularity of trout fishing in this region, which is drawing an increasing number of anglers from Minnesota and across the Midwest. Our priority project is Cobblestone Creek in Winona County, which is a spring-fed tributary that the DNR has identified as a location to reintroduce heritage brook trout. This is a really unique opportunity to improve nearly the entire stream. About 4,400 feet of the project will reconnect floodplain access, create pools, replace invasive vegetation with native grasses and trees. And the site is already stocked with heritage brook trout fingerlings. And following our habitat improvement project, the DNR has plans to reintroduce native sculpin to the site. And once it's complete, this will be the only public access to angling in the entire Pleasant Valley watershed. We'll also continue working in Maple Creek, Gribbon Creek, Sweet Bottom Creek, and Crooked Creek in order to enhance brook trout populations in the Root River watershed. So this year's proposal includes more than 10 standalone projects across several ecological sections of the state, Metro, Southeast, Prairie Forest Transition, and the North Shore. The habitat improvement projects are in publicly accessible and permanently protected waters, and each is focused on restoring and enhancing habitat that fish and wildlife, as well as anglers and communities will depend on. These investments will expand recreational opportunities, grow local economies, and ensure that future generations of Minnesotans can enjoy our unique cold water heritage. Furthermore, increasing the participation of current and future generations of sportsmen and women will ensure that continued legacy of appreciation and investment in the conservation of our state's most valuable natural resources. So thank you again for your past support and for considering our proposal this year. And we'd be happy to take questions.
Questions? Daryl?
So can you speak a bit about the delays in the spending from 2021 and 2020?
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chair, members. So there have been some delays, specifically the two oldest projects. We're reliant upon the DNR harvesting sections of AMA along the Split Rock River. There's been essentially a moratorium on those DNR forestry activities. So we are pivoting and doing other forestry work in place of that. And then just quite frankly, as Chair Hartwell mentioned yesterday, the permitting process has gotten quite long. So these projects are in process. We do anticipate completing the projects and spending the money. There's just a little bigger, a fair amount of lag time. So we will get the money spent. We wish it would, we could do a project from start to finish in 2 years, but quite frankly, just the permitting takes 2 years, so.
But apparently you found a solution though for the, next, I guess not, you're still 60 grand out of the 1 million, 1,000,001 and 1.5 you have remaining in 2023. Did you have an allocation in 24 and 25 from us?
Mr. Chair, members, yes, we did. So 2024 would have, we've had those projects are in process. The grant agreement was delayed. We didn't receive that until this spring. We did have an appropriation last year. We're still waiting for that grant agreement, or this year, excuse me. But, you know, there is some delay. We're confident we will complete the projects, and that's our track record. We will spend this money, we'll get the projects done. Some of them are just taking a little bit longer, so.
What was your funding allocation for 2024 and 2025?
I don't have that at my fingertips, in the neighborhood of about 2 million in each year. And I'll just say that the table in our proposal has, you know, it's outdated and maybe not accurate. A couple of those grants were closed, and the other ones we've spent more than is indicated. But again, until the project is put in the ground, even if there's been a lot of work for the design and permitting, the bulk of the spending is construction. And so until construction happens, we won't show those as being spent. But we do anticipate we will spend all those funds, and we would love to get a grant agreements more rapidly because it's eating away at our clock, so.
So, Daryl, you pointed out something I'd missed, which is 24 and 25 is not in the proposal. I suggest you get us a revised proposal quickly, or a revised table.
I assume there was no money. I assume they didn't get one.
Yeah, there's nothing listed for that, so.
We will do so. Thank you.
It's not important.
So, I have two questions. The first is, you know, you're showing 25 acres of acquisition at 12,000 an acre. What does that constitute in your mind in terms of stream frontage? For easement acquisition.
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
For easement acquisition, you're showing $330,000 covering at a cost of about 12,000 an acre. To me, that's 25 acres. How many feet of stream does that cover versus just acres?
Again, I'm not sure how the formula is working within the template. We're proposing to do 3 miles, which works out at 36 acres. Technically, I think it's 16 acres per mile, but we've been told to use the formula of 12 acres per mile. So our intention is to do 36 acres or frankly, 3 miles, and that's using the formula, the contract price formula of the DNR.
Close enough. The easements specifically, you know, I think it's great. You're going to use private attorneys to get it done. It all has to go through the DNR and get approval, which isn't going to make it any faster than anyone else is doing it. Because they're going to review the appraisals and take the time that they take. So I just want everyone to understand, they're not going to get it done any faster than anyone else just because you're using private attorneys in it. Specifically, though, I have two questions about your ability to do easements. First is you mentioned you're going to ask for money for endowment for the easements, which is the appropriate thing to do, but the amounts are pretty pathetic. How are you going to manage the $30,000 in easement stewardship? And what are you going to do if someone violates with $30,000? Where do you think you're going to be able to enforce that with that kind of money?
Mr. Chair, members, yeah, we intend to transfer those easements to the DNR. We're looking at how we would go about the stewardship dollars, the transfer of that stewardship dollars into the DNR's fund. But our intention is to not hold those long-term, but rather work with the DNR on figuring out how we.
Do you know if the DNR will accept them with that amount of stewardship?
We're working on that.
Okay, I suggest you figure it out pretty quickly because it's an important part. Otherwise, personally, I will just X out the easement portion and ask the council not to fund stewardship to do easement acquisition until you know exactly what you're going to do and how you're going to safeguard them. I think it's a great idea, but I don't think you have the details, and that scares me.
Mr. Chair, we'll get you the details. We have had those conversations in the past with DNR, and they were willing to do that, but we will revisit that and get back to you.
Great. Suzanne?
Yeah, you talk about doing enhancement work in here, but there's not a lot of specifics about what kind of enhancement work you're planning on doing.
Mr. Chair, member, we did provide sort of a detailed list of all the projects. There was a 9-page thing that goes into describing all of these projects because we do a suite of projects and each one is tailored to the site. So in the southeast full-scale project, it involves floodplain excavation to remove legacy sediments. It's putting in cover habitat both in banks and middle of the channel, native vegetation. So it's I think detailed pretty well in that attachment. Unfortunately, the template is very small and it's pretty hard to describe how we go about enhancement.
And did we get that attachment?
We did. It's on page, talking about page 13 of the application.
No, it's a separate thing that was emailed to everybody with the written comments.
Okay, I'll have to dig through that, so thank you.
Good.
I have two totally unrelated questions. The first one is back to the easements and the public use. If you've got a mythical 3-mile stream in southern Minnesota, I'm going to guess there's 5 or 6 property owners. And you've got 3 of those 5 that say, I'm very interested in an easement. But right smack in the middle of it, you've got my neighbor who says, to hell with you. Does that not totally devalue the easements upstream from that 3 or 5 or 600 feet of frontage? And then I might as well ask all the easement questions in one, back to what Chair Hartwell asked. If they're not going to be maintained so that I can get out of my car and carry my fishing pole, Mr. Shira is going to tell me how to catch a fish, but I don't want to be crawling through buckthorn and raspberries. And I mean, that strikes me as maybe somewhere along the lines we'll figure that out. I'm putting the worst possible spin on what you've said. But could you address those? And then third, if I'm just driving along and I see a sign that says Minnesota Trout Stream or something, and I know because I've got a map that there's an easement and I have no interest in fishing, can I just get out of my car and walk up and down on that easement because it's public land? So three parts there.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members, So first of all, I think, so our intention is, what we're looking at are places, I'm going to jump to your second point. We intend to restore those easements. And once restored, the habitat is restored, you know, they will be accessible and maintained as part of the long-term monitoring of easements. So there will be good fishable access on those. As far as having gaps within the easements, you know, that's going to happen everywhere. There's still value to the stretches that are restored. They actually provide benefits downstream, but each one of those easements has its own habitat that is worthwhile and has a real impact for the stream. And then, sorry, your third point.
Do I have to be fishing to have rights to use the easement, or can I just go I can take one of my colleagues with their binoculars to go bird watching?
No, I mean, these are angling access as part of the easement. You cannot go there to go birding and picnicking and run your dog. Dogs are not allowed. So very much they're for angling easements only.
Then my totally unrelated question, in your application on the form, you're looking for 2.5 FTE for 5 years. And I'm sure that's maybe generated by the template, I don't know, but you've applied for funds every year back to 20 or 21. Is it a good assumption that in every one of those applications, you've asked for 2.5 FTE for up to 5 years? And if that's the case, are you now up to 12 FTE or are you stretching them out? How does that work?
Mr. Chair, members, you're right that, you know, we haven't been adept at filling out that table. We would like to add some staff. At this point, we have one full-time staff working only on habitat work, and that's Dr. Biederman. I code some of my time to that when I'm working on habitat. So we are looking to expand that in order to do more work more rapidly. But at this point, that is the staff, regardless of how we might have made some errors in filling out that table.
Okay.
We're pretty lean. We're pretty lean and mean on the personnel side.
What one could assume, perhaps, if you'll allow me, Mr. Chairman, that you have a lot of money in that balance and a lot of spoken for FTE that you've not used.
Yes, we have not used those FTEs.
Do we have
Carol,
time?
one more question and then we'll.
So just a clarification, so on the restoration side, do you need an easement from the landowner in order to is that a separate kind of easement than the actual easement?
Mr. Chair and members, so the standard trout stream easement is for management and for public angling access. It's a conservation easement that protects the corridor. It also gives access to the DNR or their designee, in this case Trout Unlimited, to do the work. Without that easement, you couldn't just go in and do a habitat project on one of these streams. You would need permission. You need an easement, which permits that, or if it's on public land, we work with the public land administrator or the county or forestry and get their permission to work the project. So we could not, without this type of easement, you just couldn't come in and say, well, we're going to rework your stream for you. We need it, and the public needs to have that investment protected, and that's what the easement does. It ensures that that work cannot be undone.
So unlike our easements in southern Minnesota where we do restoration work without an easement for the public, trout streams are all done with public access easement. Is that true?
Absolutely, yeah. We will not work where there's not public access.
All right, thank you very much. Next is HA 11 Mississippi Headwaters Habitat Corridor Project.
I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the public. I want to introduce the Mississippi Headwaters Habitat Corridor program, the partnership between the Mississippi Headwaters Board, the Trust for Public Land, the Board of Water and Soil Resources, and the 8 Headwaters Soil and Water Conservation District. We have with us today myself, the Executive Director of Mississippi Headwaters Board, Will Cooksey and Bob McGillivray from the Trust for Public Land, and a Bowser representative is also here to answer any questions. With that, we have Paula West, the program coordinator for this, and she will be leading the discussion or the proposal.
Paula, you're on mute.
Or I will be reading it one of
Okay, well, we'll start again. So thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the council. I appreciate the opportunity this morning to talk to you about the accomplishments of the Mississippi Headwaters Habitat Corridor Project, and also to ask you for continued support for Phase 10 of this very successful program. As the name implies, this program is focused on the Mississippi River headwaters, which is the first 400 miles of the Mississippi River that starts at Itasca State Park in Clearwater County, courses through 9 headwaters lakes and 8 counties to the southern border of Morrison County. The Mississippi River is our nation's most iconic river and Minnesota's treasured asset for hunting, fishing, passive recreation, and pristine water quality for the 2 million Minnesotans who rely on the Mississippi for drinking water. The Mississippi Headwaters supports a diverse and productive fishery and more than 350 species of animals, mammals, and birds, including nearly all the endangered, rare, and threatened species listed in Minnesota. The program permanently protects critical habitat for fish, game, and non-game wildlife. It provides food and shelter for migratory waterfowl while also reducing forest fragmentation, which can lead to disturbance of habitat and degradation of water quality. Habitat protection in this program is focused on the main Mississippi River corridor, its 9 headwaters, lakes, and major tributaries such as the Pine, the Leech, Platte, Ripple, Willow River, Dean Brook, Schoolcraft, Crow Wing, and more. Permanent habitat protection in this program is achieved with fee title acquisitions conveyed to the DNR or an appropriate county, which is led by our partner, Trust for Public Land, and rim conservation easements on private lands permanently held by Bowser in easement with support from the 8 headwaters soil and water conservation districts for outreach, processing, and monitoring. The program also has strong local government support. To date, this project has protected 11,900 acres and 64 miles of shoreline with 12 fee title acquisitions and 63 conservation easements, creating major habitat protection complexes all along the Mississippi Headwaters corridor and their major tributary rivers. Through the combined use of fee title acquisition and rim conservation easements, habitat complexes are being created or enlarged by prioritizing the protection of properties that are adjacent to already protected land. That could be state, county, federal, tribal, SFIA, or land that's already in a conservation easement. By adjoining these newly protected lands to existing protected land, the complexes provide wildlife with food, shelter, protection from predators, and places to raise their young, along with protecting shorelands and water quality for fish habitat and spawning. This enhanced habitat connectivity along the Mississippi headwaters also provides opportunities for wildlife to safely migrate north or south as the impacts of climate change increase. And public hunting, fishing, and other recreational opportunities are expanded, along with helping to ensure clean drinking water downstream. I refer you now to the front page of the project illustration that is in your notebook. The map on the front is the Indian Jack Habitat Complex that was created by this project. It is located about 20 miles northeast of Brainerd in Croix County. 3/4 of the shoreline of Indian Jack Lake was acquired in fee title. Those are the yellow and green parcels that are outlined on the map to create the new DNR Indian Jack Wildlife Management Area. And adjacent easements, those are the ones that are outlined in purple and red, were added along with the fee title acquisitions to an existing 190 acres of public land, both state and county, to create this large habitat complex spanning 594 acres, 2.5 miles of Indian Jack Lake shoreline, and 3 miles of the Mississippi River. This is an example of how fee title acquisitions and rim conservation easements work together adjacent to public or already protected land to create large, contiguous habitat complexes. And similar complexes like this have been created or enhanced all along the Headwaters corridor and on several major tributaries and within their watersheds. Today, this program is focusing on parcels for outreach to priority areas within the 6 major watersheds, one watershed, one plans, and county water plans. Today, we ask the Council for your continued support for fish and wildlife habitat protection in the Mississippi Headwaters. Through Phase 7, this program has cumulatively exceeded its acreage goals by over 150% and spent 90% of the appropriations in a timely and efficient manner. Phase 8 funding is 50% committed and will be completed with both an easement and fee title project already in process. Projects that will be presented to our technical committee in just a couple of weeks will then spill over into the Phase 9 funding, which just began on July 1st. This program targets those lands for protection that provide the best opportunities for maintaining biodiversity and increasing habitat connectivity in the Mississippi Headwaters. There's still considerable interest among landowners in the Headwaters. Phase 10 funds are needed to enable this successful program to meet demand and opportunity. Our partners are proud of the excellent habitat protection work that has been accomplished with prior appropriations for the Mississippi Headwaters Habitat Corridor Project. We hope that the Council will continue to fund this program and this important protection work in the headwaters of the Mississippi River. Thank you for this opportunity, and my partners and I will now take any questions that you may have.
Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul or Tim, can I answer this? But how much financial support do you get from the counties involved in the 400 mile?
The counties, particularly Hubbard County, has provided over $280,000 in land donation value. No direct financial, but there has been donated land value.
Other questions? Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I heard you right, you said you exceeded your goals. So do you have new goals?
The Phase 10 program has a goal of protecting 2,000 acres of critical fish and wildlife habitat and 5 miles of shoreline. That's the goal that we're asking you to support today.
Can I have a follow-up on that?
You can have a follow-up.
So again, kind of on some other projects, we've been asking the question of, what is your longer term goal? We've heard from some of the deep water project stuff of, 75%. Is their goal? Do you have for this area that you've identified in total for your projects, do you have a a goal and at what % level are you currently at?
Mr. Chair, members of the council, yes, you have heard from other proposals this morning that there is sort of an overall goal that the DNR has determined that when 75% of a watershed is protected, that is adequate to provide long-term permanent protection of water quality and habitat. We have not actually surveyed that percentage in any particular area of the corridor, but however, in the future, we will be looking at the priority areas, as I explained in the One Watershed, One Management plans, and also in the county water plans, those priority areas, and making those assessments in process of determining our future goals. Right now, there's still landowners interested, so we will continue as long as there is interest or as long as you continue to fund this project. But yes, we will be determining those goals as we go forward.
I would ask that you, next time you come to the council, that you have those goals identified. So at least we can determine how far along you are on achieving that 75% goal for the designated area. Thank you.
Thank you. We will do that.
Good enough. Thank you very much. We'll move on to HA 12, protecting cold water fisheries on Minnesota's North Shore.
Good morning, Chair Hartwell, council members. My name is Ruth Schoolerman. I'm a program manager with the Minnesota Land Trust, and presenting with me today is also my colleague, Kathy Farble, also a program manager with the Minnesota Land Trust. First of all, we would like to thank you for your continued support of the North Shore Cold Water Fisheries Protection Program. I will start with a brief overview of why your continued support for our cold water streams is important. And following that, my colleague will give an update on our results to date and highlight some of the work that we've done in the Sawmill Creek area, which is also shown in your project illustration. North Shore trout streams are mostly fed by overland flow, which is different from the southeast Minnesota streams that you may have heard of in previous presentations that are more groundwater fed. And as a result of that, that means that the water temperature is heavily influenced by land cover and vegetation type. So cold, highly oxygenated water is key to the survival of trout and other cold water species. And watershed modeling by the Minnesota Sea Grant program has shown that the water temperature of these North Shore streams is driven by three main variables. First, the amount of forest cover type on headwater wetlands. Secondly, the amount of development that is taking place in these watersheds. And third, the average air temperature. This proposal aims to address forest cover and development. In these watersheds, shade from conifers significantly extends the ice and snow cover compared to an area that has deciduous forest, which is bare in the spring, allowing the sun rays to more directly hit the snow and resulting in faster snow melt. So as we see conversion and loss of these conifers, we see also a change in the fluctuation of that cold water pulse in the spring during the snow melt. The more shaded coniferous forest, in contrast, extends that release of cold water later into the spring and summer, and this results in better survival and growth of young fish and benefits cold water fisheries such as trout. Protecting forested land in priority watersheds and restoring these long-lived conifers can improve the temperature resiliency of these trout streams and improve also the conditions for a wide variety of other iconic wildlife that is found in this area, such as moose, Canada lynx, snowshoe hare. North Shore trout streams are one of Minnesota's core natural resources and most threatened by climate change. But we have a window right now of opportunity to improve the resiliency if we act now. And if we care about the health of these systems, we need to focus on protecting land cover within the headwaters and along the shorelines of these streams. And that's exactly the focus of this program. I will now hand it over to my colleague Kathy Varble, who will talk more about project status updates and what we're asking for.
Thank you. We are currently working on a portfolio of projects along the North Shore that successfully fulfill our goals for previous phases of this program. All current funding is earmarked for specific projects that are scheduled to close in the next year to year and a half. A couple of the projects that we're excited about are on Sawmill Dome in Lake County. You can see some of those photos of these projects in the handout. Sawmill Dome rises to 1,500 feet and is a site of biodiversity significance along the north shore of Lake Superior. Not only is it home to a long stretch of Sawmill Creek, a designated trout stream, it is also the destination for many anglers, climbers, and hikers of the area as the Superior Hiking Trail traverses the dome, providing public access. One of the properties that we were working on was purchased by its current owners nearly 45 years ago, specifically to ensure that it wasn't developed. The landowners are keen to get a conservation easement in place so that they can then donate the land to Lake County for public use. Not only will this land protect part of the watershed for Sawmill Creek, but it could also be key to the access for hundreds of acres of tax forfeit land that the county cannot currently access. The second project protects nearly a half mile of shoreline along Sawmill Creek and over 100 acres to the west side of Sawmill Dome. Sawmill Creek is used by Wolf Ridge Environmental Learning Center to teach students about fish, wildlife, and stream ecology. These two projects, along with Wolf Ridge, state land, tax forfeit land, and county land, create a several hundred acre matrix of protected undeveloped land, much of it with public access in the Sawmill Creek watershed. This program has been so successful that other organizations and foundations that focus on the North Shore have contributed to both our protection and planning projects in this area. Thus far, we have protected and are in the process of protecting nearly 1,500 acres with this funding. As you can see on the handout, we far exceeded our acreage goals with the funding that was awarded in phase one because of landowner donations and organizational contributions. With this funding request, we're hoping to protect an additional 660 acres of riparian and nearshore habitat on Lake Superior and North Shore trout streams with conservation easements. The majority of shoreline, including stream corridors, is in private ownership, and the pace of real estate sales and development in Northeast Minnesota in the last 5 years has been astounding. Our goal is to protect these fishery resources for generations to come so that our children and grandchildren will have the same opportunities to cast a fly rod in northern Minnesota and pull out a brookie. Thank you. We'll stand for questions.
Questions? So, go ahead, Daryl.
So there's nothing in your proposal then for any kind of restoration, simply the easements, is that correct?
Yes, at this point, simply the easements. Most of these properties are not in need of restoration.
And do you have a list of parcels already identified?
For this specific grant, no, but we do have potentials. I guess we have people that often submit proposals, but we have not identified specific ones yet, just because we'd like to know the amount of funding first.
Okay, thank you.
So talk about the difficulty of getting money in the ground. Your 2022 allocation is still, according to this, was 17% spent.
So our first phase, I think, was so successful in getting money in the ground. So many people wanted to donate their easements, or we had other organizations giving funding to Minnesota Land Trust to help procure the easements, that it took longer than we expected. We actually had to extend that grant. So because we extended that grant, it kind of delayed 2022. But we have the projects to fill up that phase 2 of this grant, as well as phase 3. They are all underway. Just the timeline of our easements, we have not yet closed them.
How long till you get them closed? Sorry, but
No, I am hoping by June 30th, by the time this expires, we are on track to close all of the grants or all of the projects under phase 2 by June 30th. And then we also have most of, if not all of, phase 3 already earmarked for specific projects as well that are also already started.
okay. Thank you. Other questions?
I do. So am I, based on the table here, I'm wondering is the table correct or not, but it's showing that you didn't apply apparently for 2021 or 2023 and 2024. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We'll move on to HA 12 for, no, we won't.
That was HA 12.
I know. I caught myself. We're gonna move on to HA 13, protecting Minnesota's lakes of outstanding biological
Mr. Chair,
significance.
we are supposed to.
Chair, what about our break, Mr. Chair?
I don't want a break. You want a break? Sure, we'll take a,
That's what we just did.
we're on schedule. We'll get back here at 10:30. I'm sorry. everyone.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Some of us are just like dancing our legs and.
Oh, sure. Already moved
I
down.
just didn't read to the.
We have some employees that live really near that school.
Horrendous shooting.
It's not great. Shooter's been killed. Yeah, did you see this? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I showed you a good Ron. There was a shooting in Annunciation School, South Minneapolis.
Tonight, we gotta walk up and hang out.
Hit the top.
So we'll go on now to HA 13, protecting Minnesota's lake of outstanding biological significance, and we're on time.
All right, I thought I'd mix it up. I go sit on the left side instead of the right side this time. Good morning again, Council Chair Hardwell, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to present this. My name is Ruud Schoolderman. I'm a conservation program. And I'm joined this morning by Annie Knight, Executive Director of the Northern Waters Land Trust. Before diving into the numbers of why this program is so critical to continue in northern Minnesota, I would like to begin with a story that began this summer and that will continue for years to come. Perched on the edge of the boundary waters, Camp Vermilion on Lake Vermilion is a camp that has long been a place where kids discover the outdoors in a way that will stay with them for life. It's where a child might take their first canoe paddle, spend the night under the northern stars, or hear the call of a loon across the lake at dusk. Last summer alone, the camp welcomed 436 campers, 4,500 retreat guests, and nearly 30 counselors had an opportunity to build leadership skills in the outdoors. These are formative experiences, and research shows that when young people build memories in nature, they are more likely to grow up valuing the environment and supporting our conservation work. Like many camps, especially after COVID, Camp Vermilion faced financial strain. Leaders were weighing whether they could afford to keep the land or if they at some point might be forced to sell, opening the door to future development along the shoreline. And this is where our partnership came in. Grounded in DNR research, our program prioritizes protecting lakes of outstanding biological significance. With Lake Vermilion ranked among the highest, the camp's land was a clear and strategic fit for our program, and the camp leadership shared our desire to see it permanently. Working alongside the camp directors and through the framework of this program, we placed a conservation easement on the land that safeguards 280 acres of forest and wetlands and almost a half a mile of natural shoreline. In addition to the clear habitat benefits, the easement also provided the camp with critical funding to ensure it can continue operating and positively impact campers, guests for years to come. And that's exactly how this program was designed to work, protecting critical habitat through strong partnerships while creating public benefits that will last for generations. I will now pass it to Annie, who will describe what makes our partnership so strong.
Thank you, Rick. This story of Camp Vermilion is an excellent. The microphone.
Yeah, lean forward
A
or
little closer. Okay. This story of Camp Vermilion is an excellent example of how a conservation easement can protect land while keeping it in private ownership. Additionally, our program also provides an important tool, and that is fee acquisition, which allows landowners to sell or donate their land while ensuring that it is permanently protected into the future. A recent example of this comes from Croix County, where our Northern Waters Land Trust team worked with a family to acquire their 96-acre property and transfer it to the DNR to be managed as an aquatic management area. This property is pristine loon habitat, with quiet bays and undeveloped shoreline where loons return each year to nest and raise their young. Supported in part by the DNR's federal loon restoration program, the project highlights the strength of our partnerships and the recognition of this habitat's importance. What's important is that this family, the acquisition tool was the perfect example. And it was the perfect tool that they could use in order to bring their land into permanent protection and also allow it to be open to the public to enjoy. That loon nesting habitat was preserved. And this is one of the strengths of our program. By offering both easements and acquisitions, we have a complete conservation toolbox. It allows us to meet landowners where they are while delivering conservation outcomes that benefit both habitat and the public. Our recent successes point to a larger need: continued and strategic action. The DNR has designated these lakes of outstanding biological significance as some of Minnesota's highest value waters. These lakes are home to unique fish, plants, birds, and/or amphibians. Many are also named as top community priorities in local One Watershed, One plans and county water plans. That alignment means that this program is protecting not just ecological treasures, but also lakes that matter most to the people who live, work, and recreate on them. But these lakes are at risk. Minnesota has already lost about half of its natural shoreline, and with 75% of shoreline in private ownership, development pressures continue to grow. When natural shoreline disappears, so does our clean water, healthy habitat, and the outdoor traditions Minnesotans hold dear. And that's where our program comes in, proactive protection of these incredible shorelines and their surrounding watersheds. Our partnership is already proving what this program can achieve. With current Outdoor Heritage Fund support, we've protected more than 1,000 acres, preserved nearly 6 miles of shoreline, and leveraged $1.3 million from other funding sources. The results prove that the framework of this program works. Building on this momentum, we now have more land-owned interests than we have funding available. Families and communities are coming to us ready to protect their land, but we cannot meet that demand without continued support from this council. To make the most of the financial support that we have received so far, our approach is rooted in science and strategy. It begins with the DNR's research and designation of lakes of outstanding biological significance. And building on that foundation, we received a federal grant from the Midwest Glacial Lakes Partnership Program to score each individual parcel within the watersheds of these lakes. These scores allow us to prioritize the properties with the greatest ecological value and to focus our landowner outreach where it will have the greatest impact. That means that every project we move forward with is not only protecting the right acres in the right places, but it's also deeply grounded in science and aligned with community priorities.
This proposal builds on a strong track record of success and will protect another 1,283 acres of critical habitat. We are requesting $9.2 million and are committed to leveraging an additional $850,000 from other sources. This includes land donations, among others. This request reflects both the need and the opportunity in our region. As mentioned earlier, landowner interest is at an all-time high, and this program has proven to be a solid targeted model for conservation. The requested amount reflects the demand that we see from landowners and the scale of projects ready to move forward. As shown in the graph in your handout, past appropriations have not only been spent, but already largely committed to active projects. Very little funding remains available for new opportunities and leaving us without flexibility to respond when landowners step forward. That's why we are here today, to ensure this successful program can continue meeting demand, protecting the outstanding lakes, and delivering lasting conservation results. It's an honor to do strategic and meaningful protection work on our northern lakes. This work ensures that people will continue to fish in healthy lakes, paddle clear water, and build lifelong connections to nature. Whether it's at Camp Vermilion, visiting an aquatic management area, or spending time on another lake of outstanding biological significance in northern Minnesota. Thank you for your time today, and we're happy to answer any questions you may.
Questions? Carol, you look like you got a question.
I do have a question. So in your previous presentation, we asked you about the 1,000 acres that was on Cass Lake. So I see that, I'm assuming the same parcel in this request. Can you explain to me why you would bring us two proposals with the same projects in them?
Mr. Chair and members, thank you for the question. The Cass Lake property is uniquely placed within the watershed of Cass Lake, which is actually both a lake of outstanding biological significance and it's a top tier cold water fisheries. Sometimes the designations overlap, not all the time. There are lakes of outstanding biological significance that are different than the cold water lakes. For this example and this project, it is such a high priority for protection with a willing landowner to sell this land and bring it into permanent protection that we felt we should put it on both project proposals. One of the things that makes it also a unique project is that it is so expensive. And so we have funds in the fisheries program. We have some funds in the LOBS program. Because it is a priority within the cold water and a LOBS program, we potentially might have the opportunity to leverage both grants in order to accomplish the conservation goal of this property.
That's called hedging your bets,
That's, I agree, that would be called, yes.
but they won't buy it twice.
And
Can you confirm that, sir?
I'll confirm that the DNR won't let it
So,
happen.
so if we were saying we were gonna put our money into one of your requests or the other for this, which one should I put it in, or do I just assume I should put half in one and half in the other? Or do you have more proposals to come yet, and I need them to fit in?
Sure. Mr. Chair and members, thank you for the question. Both programs are very important, and whatever funding recommendation you are willing to make, we will put those dollars on the ground in order to meet the goals and objectives of the grant program. There is a little bit of overlap, but they are distinguished programs. So if you were to fund both at full funding, we would be able to put that money on the ground and do good conservation work.
So I'd get 2 1,000-acre parcels in.
I want to watch you do it. Matt, you have a question?
No self-interest here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. MLT, in the budget breakout, we've got MLT with handling easements at $3 million. And then we've got Northern Waters Land Trust handling the fee acquisition with PILT at $4 million. Probably not going to get $9 million. If you get less, how do the dollars get allocated between those two partners? Is it proportional, or is there a leaning more toward acquisition or more toward easements?
Every application has.
Mr. Chair and members, thank you for that question as well. Historically, when we had our partnership divides that allocation up equally between the partners. If you had a preference for one or the other, acquisition or easement, then that's split accordingly.
I think it's a reasonable question. I suspect what happens, everyone asks for more than they are going to get. And when it comes to actually doing a project, they pull a little bit from this and a little bit from that. And they have to negotiate themselves in terms of how they split these funds. If there's a really important project that is fee acquisition, I'll bet the land trust gives a little, but we're counting on the partnership to build relationships with landowners, and then some will be fee and some will be easement. I do have a related question on the 1,000 acres though, which we saw before. Your previous application, if I'm correct, did not show it having a building, but this one does show it having a building for $260,000, which I assume you would tear down. Are you going to use, why are the proposals different, and are you going to use other money to buy the building, since that's not very habitat oriented?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and members, thank you for that question as well. And that was an error that I recognized as soon as we finished our fisheries presentation. So I apologize for that. That was an entry error. If recommended for funding, we would amend the parcel list to include the building value in the fisheries proposal, or in the fisheries accomplishment plan, as it is reflected in the LOBS accomplishment plan. We are still in negotiations with the landowner, so we don't have a set plan for the buildings that I could disclose currently. But speaking broadly, when there are parcels that are on the accomplishment plans that have buildings, options that we have moved forward with include either demoing the land, demoing those buildings if they're at a low value, and then moving forward with the acquisition, or carving out those buildings and moving forward with just protecting the undeveloped land. An example would be the 3M Mantrap property, where we didn't acquire the retreat center, but we did acquire the undeveloped land adjacent.
So I guess my question is, if you negotiate for the entire 1,000 acres and it comes with this $260,000 building, is someone else paying for the building, or are you expecting us with habitat dollars to pay for a building?
Mr. Chair and members, thank you for that question as well. if we were to move down the path of demolition, generally, because again, we're in the midst of negotiations with this property, and the council was not comfortable with paying for those buildings or demolishing them, then we would find a separate funding source in order to take care of those buildings.
I'm not going to pick on you, but I laugh. Everyone thanks me for the good questions when I know they really don't want to thank me for the question.
It's
Very
just the-
good manners.
That goes in in my mind. Yeah, sorry about that.
Someone's coached you well.
Stupid question.
I'll ask the stupid question then. You mentioned these bunch of landowners eager in line to get your easements. I'm kind of curious if there's a landowner up there who has no intention of doing, it's in his estate, it's in his will, he's going to keep it natural, etc. And then you come along and say, how would you like some money? He's going to put his hand out. So I'm sure that happens. I don't know, but you can explain that to me. But how do you rate your landowners? Do you go to one who's about ready to put up a small housing project and convince him to leave it natural? What's the procedure there?
Council member, council. So to answer your question, so we, as was pointed out earlier, we do a scoring of all the priority parcels within our target watershed. So all parcels have a score, which gives us a good apples to apples comparison of how each parcel compares to another parcel in terms of conservation value. So that's really the starting point. When we do outreach to landowners, we target the top ranking parcels. So those are the ones that we do active mailing to, do active follow-up outreach if we have connections with those landowners to see if they're interested in doing conservation easement. We get applications in. Typically, we start with the outreach in the spring, collect applications till about July. We just had our technical advisory committee meeting 2 weeks ago, which includes representatives of Soil and Water Conservation District, DNR Fisheries, to then review those parcels of interested landowners, and then we rank and prioritize them. So for the lakes of outstanding biological significance, for instance, we had double the request in terms of our estimated easement value as what we have currently funding for. So then we basically work down our list of the ones that are recommended and start out with the top ranked parcels, start working on those first until we basically run out of money.
Well, what about Mike? What if a landowner already has in his will or his estate, that the land has to stay natural? Do you proceed still writing him a check, or do you say, well, thank you very much, we're proud of you, and you move on to somebody else?
Well, the answer is twofold. So the only way to permanently protect land is through a conservation easement. By putting it in the will doesn't necessarily permanently protect it. So a conservation easement is the only way to really have permanency that the land stays undeveloped. Secondly, we have a significant number of landowners in our programs that donate either all valuable. Did my mic just, oh no, did I just get cut off here? And as you can see in our phase one, for example, we exceeded our leverage by 2.5 fold. So we had a number of landowners that, yes, were very much intent. One was in Beltrami County, was very much intent on protecting that land forever, didn't want money from the Outdoor Heritage Fund. But the nice thing is, still cost money to put an easement in place. And the Outdoor Heritage Fund really allows us to do these easements, permanent easements, by providing the funding that is required to actually put the easement in place, because it is, a fairly costly process to do the surveying, the habitat management plan, all the legal work that needs to take place to permanently protect a piece of land. So even if somebody wanted to donate it, they might not always have the funding to actually pay for the easement or the stewardship.
No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair?
Yep.
For my benefit. Chair, for my benefit, I gotta get closer to a mic, I'm gonna have to move. When we have projects like this that have the overlaps and the hedging your bet, how do we as members decide which projects we should fund, or do we effectively put half of our funding in one and half of our funding in another? How do we evaluate that in our scoring mechanism?
Well, we all do it differently, but I can say when we're listening to these, think of them as programs, not projects. And so we're funding a specific type of activity in a specific area. You may have parcels that overlap, but it's not like there's two different asks for the same thing that are gonna, if one gets enough money, the other one will spend it on other things in the program area. And we're buying into the program area concept more than the individual parcel. The parcel's there for identification of specific opportunities. But as staff will tell you, there are a lot of times, most times, that programs that are funded come in and say, this was our parcel list, but this is our new opportunity, and staff approves a change in the parcel list. Because it's, you know, we're sitting here in September of 2025. They're not going to have access to money that we recommend that gets through the legislature for almost a year before they can actually sign a deal. And it's very hard to predict what's available on the market a year in advance. You wish you could. So everyone's doing sort of best efforts, but it's going to change. That 1,000 acres may disappear from both parcel lists, or it may persist but one of the projects gets 1 million and one gets 3 million, and together they cobble it together with existing money and other sources in ways that are so convoluted. You and I don't want to really know how they do it. I mean, one of the things I was going to ask, but this was the chart that was provided as to what funds are committed. And one of my questions was, how do you decide which parcel goes in which years of funding? And then I realized, well, some of this is fee and some of this is easement and some is probably restoration. And it's a patchwork. And so think of it, my advice is to think of it in terms of program, not in terms of parcel. That's me.
I agree with that approach.
I do too. It's nice to have people agree with you.
That's helpful. That's helpful background.
I wish it happened all the time.
Just getting into the weeds. Just makes it too tough.
So next is, thank you for coming up while I was doing that. HA 14, Protection and Restoration of Money Creek and its natural riparian communities. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. My name is Miles Updike with Resource Environmental Solutions. Amanda Gentry from Winona County Soil and Water Conservation District is joining us via Zoom. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The Wiscoy Valley in southeast Minnesota's Blufflands contains some of the wildlife and highest quality habitat, but its stream habitat faces competing priorities from legacy land use, soil erosion, agriculture, and crop economics. This project area is Upper Money Creek, one of the 8 priority watersheds in the Root River One Watershed, One Plan. It contains areas of biodiversity significance, rare native plant communities, is located in a conservation focus area, and in that wildlife action network. It is home to at least 8 species of greatest conservation need, is potential habitat for the rusty patched bumblebee, and it is a designated trout stream. Of the entire 5,654 acre catchment area in the Money Creek catchment, less than 1% of this area, only 44 acres, are under permanent rim or DNR angling protection. This project not only reduces fragmentation of the current easements on Money Creek, but it also restores habitat upstream and downstream of the existing DNR AMA angling easement. Public access points already exist within this parcel, enabling public benefit of these improved resources. Our approach to this project is a holistic, full delivery approach in that it includes not just easement placement, but also design and permitting, construction, and 3 years of vegetation stewardship and monitoring. It not only restores the stream habitat, reconnecting floodplains and reducing soil erosion, it also restores a large riparian corridor and restores native vegetation to ensure its long-term habitat quality. RES has worked closely with a variety of technical experts and have a number of collaborators. We've engaged with the local DNR fisheries staff on site suitability and design criteria. We also engaged TNC as a collaborator to provide independent project oversight. Bowser committed to holding the easement under their One Watershed, One Plan RIM program, and Winona County SWCD will provide easement stewardship. With that, from Winona County SWCD, Amanda Gentry.
Hello, Council, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. Historically, Winona County SWCD staff would lead a restoration and rim easement project such as this. However, our staff with only four staff members fully engaged in existing programs and grants, the capacity required for landowner coordination, funding, design, construction oversight, and project management exceeds our current resources. Staffing shortages are widespread across Minnesota. A recent PRAP study found that the 11-county southeast Minnesota area would require 50 additional staff across local, state, federal, and private organizations just to achieve the goals outlined in our One Watershed, One Plans in the area. Policy committees in the area have encouraged SWCDs to expand capacity by working with private consultants and engineers. Partnering with private consultants like RES allows Winona County SWCD to support this stream restoration and rim easement project. RES helps bridge our staffing gap, enabling a willing landowner to achieve a large-scale water quality and habitat improvement project. I respectfully ask the Council to support this effort and the shared goals outlined in the Root River One Watershed, One Plan.
Good morning. RES is a team of ecological restoration experts with decades of experience working in Minnesota, counties, municipalities, and for DNR and conservation groups. We have earned trust through competitive pricing, long-standing partnerships, and a track record of results. We have worked in every ecological landscape in Minnesota. Ecosystems are inherently dynamic and unpredictable, and achieving specific ecological outcomes in a dynamic aquatic system can be a moving target that requires adaptability. But is our procurement system set up for these changing needs? RES believes our pay for performance or performance-based contracting approach should be considered. In my 20 years of working as an engineer with state and federal governments prior to RES, many of which were spent developing and implementing projects via complex contracts, I learned firsthand the impact of burdensome procurement requirements, which were particularly difficult when conditions change, modifications are required, contractors underperform or underdeliver. Traditional government contracts are not wired well for changes and adaptations. And if you would please refer to Figure 1 in the handout that was just provided to you. According to the DNR Restoration Evaluation Program website, specific restoration outcomes should be tied to specific objectives of the project. This focus on outcomes rather than process is the essence of performance-based contracting. But what is performance-based contracting and how is it different than the typical approach? It is a form of contracting and procurement that requires a contractor to achieve the stated performance objectives and measurable outcomes while giving the contractor some flexibility to adapt to dynamic conditions, incentivizing us to find efficiencies, manage project complexities, and it effectively transfers risk from the government to us. Rethinking traditional procurement pathways, grant funding is limited and conservation professionals must guard it. However, contract and grant administration is time consuming, and the more grants or contracts there are, the more work there is for state oversight staff. performing quality assurance takes time and consumes resources. This is especially true when construction is low bid because it often entails change orders and a need for increased quality assurance diligence, which strains government resources. By consolidating a project into this full delivery, pay for success approach and diversifying the ways that project planning and implementation is performed, conservation outcomes are achieved faster and more efficiently. We have not only provided a project concept that has measurable outcomes tied to local priorities, we only receive payments upon achieving success milestones. If we fail to meet the final ecological site criteria, our final payment is withheld until we do. In addition to built-in efficiency, we have formulated an innovative public-private partnership, which are increasingly being used by government leaders to achieve conservation outcomes in states across the country as a means to accelerate the pace of project implementation and also cap public costs for those outcomes. According to the draft 2025 to 35 Wildlife Action Plan, conservation priorities, including cultivating financial support for conservation of species of greatest conservation need through the development and promotion of public funding opportunities and public-private partnerships. This project demonstrates public-private collaboration, empowers local partners, guarantees outcomes, and delivers lasting ecological benefits. RES can serve as a valuable resource to address Minnesota's outdoor heritage goals on budget, on time. Without this project, there will be a lost opportunity to increase the heritage brook trout repopulation efforts, which is tied to recreation and tourism in Southeast Minnesota. Local resources will remain overburdened and progress toward conservation goals remain at its current pace. And the impacts of climate change, namely flooding, will continue to exacerbate soil erosion in Southeast Minnesota. Thank you.
Anything else or
Nope, we're ready for questions.
questions?
Start.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I know you talked a bit about it's performance-based contracting. But can you tell me, so I've got a couple of questions, but can you tell me how the fee structure is established? Is it a percentage of the project that you're paid on? Is it a bid proposal? How is your organization paid in this process?
If I understand your question correctly, as you can see in the handout, our price per linear foot is $221. And with that, we also have provided performance milestones. And so we would get paid 15% of that $221 per linear foot according to the table of milestone objectives. And so it's
I can speak to that.
yes, please. Yeah.
So yes, as Amy was saying, as we achieve milestones throughout the project development, we then would sort of, reach, or we would earn that next payment. So the first milestone is 15% of the total contract value. And that's when TNC and DNR approve our 60% design. And then when we achieve issuance of all permits, we receive another 15%. And then once the Bowser easement is finalized, another 10%. So it kind of marches on that way. And we only receive those payments if TNC, as our independent third-party oversight, validates that we have met the criteria we said we would achieve. So if we're not meeting that criteria, if we submit a design that doesn't meet their standards, they can reject that and we have to fix it at our own cost until they say, yes, this is acceptable. And then we earn that payment release. And that was in coordination. This process was developed in coordination with the DNR grants office, trying to understand how they could administer this grant. And that third-party oversight was critical to ensure that performance is being achieved. And then they will, notify DNR grants who could then authorize release of that payment. And importantly, the last 20% of the contract is tied to achievement of those vegetative and hydrologic success criteria. And those payments are only released once on-site, conditions have been validated to meet the success criteria. Our contract is structured to incentivize us to do everything we can to ensure not only that the project is complete, but that it's completed well and that it's performing as designed.
I'm not sure that answered my question, but that was good information. So I think your model is good from the standpoint of other, I live in Croix County and I'm actually looking for someone who would maybe do projects in our area. So I'm curious as to, you know, of the $3 million, what percentage of that is your fees? I'm still trying to understand your fee structure. Is it you're paid X per mile? Paid X percent on the overall project? Did you come in with an actual bid to do this work? How did that process work?
Yes, so that's a great question. Sorry, I didn't understand what you were asking there. So Res engaged this landowner and secured a binding commitment from the landowner to work with us. And based on that, you know, binding agreement, we have, you know, we're working with all these different partners to conceptualize the project. And then our design, construction, and long-term stewardship costs are built into that $221 per linear foot. So this is effectively our bid to do this particular project. So because of this pay for performance structure, what we are proposing to do is our staff will perform all of this work in coordination with those partners. And so there is, you know, our fee is kind of embedded in those prices. And so we are only paid as much as the grant is sort of identified for. If our costs were, you know, let's say we incur more costs on the ground than we expected, there's no change order process. There's no us coming back and saying, oh, it actually cost us $236. We're capped at $221. So we have to, you know, do our jobs well and efficiently, or, you know, we don't, you know, earn any benefit out of the project. So that's kind of our fee is part of embedded into the price.
I would like to see the scope of work for this project, only from the standpoint of utilizing elsewhere. I'm not opposed to this project. I'm just trying to get and I'm a contractor as well, a consultant, so I kind of get this message a little bit. And so again, I'm not opposed. I'm just trying to understand a bit more information. The second follow-up question I have has to do specifically with the easements. On other trout stream projects that we have seen, the easements that we get typically have angling allowance during trout fishing. Why are these easements not incorporating those open to the public access rates?
Great question. And this parcel, this landowner already has an existing AMA easement on the parcel, on the land. And the public access points will remain and will benefit from this restored section of stream. When we originally applied for this project 2 years ago, we were talking with this landowner and we were proposing to use the DNR AMA easements. Since that application timeframe, the landowner had a trespasser on his property coming off of the existing easement. And I think that kind of led to a resistance to putting more public access on his property. So this project is intended to use the Bowser One Watershed One Plan program to restore this resource and also still enable that access and that benefit to the public resource. But the additional public, there are no new public access points, but they can access this part of the stream from the access point that's just downstream.
And there's two on figure, the image on the handout that we sent out, there's a map. And the orange arrows point to the two existing access points. One of them that's established, and the other one is further south, which you can obviously only access via stream.
So you can traverse upstream or downstream from those access points.
Sorry, I didn't hear your question.
So you can traverse up and downstream from those access points.
Correct.
Within the stream.
Yeah.
Within the stream.
Within the stream.
Yeah. Yeah.
Within the stream.
In the stream.
Yes. You get to crawl over logs or the water.
The deep ones.
Go ahead.
Question that might be more for staff than for the applicants. 90% of this is for restoration and about 10% is for the actual easement acquisition. When do you cross the line between it being an acquisition application versus a restore and enhance application? It's pretty heavily restored. I don't know if it matters. I was surprised. This one seems like it's a lot of restore during the acquisition.
I think you're right, and I don't think it's problematic at all.
Yeah, I just more education than anything else.
Yeah, it's the way it works.
I don't
on
know
this
is an okay
one.
answer.
Yeah. I don't know exactly how to answer.
We had the same concern and we consulted with council and I think it may have to do with just the application system itself and the way that data gets input. But yeah, we had that concern as well, and yeah.
Not a concern on my end. I was just more trying to get educated on.
So I have a couple questions were you ready?
Well,
Go for it.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just asking, Bunny Creek's been there a long time. Trout Unlimited's been around a long time. I don't know, was there some reason they ignored this stream until you came along? DNR has ignored this stream? Is that what I'm hearing?
I might see if Amanda is able to answer that, as she's kind of the local expert. I don't know, Amanda, if you could take that question.
Yeah, I don't think DNR has ignored the stream. As you move downstream from this site, there are a lot of DNR fishery easements already in place. I think they may have felt that they had a good amount of public access there already. However, they have not come through to do restoration of the stream, to my knowledge. So there are a lot of sites for public access, especially a small one upstream of this site and then many downstream. Actually, downstream of this site, it's public access quite a ways down the stream. So there's already a good amount of trout access there. So it would just be nice if they could bring in some funds for restoration and the deeply incised channels that we have down there.
Mr. Chair, could I ask if, I see Trout Unlimited is over there. Did you look at this Bunny Creek area and say, nah, we're not interested, or where's Trout Unlimited with this?
I don't know, get a microphone. We did look at this stream. We actually were planning on a project on this stream. There were actually problems with the landowner being hostile towards it. And so we pulled back. I would be interested to know who the trespasser was the angler. Our concern is that there is the ability to stay in the stream where there's no bank access, in other words, public access, is untested. Whether that's trespassing and you can be thrown out. So we didn't pursue it further because there was clear anglers could not access the stream above that one easement. And so that's why we wanted to work on Bunny Creek, but that was our concern.
Thank you. I'm done.
Are there other questions?
I want to hear yours first. You'll probably cover what I might ask.
So I have a few questions on the easement. The first is, if it's already got an AMA easement, why do you need another one?
The AMA easement is 14 acres and it is a 66-foot wide buffer. Our easement is much larger, and so we are adding to the protection.
In addition to, and part of the reason for that larger width is to meet the Bowser requirements and to have the ability for restoration. So the
Okay.
landowner's not being paid for anything that's already protected under the easement. It would only be the additional acreage outside of that existing protection.
So you've got 25,000 for endowment. Bowser typically charges 10,000 per easement. Why are you charging 25, and would Bowser get 100% of that money?
So my understanding, and Kevin is here, so he could speak to this potentially, but that easement rate is a flat rate set by Bowser. And so that's my understanding of how that amount was reached. I don't know if you want to add clarification, Kevin. My understanding, I think, is that it's 9% of the total easement cost.
Sorry. Kevin Roth, Bowser. I'm the Bowser staff that's been working with Rez on this project. It looks like that is just an error. We would not be taking that much money, so that would have to be corrected.
Okay. You mentioned TNC is going to do the evaluation of performance. What do they get paid? I don't see anything in here for TNC. Are they just doing it because they're good folks?
Yeah, so TNC has been a great collaborator on this project in helping us think through the prioritization and the design criteria and the types of restoration techniques that are needed for this type of project. They have secured outside funds to provide that third-party oversight. It was not included as leverage because they wanted to maintain their independence from the project as that third-party oversight. So they have submitted a letter of collaboration to the council, which I believe you all have. And they're bringing their own funding for their staff time to oversee this project.
So my last question is really the same question I had the last time you came. How in the hell do we know if we're getting a good value? I mean, you give us a cost of 221, you show us what the DNR averages are, depending on where you are, what TU is, you're quite a bit more than TU, you're under DNR. We don't have any idea what it really costs to do this stream, what anyone else would charge. This is not a competitive bid. This is how you can do the work and make money. And we don't know if you're being competitive with us. How do you answer that question so that I get you're going to do the work, but if someone else did it, would they do it for $180 a foot? And we're just putting profit of $40 a foot into your pockets, which we wouldn't need to do if someone else was doing it. How do we know that this is a good deal for the state?
I think some of this is up to your judgment to assess that. We've given a price per linear foot, and as you said, it is $221 below the state average, which I think that in and of itself is proof that this price is fair and reasonable to the government.
The thing I would just offer too is that the table provided on the handout today came from the DNR grant staff. So the last time, for those who weren't here, we did apply 2 years ago. And when we applied 2 years ago, we had more of a programmatic approach. We had a region identified with a target of restoring trout streams in this area. And the feedback was that the price was not comparable to the typical cost funded through this program. And part of that was because we didn't have a specific site completely locked in. And so we took, that feedback and for the last 2 years have been working diligently to secure the landowner agreement, work through the design, beginning of the concept design and dial in that price for a specific property so that we know that it is in line with what the state is used to funding. And it can also still deliver those high quality ecological outcomes. And, we fully recognize that we're proposing something that hasn't been done before and that it does require, the council to look at the evidence in the project and say, is this a fair price and make that judgment call. Based on, our work with governments across the state on publicly bid projects, we are winning a lot of those projects because of our competitive pricing. And we are very experienced in taking on risk for governments and delivering these outcomes. And so that's kind of what has informed our price. And I think we've done what we can to show that it's a fair price compared to how projects are being completed in the state. But we're also taking on that risk that it might cost more and that we have to still deliver the outcome. And so I think that's an important part to make here, point to make as well, is that this project will get done for a capped amount of value and it will get done on time because RES only receives compensation if we actually achieve our goals. And so I think that's another piece of it is ensuring those outcomes are achieved for that fixed price without any kind of risk of, change orders or cost overruns. We have to meet those goals.
As working for the federal government, I had a lot of experience. We had gone away from for larger projects, away from bid-based, lowest bid-based to performance-based contract processes. My question to kind of follow up with you to reassure, what are you, this the only company that you looked at, or were there other proposals that you looked at to on this performance-based process? Because that's typically the way it works.
They are the company.
Okay.
They didn't get competitive bids. They're coming to us wanting a contract to do this work.
Okay.
you don't have the scope of work in front of you to compare it with other scopes of work.
Yeah.
With defined criteria that they have to achieve, right? That's they're.
Well, but when you put, I mean, you do a request for proposals is typically how this is done.
No, but they don't have a government entity that's or a private entity asking them to provide a bid to do this work. Res is coming to us directly.
Okay.
As saying, we can do this and we'll do it for this price. And so it's up to us to decide whether we think that, having a private contractor do it. And again, I haven't seen the scope of work and I wouldn't know what I'd be looking at. That'd be a Joe kind of thing, I guess, or somebody else, but to determine how well defined the scope of work is, A, and then B, how competitive do we think that price is? That would be my observation as a consultant.
Okay.
And I guess one other thing to offer, we do have a pretty detailed conceptual design that we could share with you. We couldn't figure out where to fit that in the application, but we have that and would be more than happy to share it. And I would say the other value of the Nature Conservancy as a collaborator and providing that third-party oversight is validating that the outcomes delivered are reasonable given the price that has been committed. And they've been a collaborator on our design and kind of helping us think through it, and also in looking at the scope of work and saying, yes, that price makes sense for this scope based on their experience overseeing projects in this region.
And again, I'd like to circle back to the statement I made about public-private partnerships and its incorporation into the draft wildlife action plan. It's in the executive summary, page 4 and 5 of that draft plan.
I think Ted had a question first.
Mr. Chairman, my question might just be a different version of yours. I'm not sure. But to what Daryl said, in your handout, one of the cons of the public designing it is over design. And I can't think of anything in a construction project that's more subject to interpretation. When is it over design? And I don't see, and maybe if the group that's going to be overseeing and approving your work, we're here at the table and saying, this is what we're going to do and this is how we're going to do it. But your efficient design might be something that if I went to 10 engineers that did these kind of projects, they would all say, that's not sufficient. And it almost seems like it's putting us into the, it's not, I would say construction oversight, not construction management, and construction oversight. And somehow it just doesn't seem like we have the oversight component in here that makes me comfortable recommending this type of an approach. And I built a school building on a design build, and we had wars through the whole process over, is this what you said, is this what we need based on what you said you'd deliver? And I just don't think we're in a position to approve a project like this.
I need to wrap this up.
Yeah, sorry, Ted, I guess my observation would be, I think I heard that they're gonna take the design work, and the design work has to be approved by
TNC and DNR.
So this design, engineering design work has to be approved. So it would be up, I mean, it doesn't put us to make sure the engineering design is done. The DNR has to approve that engineering design work. And, from there, the scope of work really is the restoration part of it.
Matt, you had a question.
And this needs to stay at the break, it can, but it's related. I'm having trouble understanding the private landowner on your diagram. Sounds like the private landowner had an issue with a trespasser. Who is the entire section owned by this private landowner? Or is there a portion of it that's owned by the private landowner?
The entire section is owned by the private landowner. It has an existing, part of the stream is protected under an angling easement.
Right, so
We're
we got
essentially protecting the rest of the stream that's not protected by the angling easement.
And that angling easement allows for just walking down the middle of the stream, basically?
The existing easement, allows all the DNR AMA privileges, but our new easement does not enable bank access in the newly protected stretch.
So what is the landowner agreeing to in the landowner agreement?
So the landowner is committing to the restoration. They're also restricting grazing from the stream, and also restricting future cropping, adjacent to the stream. And then, any other future modifications to the stream itself.
So correct, I'm sorry to ask, I can get the clarification at lunch, but we're basically paying for a stream upgrade for a landowner who's not really providing any additional access to the stream than what is currently available now?
The easement will protect the stream and compensate the landowner for restriction. I think the biggest thing that the landowner is giving up is grazing access. Because the landowner has been doing a rotational grazing through this area, so that's going to be restricted going forward. And then it's also, just protecting future modification of that resource and benefiting the public resource in the same stream, which is essentially, connected to it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is HA 15, Red River Basin Riparian Habitat Program.
Well, good morning, Mr. Chair and members. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Robert Sipp.
Can you lean forward just a
sure,
little
sorry.
so that
Sorry about that. My name is Robert Sipp. I'm the Executive Director of the Red River Watershed Management Board. And I have with me Tara Jensen, who is the Administrator of the Wild Rice Watershed District. And so we'll be discussing our Red River Basin Habitat Program Phase 2. And just some quick background on the Red Board, a little bit about who we are and what we do. We've actually been around 49 years, and we were created by the Minnesota Legislature in 1976. And so we provide a basin approach to the work we do. Right now, we're 7 members, 7 watershed districts that are part of us. There are actually 11 organized watershed districts up in the Red River Basin. We do have taxing authority, and we have experience working with our member watershed districts over those 49 years on implementing large-scale landscape projects. So over the years, some of the accomplishments that we've realized have been 60+ large-scale flood projects and water storage projects, 35 water quality projects. We've also been involved in many technical efforts, and now more recently, the habitat program that we're working on. And so this effort is very much a local effort, working with the Red Board, our member watershed districts, the soil and water conservation districts throughout the basin. And I'd note too that we have 21 counties in the Red River Basin, and that's about 25% of the counties in the state of Minnesota. So we do a lot of partnering with those counties across the basin. And so one thing I wanted to note too is that I understand that this whole project or this concept came about through the council talking with Bowser. So Bowser did offer up this basin-wide project working through the Red Board. And so now we're working here again, working with our member districts and working on Phase 2. And looking at progress to date, last year we did get the program up and running or started and rolled it out in March of this year. We actually have Bowser as the fiscal agent and the Red Board is the program. We have 3 active projects that we're working on, and we have actually 2 more projects that are being considered through the Red Lake Watershed District and also the Sand Hill River Watershed District. And one of the unique things about this approach, kind of this basin approach, is it allows us to kind of shift dollars around as we need to when we have all these projects in place and ongoing activities. Something else I'd mention is that our watershed districts that are involved right now are bringing forth leverage dollars. Each one of the project areas have a 20% payment on top of the Bowser rim payment. So there's some pretty good leveraging going on. Just from a kind of a progress standpoint, or I'm sorry, a program standpoint, We do adhere to the Bowser process and procedure regarding the RIM program. And then we also have an internal scoring process that we have in place now as well. And with that, maybe I'd turn it over to Tara to just talk about how this is implemented in reality and some of the things that they work on from the watershed district, level.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. Thank you for having us this morning. I represent the Wild Rice Watershed District, which is one of the 3 watershed districts where there's current ongoing work through this program. This program started as a result of the Wild Rice Watershed District coming to you guys and asking for allocation for the Lower Wild Rice Corridor Habitat Restoration Project. We came to you first in 2000, or for ML15, asking for funds for the development of this RIM program to protect lands along the Wild Rice River in northern Minnesota. And we were awarded funding in 15, 19, and 20. As Mr. Chairman had alluded to earlier, one of the obstacles that we realized with the program is from the time that you apply for the funds to the time you receive the funds is approximately a year. A lot of things can happen in those timelines. One of the things that we saw happen after one of the allocations is a really steep increase in farmland values in our area, which now with Bowser RIM updates, we've come to bring the prices closer together. But the Bowser RIM rates and what land was selling for was really far apart, which made it hard to place the easements in this voluntary program with the landowners. Our area was specific to seeing that large increase. So in conversations with Bowser and looking at what might be best for the long, we decided that it would be best to take a basin-wide approach so that if our area had the impacts, we could send it to Maury up in Middle Snake Tamarack, and he could carry along his project a little bit further. For our first 3 years of funding, we placed approximately 700 acres of easements along the Wild Rice River. Our last phase that we received as a standalone was from ML24, and I'm happy to say that we have all but 17,000 of that committed to easements to be placed along the river channel, and that would be approximately 400 acres of easements. What we're looking at doing is we're taking a stream that was straightened in the 50s by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and taking that from a 26-mile stream to a 50-mile stream by reconnecting the oxbows and creating approximately a half-mile wide corridor of habitat along that channel so that we lessen the impacts of farming right up next to the channel.
That's it?
Yeah.
I'm just checking.
Sorry.
I didn't want to cut you off.
No, sorry. It might have been a squirrel moment.
Questions? So how many easements do you anticipate doing if you were given the whole $21 million?
That would be a Rob question. I can say in our watershed district, the average acre per price easements, if you look at the tillable and the non-tillable together, the average is probably between $4,000 and $5,000 an acre.
No, how many separate easements
Separate
do you
easements?
anticipate doing?
Okay, and I might have to defer to Sharon on that. I know the total acres we were looking at was 2,900 acres, but I'm not finding the actual number of easements.
I think the easement number is largely based on the parcel sizes that we see coming in. The most recent applicant that I had into our program came to us with 120 acres that they wanted to place into the program. There's other areas that don't see parcels of that size. Our first applicant in the program, I believe, was 229 acres. So it's varying acre sizes depending on what's contained within that half-mile corridor on each side of the river. And the parcels and how they lie up and against that.
Okay, so given that you don't know exactly, and that's okay.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, Mr.
Separate
Chair, it's
easements.
145 easements.
Bowser's approximating 145 easements based on average parcel sizes.
2,900 acres. That's 20 acres apiece. That's what you're thinking.
20? That would probably be a pretty average contained within it. Like I said, it depends on how many acres of that parcel lie within that half-mile corridor, just because of the section lineups and quarter section lineups.
So you said 120, 145, 145, sorry. So, okay, I won't ask my question. Sorry, I was just doing a little calculation in my head. Are there other questions?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I missed
So-
you.
That's all right. So just to confirm, the bulk of this funding looks like 20 million of the 21.3 is all for the acquisition of easements. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair and members, yes. So the 20.2 million is for easement acquisition, correct?
So the channel rehabilitation would be a later stage,
Yes, correct.
and would you have to assume that you have a lot of the landowners signed up before you can start doing a channel rehab?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, so in our river corridor, we separated it into 6 different reaches. So it largely goes from bridge to bridge in areas that we could restore if we had enough landowners that came forward. We could restore those. The permanent grass cover goes into effect immediately. But once we have enough within that specific corridor, we could restore separate ones along the way.
So have you looked at trying to split the project up on a bridge by bridge basis so that you can focus on one area at a time rather than trying to get 20 million at one time?
Well, for the 20 million, that's for throughout the whole Red River Basin, so not just specific to my project itself. We do have priority areas where we like to focus. If we get enough applications in where we need to decide where to put the funding, we would place them with applicants within those reaches that are further along. Some of the defined reaches between the bridges are further along with the easement placements. So we would prioritize placing them in those areas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ron?
One quick question. What if you have some landowners say, well, I'm not interested in any easement? That would stop your whole project on the river, right?
It could potentially. That would be something that we would need to address down the road as we get further to the construction and setback of those areas. So far, we've seen a good response with willing landowners coming in and being favorable to the easement placement, just because the area next to the river is really susceptible to flooding. The straightening of that channel that occurred in the 50s did cause a lot of down cutting that occurred east of the Highway 9 corridor that goes from Barnesville all the way up to Crookston. And there was sedimentation that occurred west of the Highway 9 bridge. So it's lost a lot of channel capacity in that area. So where we're seeing it east, the banks are falling in, and west, you're losing your capacity there. So we're kind of taking the land that's more susceptible to the damages and putting it in protection to protect the landowners from that.
So my question is I'm just trying to think of the scale of this. You're asking for 21 million. Your corridor is 60 miles long.
Just in my watershed district, it's 26 miles long. Maury has another reach in his watershed district, and there's a reach in the Bois de Sioux watershed district as well. What we're doing with this is previously, like in the ML 15-19, that timeframe when we were kind of in the early developments of this, we would be coming to you with 3 proposals. We're combining them into one and letting Rob do the administrative work. And we're combining them into one and coming with one proposal, just because then, as I stated previously, if we see a steep increase of land sale prices in my area and the rim rate keeps the land values separate, we could shift more of the funds up into Maury's or down into Jamie's, into different areas, because it is such, the basin itself is so large that the whole thing isn't always affected when you see those
Okay.
land
so
valuations change.
Whether my 60 miles is right or it's 100 miles, by the time you're done getting all the easements you need and doing the restoration, you're probably talking $250 million. It's huge. What's your other source? What's your other thoughts on how you're going to pay for this? Because we're not,
How many phases?
that's 20 phases and, we don't know if this is even going to exist after 2034 or whatever it is. If there isn't some other source of funds that's very significant, the likelihood you're ever going to hit your target is questionable. So you want a down payment from us, and I think it's good, but I don't see the long-term how you get it done. And I'm looking for your vision on how you're going to actually get this done versus come back to us every single year and ask for 20 and get 5. I'm just.
And I guess what we're doing right now is when we've had the funds allocated, we're coming back. So my understanding with the funding that Rob had gotten in phase 1, that's allocated to easements that'll be placed. With our funding, when I say ours is all allocated, the first easement that we were able to start working on after our funding became available last July, we're closing on those easements next month. So it is a 15 to 18-month process to place those.
Get that. I'm talking to do your project is probably $250 million, plus or minus 100 million. And this can't be your only source to get that done. You're great. You got leverage of 15%. That's wonderful. I just don't see the path to actually completion unless you figure out other funding sources. And so I'm concerned about putting money into something that I can't see actually getting done. So I'm really looking for what your vision is for how you're going to finish this project versus just ask us to do a little bit at a time. That's really my question.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair and council members. I can't speak for the other watershed districts. Theirs are a smaller scale and they might have construction funding lined up for part of those. In the Wild Rice Watershed District, we've been working on congressionally delegated funding through the Section 1135 U.S. Army Corps of Engineers project. Since this was a former Corps project, and we've had meetings with Representative Fischbach in regards to getting funding for bringing some of that core funding into it, which would open up a lot of construction dollars for restoration of that channel, because it was a former Corps project in the 50s. So the Section 1135 funding could potentially open up a lot of funding for it. And we've had direct conversations with Representative Fischbach in our office in regards to it.
Okay. Good enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to HA 16, Shell Rock River Watershed Habitat Restoration Program.
moving to the opposite side of the state now, so
Hey, get a little closer to the mic.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
how's that? Thank you, Chairman Hartwell and council members for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Courtney Phillips. I'm a program and project manager with the Shell Rock River Watershed District. I'm here to present our habitat restoration program, a watershed-based initiative designed to restore, protect, and enhance more than 600 acres of critical habitat in southern Minnesota. We are requesting $5,336,700 of funding to accelerate projects that reverse wetland loss, restore prairies, improve stream banks, and strengthen fisheries. What makes this program unique is it's a strategic watershed-based design. Every project is prioritized for its ecological benefit, urgency, and level of community support. We work directly with landowners, scientists, local governments, and sporting organizations, ensuring that projects are not only scientifically sound, but locally embraced. The ecological benefits truly span the entire food chain. Migratory birds gain high-quality stopover habitat, waterfowl benefits from the expanded nesting and feeding grounds, pollinators and songbirds thrive in the restored prairie ecosystems, and fish and amphibians benefit from the stabilized and enhanced aquatic habitats. By clustering projects in close proximity, we have 3 within a 3-mile radius, we reduce habitat fragmentation and create continuous wildlife corridors. We've done great work so far, but we still have priority resources and projects that need our help. Our proposal invests in all 3 core actions, protect, enhance, and restore, that align directly with the Lessard-Sams prairie ecoregion vision and statewide conservation priorities. For our protection project, we have one at a little over $300,000, and this is the Rogness property. We are in corn and soybean country, but we do have a family that came to us that wanted to sell a 31-acre parcel that they want to permanently convert it into an upland prairie. This site will support waterfowl as it does have existing wetlands on it, but the pollinators and songbirds will benefit from its new restored prairies. We have enhancement efforts that are just shy of $3 million, and this includes in-lake habitat. We heard you, Councilmember Palmer, with the fishing. Building on success of the work in Fountain Lake in prior appropriations, we'll extend our in-lake habitat to Edgewater, Bancroft, and Main Bay. The work includes installing spawning gravel, rock reefs, bolding clusters, and native vegetation. These enhancements improve habitat for nearly all fish species. Prior phases have been vetted and supported by DNR Fisheries And trust me, with all of the ice anglers that came in this winter asking where Next, we have our Wedge Creek wetland. Restoration at the site will reconnect Wedge Creek to its historic floodplain. Wetland creation via scrapes will also improve waterfowl habitat and increase migratory use days with new wetland pools. We have a Twin Lakes stream enhancement project. This project will be enhancing stream banks to implement habitat for fish, amphibians, and waterfowl. This untouched stream is located in a deeper ravine and is choked with downed trees and has steep cut banks. This project will create stabilized banks while incorporating habitat features for wildlife, such like turtle hibernaculums. Our restoration efforts are a little over $2 million, and that includes the channel restoration project. Between Fountain and Elbow Lake, the river has been channelized for more than a century. This project will restore it to its natural form, reduce erosion, and improve in-stream and stream bank habitat. The project is funded with 2 current open appropriations and is being phased because of the size of the project. We have a church wetland restoration, and this is building on a previously funded LSOHC acquisition. We will be conducting a wetland restoration that's relatively small in scope. But it will once again create wetlands on the site. And we are also planning on including diversity seeding. Next, we have a Sanderson wetland restoration. This again is a result of a prior appropriation that will include the conversion of agricultural ground into a wetland complex to adjoin the adjacent WMA. Currently, the WMA is just in grass and was not restorable because the whole basin was not in public ownership. Now that we acquired the land, it will be in public ownership. This proposal directly addresses needs identified in Minnesota's statewide conservation plan for shallow lakes, wetlands, and associated watersheds. And I want to point out that we take council guidance very seriously. Just this year alone, we have fully spended and closed out 3 appropriations. Sandy let us know, and she said we can name drop her, that we were the first appropriation to submit a final report for ML year 21. And I want to point out that a large amount of our remaining funds are regarding the channel restoration project, which does have 2 appropriations in line with the comments that I submitted for our application. In closing, the Habitat Restoration Program represents a critical investment in Minnesota's natural heritage. It will restore biodiversity, strengthen ecological resilience, and ensure that future generations inherit landscapes rich in wetlands with thriving fisheries and healthy prairies. We are eager to continue our work in partnership with the council, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions? Go ahead.
Courtney, I was looking at your budget and I think you guys are short suiting yourselves on leverage. You've got only 80,000 total for staffing on this, two 0.43 FTEs for 5 years each. But you're only asking for that 80,000 for those 2, and then you're only counting another 10,000 in leverage. Either they're paying you virtually nothing, or you're just not counting all the leverage. So I just wanted to make sure you knew you were shorting yourself on leverage there.
Thank you for the question. Oftentimes, we do have more increased staff that's based on leverage. I would like to not say that we're going to have more leverage and then come up short. I'd rather show less and then at the end of the final report express more. So we do have more often than not increased leverage when it comes to staff time.
Matt?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It looks like there's been a lot of really cool stuff done. Is it ever going to be done?
Thank you for the question. When I was listening in yesterday to the hearings and I was hearing about this 75% number, I was just blown away. We're in corn and soybean location, and reaching out to our local wildlife manager, the amount of WMAs that we have in our county alone is 0.6%. Looking at the restoration efforts that we've done, it's about 7,000 acres out of our 160,000, which is less than half of 1%. A lot of our projects are in public lands. We're working good with landowners who are willing. But in my lifetime, I don't know if we're ever going to reach that 75% in our area. We're really fighting a losing battle when it comes to just the commodities of corn and soybean, but we're trying our best. I'd like to not think of it as when's enough. I want to think of it as let's keep going, because we're going to really need to do some efforts in our watershed.
Other questions?
Great.
Yep.
Who's the contractor you guys have been using to do most of your restoration?
Thank you for the question.
Or is it?
No, it varies. We follow state procurement processes. So we alternate our engineers and our contractors, and sometimes they're the same, sometimes they're not. It all depends on public procurement.
So who is it?
Thank you for the question. A lot of the times for some of our projects, we use Minnesota Native Landscapes. They're getting more and more competitive with bids. Pember, there's been, I'm just trying to think, a lot of local guys. Jensen Excavating, they're a small company.
Ted?
And Mr. Chairman, you have restoration of some wetlands. Are they holding water now, or have they been drained and you're going to break the tile, or what's involved in the restoration of the wetlands?
Thank you for the question. Two of them that we have are going to be scrapes and simple tile breaks. The Sanderson wetland restoration is going to involve a little bit more hefty engineering, and that we are working with actually Bowser on that one to do the restoration of the plan itself. That one may include rerouting county tile, so going through the drainage process, because we would be able to like to daylight that county tile if able to. So two of them are simple tile breaks. The other one is a larger significant effort.
Thank you. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
We will move on to HA 17, Southeast Minnesota Protection and Restoration. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning, Chair Hartwell and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you to share more about the significance of Southeast Minnesota and the urgency to protect and restore this unique landscape. My name is Nick Banks. I'm with the Trust for Public Land. With me today are David Ruff with the Nature Conservancy and Mark Vanderlinden with the Minnesota. We are here to share more about our proposal, HA 17, Southeast Minnesota Protection and Restoration Phase 14. Under this proposal, TPL acts as the fee acquisition partner, while TNC handles restoration and enhancement, and MLT acquires conservation easements on private lands. We are the only OHF-funded program dedicated to the protection and restoration of this unique landscape. In an area with less than 5% public lands, this program's land acquisition opens up new opportunities for everyone, while also protecting crucial habitat on private lands. And our program's consistent and coordinated restoration approach significantly reduces costs while increasing the overall success of landscape level management. I'd like to start by sharing more about the unique character and the importance of Southeast Minnesota by sharing a personal story. The driftless area of Southeast Minnesota is a beautiful, wonderful place. I first discovered its wonder and beauty as a teenage boy fishing for trout in the streams of the region. Growing up in Martin County, the land of corn, soybeans, and hogs, there wasn't much for habitat, and the only trout that existed had whiskers. Every summer, my family would head west to the Bighorn Mountains of Wyoming, another place of wonder and beauty, where we would pass the days camping, hiking, and fishing. It was always hard to come back to southern Minnesota after those trips because my worldview at the time didn't include any places in our state that held the same kind of wonder and beauty. That was until my father took me fly fishing on the south branch of the Root River outside of Forestville Mystery Cave State Park. Driving past farm fields that looked a lot like what I was used to in Martin County, I distinctly remember suddenly dropping several hundred feet in less than a quarter of a mile into a forested landscape with a river flowing through it. Wading through the cold, clear water, seeing trout scatter in the stream in front of me, surrounded by green forest with towering, exposed sandstone and limestone bedrock above, left an indelible mark on my mind. For those of you who have spent any time in this part of the state, I would imagine your mind's eye has a similar image imprinted on it. The basis of what makes this region so unique and special begins with its distinct karst geology, which sets the stage for the unique biodiversity, together which characterize this area. The staggering amount of biodiversity present includes cold water streams, bluff and barrens prairie, oak savanna and woodland, and hardwood and floodplain forest. These habitats are home to 183 state-listed plants and animals, and more species and greatest conservation need than anywhere else in the state. 51% of all plant species found in Minnesota are in Southeast Minnesota. But keep in mind, this is an area that is less than 5% of the entire state. This is the #1 biodiversity hotspot in Minnesota. It also happens to be identified as one of the most resilient landscapes in Minnesota. Southeast Minnesota is also well known by hunters and anglers for its turkey, trout, and deer herd. This translates into a true economic impact. $1.6 billion annually is generated by angling alone, supporting over 6,500 jobs. One would think this place would be conserved and preserved many times over, given its habitat, recreational, and economic value. However, less than 5%, or roughly 130,000 acres of this special region are in public ownership or some form of permanent protection. And yet the threats of habitat loss, degradation, and fragmentation to this region persist, putting at risk the integrity of this unique ecosystem. Habitat degradation is a particularly pernicious threat to this region. Until European settlement, fire played a critical role in maintaining Southeast Minnesota's prairies, savannas, and woodlands, and also a transitional area of the state. In the absence of fire, these habitats have declined while invasive species have spread. Maintaining or mimicking natural disturbances through active management is necessary to preserve the incredible biodiversity of the driftless. Prescribed fire is the most cost-effective tool for management in the region, but many important sites require restoration to create conditions conducive to fire. Our program adds needed capacity for fire management to keep large areas healthy, while also digging in on returning high-priority areas to a more resilient condition. A key example of this impact is since the launch of TNC's roving habitat crews several years ago, over 7,000 acres have been restored or enhanced, dramatically increasing the scale and the quality of management several-fold. Building and maintaining functional blocks of high-quality habitat becomes even more difficult as Southeast Minnesota continues experiencing parcelization and fragmentation. Demographical shifts have significantly contributed to the splitting of land into smaller and smaller tracts. The high demand for recreational land in the driftless further encourages this parcelization. The effect of this is twofold. Habitat is broken up or lost completely in the shift of ownership, and management becomes increasingly challenging, navigating across several ownership entities as opposed to a large block controlled by one owner. These challenges underscore the urgency of protecting and restoring lands now, while large tracts are still available and costs are reasonable. The Wakuta Bay Bluff property exemplifies the unique habitats and biodiversity of Southeast, but it also encapsulates the threats and urgency this region faces. If you look on your handout, you'll see some photos of the Wakuta Bay Bluff property on page 1. At almost 500 acres, this property is one of the largest remaining blocks of private land between Red Wing and Winona along the Mississippi River corridor. If you have ever driven along Highway 61 south, most likely you've passed the towering bluffs of this property, nestled between two other iconic bluffs of the region, Barn Bluff in Red Wing and Rattlesnake Bluff at the north end of Frontenac State Park. From river and trout stream to forest and prairie to bluff and bedrock, this property contains all that is emblematic of the diversity and uniqueness of Southeast Minnesota. 25 species of greatest conservation need alone are known to utilize habitats on or around Wakuta Bay Bluff property, and the majority of the property is designated as a site of outstanding biological significance. Lastly, this property's acquisition would build off a past investment in the area by this council. Less than a quarter of a mile from the property is a 164-acre perpetual conservation easement acquired and restored by MLT back in 2019. Wakuta Bay Bluff's proximity to Red Wing and the Twin Cities is both a blessing and a curse. Easily accessible, yet the threat of development and habitat loss looms large. Fortunately, we have been able to work with the conservation-minded landowner to get this property under a contract to purchase. But the urgency is real. We will lose out on this wonderful opportunity to protect this land if funding for the acquisition is not secured with this proposal. The council has the opportunity to ensure the successful acquisition of this property and continued conservation delivery of this partnership by recommending funding for this proposal. This partnership is uniquely positioned as the only programmatic approach in Southeast Minnesota working across both private and public lands, combining restoration and fee and easement acquisition. To date, we have protected or restored over 20,000 acres and 43 linear miles of shoreline, while leveraging $5 million in non-public funds to the OHF investments. Over 8 square miles have been opened for public outdoor recreation while allowing increased management within habitat complexes. We've achieved 94% of our protection goals and a staggering 392% of our restoration and enhancement goals across all appropriations, due in large part to the launch of TNC's Habitat Crew. Not counting ML25, which just came online this past July, only 13% of open appropriation funding remains unspent or uncommitted. Much of that is attributable to personnel, anticipated professional services, or travel. Of all past awards received, this partnership has spent 94% of appropriated funds. The money we receive, we quickly put in the ground, and we do it well. We want to thank the council for your past support of this program in protecting and restoring critical habitat across Southeast Minnesota. We now invite any questions you may have.
Daryl's got a question.
It seems like a lot of our presenters have the same comment for us, and that is, gee, when we ask them about the unspent funds, which date back to, in this case, 2021, they all say, amazingly enough, we just got them all done. We're 94% spent. I don't know how to respond to that. Do you have the documentation that shows that, or?
I will give a little context. And that is partially COVID, partially lack of attention, in my personal opinion.
Retention or attention?
Attention. And coming out of COVID, this council started to ask, like, what the hell's going on? Why aren't you spending your money? And you've seen a lot of the money spent because of it, or committed. Having said that, you know, when you're in land acquisition and all of this has to run through DNR's process, that's a tough sled. It's a year to 2 to get through that process. So there's a combination, but I think we've effectively put pressure. Maybe enough, maybe not, I don't know, but we're seeing we are asking how much of it is actually committed versus spent, because you can commit to a project today to acquire a piece of property and you may not get it done for a year, but you've still got to have availability of that money. So it's not Sandy's laughing at me as I try to explain this. Do you have anything to add, Sandy?
Generally, I would say I've seen an uptick in spending since COVID. I think because of all the extensions that were given over COVID, it sort of then delayed their spending on other things that were in the hopper. Some of the things I'm seeing, I don't necessarily agree with how they're represented today, so I'm going to go back and check status updates. And I'm very much looking forward to final reports on all of the committed and spent funds that I'm seeing.
I mean, that, in my mind, that weighs a lot of my decision on my allocation as to how much they have actually spent, because they've got in excess, not counting the 2024 allocation, they've got in excess of $10 million. And I mean, I just think, wow, that's an awful lot of money to have sitting uncommitted, if that's indeed what it is. So I can't gauge that.
But they're saying that, if I read it, that they have 3 million uncommitted.
Yeah, Chair Harwell, if I could clarify there for Member Palmer, that it's correct. We have only $3.2 million that is not spent or committed towards projects. And in TPL's particular case, for example, we have under contract over $7 million in real estate, but we only have $2 million in funds available.
Yeah, and just a little bit more context in that 3 million, at least the way we've generally approached this. None of that includes other expenses that are actually really essential to doing those. So if, any professional services that haven't been invoiced to us and then submitted to DNR for reimbursement, so things like survey title work for acquisitions, travel, staff time. TNC has a management crew that is achieving really major accomplishments on the ground. We've got maybe year and a half of staff time there that obviously hasn't been spent. But keeping that going factors into our decision-making to seek more funds. And then there's also restoration projects, which has been touched on. If we do the first treatment where we go in and hit buckthorn on an oak savanna, we better be ready to go back in a year or two, and maybe twice, or we just wasted a whole bunch of money. And so if we want to take on any new projects, we need to know that we're going to have funding available to finish the follow-up so that we're not wasting state money with a one-time entry before we can actually take on anything new. If I could actually make one more point in defense of the programmatic funds here too. I talked about it briefly with the staff time with our habitat team, and I think that's a really good example. The over accomplishment of our program in terms of our restoration enhancement acres is really because we brought on that internal capacity to bolster what we do with contractors. And it's skyrocketed our ability to deliver results and increase the sort of the flexibility in the types of projects we can do. So often we contract for projects that are like the house fixing version of, oh no, there's been water in our walls and now there's black rot. We need to fix it. The habitat crew is great at going in and sort of sealing the areas to keep the water out, which is way more cost effective and better for biodiversity overall. When we think about when we need funds as a program, right? And Chair Hartwell said it really well. We think of this as a program, not just a collection of projects. When we think about the need for funding, we apply in May for funding that will come a year from the following July. If we decide not to, we are waiting at least until the next July, until any funds come available. And so if we want to maintain the continuity, that is how we're getting these acres in the ground and staying engaged with partners and doing the most important projects and doing them effectively and cost efficiently, we need to keep that overall program continuity. And that means if we wait until we get to zero, we're running a program that's stopping and starting and stopping and starting, and frankly, wasting public money on the loss of inertia. COVID was brought up. I think Chair Hartwell is right about the impact that had on sort of delays and going through a backlog. The other point I'll make is it was a disruption. disruption slows the pace that we're able to do work. I think the increase in spending is also partly just organizations like ours recovering from that disruption and getting back up to speed. And we want to stay up to speed instead of having to constantly stop and start.
Matt?
Thank you. In the written comments before the last round, you explained why you're asking for 19 million in this Wakuda Bay project. Said it's roughly 6 million or between $6 and $7 million. Is that project itself an all or nothing proposition? In other words, is the Wakuda Bay part scalable, or is that like 6 million, either yes or no?
It is not scalable at this time. We've negotiated with the landowner extensively on this, and they've agreed to give us a year timeline essentially to get our act together and get funding to purchase the property from them. So if we are not able to secure that funding by this time or before the fall of coming year here, that opportunity will go away at this point.
Thank you.
And to follow up on that, what about the Weber Springs?
That's an interesting one. So that we submitted this proposal in May. That property sold recently. The entire property was about 1,100 acres, and it sold for just over $10,000 an acre, I think within the last month. So that one is no longer a viable opportunity.
Thank you.
Is there, can you just give us an idea of your other funding streams? I mean, in comparison to what OHF is? I don't know, give percentages or just vague numbers.
We're all looking at each other because the answer will be different for each of us. So we're sort of playing chicken on who wants to go first. I can speak for the Nature Conservancy. You know, we have some of our own privately raised funds, right, that supports a portion of the direct support services. And also, you know, a small portion of the portion of staff time that's not directly chargeable or is not directly related to OHF work and is also covered through a variety of different funds or those private funds based on the work they're doing. Our internal habitat team, we kind of split half and half between OHF funds, and then historically it's been competitive state wildlife grants, which is federal dollars that we get. We don't know that we have those in hand during the proposal. It doesn't show up in our proposal, and that's partly why we also have a pattern of overperforming on leverage when we collect it all for the final reports.
From TPL's perspective, it's somewhat similar to TNC. We rely on private foundational funding to supplement some of our other costs, and then also tapping into RIM as well as an additional funding source for acquisition.
And for the Minnesota Land Trust, I would say also we have some foundation funds that support our work in southeastern Minnesota. Just Minnesota Land Trust also supports about 20% of the program just through its kind of general operating as well.
So I have a question on the Wakuda Bay project, because I have no doubt it's a great project, but I'm wondering how it's going to work. You know, you've got a partnership here. If you got $6 million, you probably have some money from prior appropriations you can apply to it, maybe a little private money here and there. And then you got 3 partners who each want a piece of $6 million, and it's not adding up in my head. How are you going to manage that internally within the organizations? All of you want the money, you all deserve the money, you all put it to good use, but this is a project that sort of weighs the scale in one way, and I'm just curious how you're going to navigate that.
Chair Hartwell, yes, it would it certainly would be a tough decision if we had to scale this back and have tough conversations with our partners. I will say if the funding was there only for example, for Wakuda Bay to do that acquisition, you would significantly impede, I think, the alluded to with both restoration and easements. So I think it's we kind of listened to council last year where both TNC and TPL sat out to get our house in order, so to speak. We actually have projects shovel ready under contract, I think, which is what council is looking for. And we're hoping that's compelling enough then to fund the acquisition, but also the programmatic aspects of this. David, Mark, I don't know if you want to add to that.
You know, every year we have those hard conversations. We propose what we feel are our collective needs, and then we find out what our funding level is based on the council's priorities and the funding available. This year is just one especially strong example of that, and we will need to weigh the value of a really remarkable opportunity in Wakuta Bay with also the importance of maintaining that continuity and sort of, you know, us thinking about what can we sort of possibly get by on, and is there enough for both? And we haven't made that final decision yet.
So that's a discussion I don't want to be part of. It's a tough discussion, and we'll see what happens. But I just wanted the council to know that the decision, my understanding was the decision hadn't been made and how they're going to handle that with a unique opportunity. So we'll have to have discussions about how we want to handle it. Any other questions? Good enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, the answer.
Next is, sorry, HA 18, St. Croix Watershed Habitat Protection and Restoration. And we're gonna do this one and then we'll have lunch. Unless someone objects.
What are we having for lunch?
Go ahead. I don't know, ask Tom.
Didn't get the invite. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Chair Hartwell and council members, thank you for the opportunity to present on our St. Croix Watershed Habitat Protection and Restoration Program. I'm Mark White, Natural Resources Manager for Wild Rivers Conservancy of the St. Croix and Namakagon. I'm here today with Nick Banks from Trust for Public Land and Lydia Ferminick from the Minnesota Land Trust. I am the conservation manager for this project, and these are the partners in our program. I'm excited to be here today to request funding for the St. Croix Watershed Habitat Protection and Restoration Program. Our program to date has been exceptionally successful, and our proposal reflects the need and opportunities before us. Among the first federally designated wild and scenic rivers in the country, the St. Croix is a treasure for all Minnesotans, offering rich recreational opportunities within a 1-hour drive from the Twin Cities. With clear flowing waters, diverse wildlife, world-class sport fishing, a globally significant mussel assemblage, and rich natural habitats that keep this river pristine, the St. Croix watershed is a high priority for land protection. Although long recognized as a national conservation priority, federal protections to the St. Croix apply only to a narrow ribbon of land on either side of the river. Beyond this narrow corridor, approximately 75% of the St. Croix watershed is private ownership, vulnerable to development and fragmentation. Minnesotans in the St. Croix watershed recognize the unique quality of this resource and continue to look for permanent land protection options. With this program as the primary source of funding for permanent land protection in the St. Croix watershed, people have been waiting a long time for this opportunity, and their interest in our St. Croix program shows it. As the colorful green and blue bars in the chart on page of our illustration show, funding from phases 1 through 4 is largely spent or committed to projects that are very well underway. In addition, over 1/3 of our phase 5 funding that became available in July of 2024 is already spent or committed. To date, for program phases 1 through 4, our partnership has protected 5,919 acres of high priority land through fee title and conservation easement acquisition. This is more than 2 times our cumulative accomplishment plan acreage goal. As we continue to strengthen and expand our outreach in partnership with Washington, Pine, Chisago, and other Minnesota counties in the St. Croix watershed, we are seeing interest in our program continue to grow. In phase 7 of our program, the Trust for Public Land will work to protect 720 acres through fee title acquisition, and Minnesota Land Trust will work to acquire 880 acres of conservation easements. Wild Rivers Conservancy will continue as project manager and will be conducting landowner outreach and engagement. To build on the tremendous success of this program, our partnership is here to ask the council to dedicate $13,859,000 to protect an additional 1,600 acres of high-quality wildlife habitat and meet the needs and opportunities available to us in the St. Croix watershed. We have opportunity lands identified, applications in hand from interested landowners, and much more untapped potential. So I'll hand it over to Nick Banks.
Thanks. We continue to have strong interest and great success with the fee title acquisitions under this program. Within the past several months, TPL completed 2 acquisitions that were additions to state lands, both located in Pine County. Each of these acquisitions were identified as high priorities both by our multi-benefits analysis and by the Minnesota DNR. The first acquisition was a 558-acre addition to the Rock Marsh. You'll notice it on the front page of your handout there. It's located in southeastern Pine County. This property is depicted on the first page of your handout. In spring of 2025, TPL conveyed the property to the Minnesota DNR, which immediately doubled the size of the existing WMA. One of the largest remaining natural, undeveloped, and privately held land blocks in this area of the St. Croix watershed. This property provides a critical linkage and buffer to other state lands. Immediately to its east, and it extends out the protected corridor of habitat from the St. Croix River by nearly 3 miles. The second acquisition, also located in northeastern Pine County, was a 119-acre addition to the Namaji State Forest. It was conveyed to the DNR this past month. This property contains a portion of Larson's Creek, a designated trout stream, and is surrounded by the Namaji State Forest on 3 sides. Its acquisition improves access to existing state forest lands while protecting critical forest, wetland, and riparian habitat. Both acquisitions increase and provide outstanding public recreational opportunities for hunting, snowshoeing, and wildlife observation, as well as providing significant water quality and carbon storage benefits. Interest in land protection continues to grow through outreach efforts of the partnership. There are several potential acquisitions in the early stages of development by TPL, which would protect hundreds of acres of critical habitat while providing many low-impact outdoor recreational opportunities to the public.
Chair Hartwell and council members, the Minnesota Land Trust is excited to continue our land protection work in the St. Croix watershed. As a new program manager for our St. Croix land protection work, capitalize on the ongoing landowner interest in the watershed and provide dedicated capacity to this beautiful part of the state. Through our St. Croix Outdoor Heritage Fund partnership, the Minnesota Land Trust has already protected 3,574 acres of quality wildlife habitat and over 22 miles of shoreline within the watershed. Our most recently completed easement, which closed in late July 2025 and is depicted on the handout in front of you, protected just shy of 7,000 feet of shoreline along the south branch of the Grindstone River and expanded on an extensive complex of adjacent public lands. The landowner of this property was so excited to see his land protected that he has now convinced his neighbor to pursue a conservation easement as well. Landowner relationships like this one are what continue to make our work so meaningful. The Minnesota Land Trust is currently advancing 13 conservation easement projects under our St. Croix partnership, including multiple projects with significant landowner donations associated with them. We have spent or committed virtually all of our Phase 4 funding and have a slate of potential projects that we expect to fill out our Phase 5 and 6 grants as well. This new phase of funding will help us maintain our momentum, further protect the water quality of the St. Croix River, and ensure the region's diverse array of wildlife will have a home for generations to come. With that, we thank you for the opportunity to present today. Mark, Nick, or I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions?
All right, I'll have one then. Since you looked at me first anyway, I was gonna guess some. So of the requests that you have, in your protect parcels, are those protected parcels you've listed, are those for easements or for acquisition?
Those are for, thank you, Councilmember Palmer. Those are for fee title, so they would become public land acquisitions.
Matt, I saw you had asked a question about their appropriation of 13 million and why the big bump. This was one of the two places the funding came from for Keystone Woods.
Got it. Thank you. I saw that in there and I forgot to ask the question, but that's great. Thank you.
Other questions? Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You love me there.
Back in 23, 2 years ago, they got
Round here.
funding for this project. So we're gonna break for lunch. We'll be back at 5 minutes. No. We'll be back at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock,
Thank you.
Whole 35.
35 minutes. This was where.
Go to my car.
We are. Great. We'll get going. We'll try to make up a little time. Next is HA 19, Upper Mississippi Flyway Habitat Conservation Program.
What's HA?
Good afternoon, Chair Hartwell and council members. Again, my name is Leah Hall. I'm with the Minnesota Land Trust. I'm a senior program. With me today is Steve Harrington, Associate Director. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Upper Mississippi Flyway Habitat Conservation Program proposal. The Upper Mississippi Flyway Habitat Conservation Program is focused on the protection and restoration of forests, wetlands, and other key habitats within the Mississippi Flyway of central Minnesota to benefit migrating birds and other species that use these habitats. The Mississippi Flyway is one of 4 major bird migration routes in North America. It follows the Mississippi River and its tributaries from the Gulf to Canada. This flyway is a crucial corridor for migrating birds and other bird life. About 40% of North America's waterfowl and shorebirds migrate along this route. Our program focuses on the critical piece of that flyway. For many, the last stopover point on their way to breeding grounds to the north, and conversely, a key stopover point on their way south. Other species use these habitats to breed. As Minnesotans, we are fortunate to be able to see many of the over 325 bird species that use the Mississippi Flyway, including ducks, sandhill, and south again in the fall. We might see these incredible birds while canoeing down the Rum River one late spring day, while sitting in a hunting blind at Sherburne National Wildlife Refuge one chilly fall morning, or maybe it's just pointing them out from our car as we drive to work. However you catch these migrating bird species, though, they are a key part of our collective experience as Minnesotans to be able to look up and see these magnificent bird species as they fly overhead on their annual migration. The Mississippi Flyway is utilized by so many birds because of the range of habitat it provides, from forests to wetlands. However, these habitats that millions of birds depend on are under significant threat. This program will protect and restore key habitats within the Mississippi Flyway in central Minnesota, where there's great risk of continued fragmentation and conversion of habitat stemming from urban and suburban development and agriculture. Our program focus is to protect and improve habitat, specifically wetlands, stream corridors, and their associated uplands for bird life. This work, though, not only benefits birds, but also reptiles, amphibians, fish, and a host of other species. This includes Blanding's turtle, which were once widespread in this geography, but are now restricted statewide. There are 2 components of this proposal. The first is land protection through conservation easements, and the second is wetland restoration. I'll begin with the land protection piece. In this proposal, Minnesota Land Trust looks to protect 856 acres of quality habitat with permanent conservation easements. The Upper Mississippi Flyway program geography is an area where we've seen a lot of interest from landowners looking to protect their property. This program area is a consolidation of 2 existing programs of ours where we've seen a lot of interest, but look to improve efficiencies in our work by consolidating 2 smaller programs. In other areas of this geography, we have no existing funding for conservation easement. We will focus on properties within one of the 6 important bird areas identified by the National Audubon Society in this program area, and or within Wildlife Action Network hotspots. We will further prioritize projects that build on prior conservation investments in the program area, expanding and buffering the footprint of existing protected areas. We will also look to maximize the conservation benefit by targeting properties that infill identified habitat cores and corridors where protected public and private lands already exist. Another way we'll do this is to prioritize conservation easements on properties where the Nature Conservancy, U.S. Fish and Wildlife have already completed restoration projects in order to permanently protect those restoration investments. These past restoration projects were often done using 10-year agreements, but many of these landowners are interested in permanent protection if an option was available to them. We do have a list that continues to grow of more landowners interested in protecting their properties with conservation easements in this program area, and see a great urgency to protect these natural habitats now. We would love to be able to receive funding to be able to permanently protect the high-quality habitats found on these properties throughout the Mississippi Flyway, for the great benefit of bird life as well as other species. I will now pass it to Steve Harrington with the Nature Conservancy to talk more about the restoration component of this proposal.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartwell, council members, and thank you again for the opportunity to present our program proposal today. My name is Steve Harrington. I'm the Water Conservation Lead for the Nature Conservancy in Minnesota. My expertise is fish and aquatic ecology, including actions like dam removal, river restoration, and wetland restoration. And I've worked with the Nature Conservancy in the Deep South and the Mississippi River Basin for over 21 years. Our Minnesota Water Conservation Program focuses on river reconnection and stream, wetland, riparian, and peatland conservation and restoration. As Leah mentioned, the Upper Mississippi River Basin has long been recognized as a critical region for birds, approximately 325 species funneling into this small area of the country across the year for migration, breeding, and feeding. And for context, that's about, of all the land east of the Rockies, for which many of these birds are derived from, that's about 0.2% funneling into this upper Mississippi River headwaters area across the eastern U.S. Furthermore, study after study suggests that bird species are declining across the country, and not just those that are rare or already protected. Even common species are showing declines, much of which is related to the loss of habitat and climate impacts that our program hopes to address. Like Leah discussed, we'll focus wetland restoration projects on public and/or private protected lands whose biodiversity will most benefit in the face of a changing climate. We'll prioritize sites using the best federal, state, academic, and partner information like, again, Minnesota's Wildlife Action Network hotspots, Audubon's important bird areas, TNC's own resilient and connected network models, proximity to already protected areas, that's an important one, species distribution data, and other sources. And importantly, we'll identify places that will benefit not only birds, but also other declining species such as reptiles, amphibians, and rare plants that are deeply dependent on the high-quality wetlands that we look to restore. To meet this goal, we'll work with professional, licensed engineers, and on-the-ground contractors to design, permit, and implement wetland restorations that provide these species and ecosystem-level benefits at each site. We'll manage all contracting, assisting with engineer design development, ensuring that a licensed engineer will be on-site for construction so the finished projects provide the highest ecological benefit possible. And it's important to note that not all wetland restorations are built the same. Our projects will be designed specifically to benefit the birds in the area as well as other species to get those stacked benefits. If we're out there doing that work, we might as well have it for benefiting birds and the other critters that are found in those areas. Some of those things that we can include that are not found, that we intend to include that are not found in typical wetland restorations are things like scraping topsoil to remove invasive plant species and reseeding with native vegetation that give you better forage opportunities for migratory birds. Placing large woody material and constructing expansive shallow areas for habitat complexity and predator protection, and constructing sandy soil piles for critical nesting habitat for species like the state-threatened Blanding's turtle. We'll use these and other nature-based practices and incorporate them into the engineering designs tailored for the needs and predicted benefits for each wetland restoration location. Lastly, these wetland restorations, in addition to the biodiversity benefits that they'll have, in addition to targeting the bird species that funnel into this tiny area and expanding the benefits to the other biodiversity to get the maximum lift, they're also going to provide the benefits that wetlands, like the state of Minnesota, has been innovative in analyzing and seeing that wetlands provide floodwater retention, nutrient uptake, filtration of runoff, groundwater recharge, and carbon storage. Thank you very much for your time and consideration of our Upper Mississippi Flyway Habitat Conservation Program proposal. And Lee and I will welcome any questions you may have for us.
Questions? You're still awake after lunch?
So this is a new program. This has not been funded in the past.
Thank you for the question. Yes, this is a new program.
We should maybe have a question that says, have you ever been in front of the council before?
I have a question. I'm struggling with the restoration deal. you've got 468,000 budgeted for restoration of 20 acres, which is 23,400 an acre. Of that, your staff cost to supervise 240,000 of contracts at 12,000 an acre for the contracts is 11,410 for the staffing cost for 4 years. I just can't figure out how 20 acres, you can spend that kind of money on staffing costs.
Thank you for the question, Chair Hartwell. That cost is going to helps fund one of our PhD specialists in wetland restoration, who has a joint appointment with the university as well. And again, these are not just your typical saucer type of restorations that we will commonly see out there in for wetland restorations. These are going to be, we're going to take our time, really find the maximum benefit that we can find in such a small area. So that takes time. That's going to take research, working with the landowners, working with state agencies and the other agencies to find that biggest bang for the buck opportunity. And then, as Lee had mentioned, there's an opportunity here for protect in both ways. We have the opportunity to work with landowners who are interested in these actions. And it just takes time to work with those folks, and then for the engineering aspect of it as well. So in those when you're doing those contracts, you have to be in there with your engineers in designing those things, in designing these robust projects, because they're not all built the same. That's where part of that expertise comes in.
So, but your personnel cost is as much as your overall contract cost, in essence. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
To supervise the work is as much as to do the work.
Yeah, the proposal we have has a personnel cost across the 4 years at 228,000.
Yeah,
And then the contract cost at 240.
yeah, it's as much to supervise it as to do the work.
Yeah, I suppose that is the case. But when in putting these things on the ground, it does take that type of management and that type of cost for trying to get these acres on the ground.
Other questions?
Are you thinking the proposal needs a little bit more flesh around what the
I
restoration
would
looks
not
like?
be comfortable recommending that. The easement side makes sense personally. Spending that kind of money on 20 acres.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chair Hartwell.
Doesn't work.
Our personnel cost is actually 145 versus the 240. I think that.
Yes, plus direct support services at 77. And travel at 4,200. And supplies and materials, I don't know whose column that goes into, but it isn't covered by the contracts. So you have a total cost there of, as you said, 208,000 or whatever, 200. It's virtually as much as the actual cost of hiring someone to do the work.
Yeah, the costs are actually lower than the 228,000 when that's totaled up. Just looking at the final proposal numbers.
Well, the grand total of the TNC request is 468,000, of which you're contributing 47,000 in your DSS cost. And I don't even want to go into the discussion about whether or not that's real. Because it feels like you use a federal rate and justify charging more than anyone else because you negotiated it on a federal basis. But you don't want me to go there. I'm accepting that you've got the leverage, but you got 468,000, of which 240,000 is for contracts. That leaves $220,000 of your cost for personnel to oversee the $240,000.
Yeah,
That seems very, very high. I'm just telling you. Maybe it's real, but I can't, in good conscience, put down an allocation for that.
Thank you,
That's me.
Chair Hartwell. Just for
Others may
clarification.
disagree and probably do.
No, I appreciate the question. Just to clarify for direct support services, we do have an indirect NICR that we do, or excuse me, of a NICR that we negotiate federally, but we've only asked for about a third of that in the proposal.
But you claim it as a cost because the federal government gave you permission to claim it as a cost. So you're assuming that we are acknowledging that that's your internal costs. It is far higher than others are charging us for the same DSS type of thing. And I don't want to get in that argument with you. I really don't. I appreciate that you're saying you're contributing it. It rankles me, but it's not worth arguing about. So if I ask the only question anyone wants to ask. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is HRE 01, A River of Birds in the Sky, Conserving Minnesota's Flyway. And just to remind you, neither Daryl or I will participate in any of this because we're conflicted. I will call on people, but not make any comments. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and Council and staff for this opportunity to present. My name is Dale Gentry. I'm the Director of Conservation for Audubon Upper Mississippi River. I'm joined today by one of our partners.
Chair and Council, my name is Justin Townsend, Senior Environmental Resource Specialist with Ramsey County Parks and Recreation.
The Mississippi River and the St. Croix River in eastern Minnesota function as a lifeline to our communities and also to the birds that breed in them and migrate along the way. And so we want to spend a little time this morning, actually, I suppose this afternoon, telling you a little bit about why we are interested in restoring and enhancing habitat in this area. The project is focused on the river valleys in eastern Minnesota, primarily those two rivers which I mentioned, which contain large and mostly connected and protected habitat. But the rivers and habitats flow through urban and suburban habitats, and some might question the value of those habitats, and I want to provide some context for why they are very important to birds. There are two reasons. The first is that migrant birds follow geographic features as they migrate north and south in North America. So they follow shorelines along the coasts, they follow mountain ranges, and they follow rivers. We've even found evidence that they're starting to follow highway systems. So in the Midwest, the Mississippi River is a significant flyway that migratory birds will follow. And so the Mississippi River's route that directs it through eastern Minnesota and into the Twin Cities is delivering migrant birds directly to our doorstep. We've known this is the case for waterfowl for years, and recent studies with Doppler weather radar confirms that there is a higher concentration of migrant birds close to the river than there is further away. In addition to that, most birds, with the exception of waterfowl and birds of prey, migrate at night. We won't go into why that is, but they migrate as I've described, following geographic boundaries, but they also orient through celestial cues, so primarily the moon and stars, and they don't really like to migrate when it's cloudy at night. But that means that they've got some sort of genetic programming that makes them attracted to light. And what we found is that urban centers with ambient light that's emitted at night is attracting migrant birds almost in a magnetic sort of metaphor. They are attracted to it, whether there's habitat here or not. And so because of the river delivering birds to our doorstep, and because of their habit of attraction to the ambient light at night, the eastern central region and the Mississippi and Minnesota and St. Croix River valleys are incredibly important to migrant birds. And so we want to make sure that when they arrive, they have habitat to use while they're here. And so we are excited to work with our collection of partners to manage these habitats. And I want to provide an opportunity for my partner, Justin, to talk a little bit about Ramsey County's interests in this project.
Yes, thank you again, Chair and Council members. Dr. Gentry has laid the groundwork and foundation for understanding how this benefits critical bird species, and other wildlife by proxy. But I'd like to talk a little bit about how this benefits the people of not only Ramsey County, but everyone in the great state of Minnesota. The need for urban habitat is critical to support biodiversity and human health and well-being of those county. I don't think I need to explain why that's important to anybody here on the council. I'm assuming we all are on board with that. But why is this unique? Ramsey County is the most densely populated, most diverse, and most urbanized county in the state. Downtown St. Paul is within the viewshed of this site. The people who live, work, and visit the capital city will be witness to the benefits of enhancing wildlife habitat firsthand. It's a unique opportunity to showcase the work of this council within a 15-minute drive of this very building. It's also a highly collaborative effort between federal, state, county, city, and non-governmental partners, all having a stake in the success of this project. Furthermore, Ramsey County Parks and Recreation is one of the largest landowners within the county, meaning it's incumbent on us to restore our lands. However, the capacity to care for all those lands is limited by budgets and staffing. Other grant timelines do not allow for the needs of this particular bluffland restoration. Without this grant, maintaining a healthy wildlife corridor would not be possible. These funds are crucial. To sum up, this is an incredibly unique opportunity to restore a mosaic of bluffland properties dotted within a highly urbanized area. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Great. Questions? Suzanne?
This is an important project and I understand that, but I need you to be able to clearly articulate why over a third of the funding is going towards staffing.
Yes, I appreciate the question, Chair and Council Member. Staffing is, in my experience, driven mostly by the number of contracts, not by as much by the number of acres. A 10-acre contract takes a similar amount of energy and time investment to prepare as does a 100-acre contract. And so we feel that the staff time, especially for the habitat ecologist who's doing this work, is commensurate with the amount of effort required to implement these projects.
Other questions, Matt?
Looks like a lot of this, almost all this work's being done on, looks like public lands, public parks and that kind of thing. I'm looking at the description of the work, and this obviously been funded in the past by OHF. It all feels a lot like maintenance work to me. And I'm curious when this is really restoration versus when it's normal maintenance that should just be done along the way. And why are we paying for that?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question and Chair. I think that's a fair question. You know, a lot of these projects are designated as either enhancement or restoration. And so restoration has taken place where we've taken old fields and converted them to, and the rest of the work is enhancement. And I think we have to understand, and you likely do, the difference between habitat loss and habitat degradation. And degradation happens when you've got invasive species, when you have fragmentation, when you have the loss of native plants like elm and ash trees. And so some of these land agencies have budget to keep up with all of the habitat maintenance that needs to be done, but in my experience, very few of them do. They are doing their best and taking care of the most urgent needs, the squeakiest wheels. In the meantime, if are out in these habitats, you'll see an abundance of poor quality habitat that is in need of enhancement. And so our goal, and from our science, is that those habitats that are full of buckthorn or that are dominated by smooth brome or non-native species are very poor quality for birds. And so if the birds need high quality habitat, our desire is to try and help provide that.
Can I add one specific for Ramsey County? Most of these lands are tax forfeited properties on blufflands, and they've never been touched with any sort of restoration because they are so difficult. And that's why we're looking for the restoration piece of this.
Thank you for that.
Other questions?
Just one more. I'm a little concerned about the rate of spending on some of these projects that date back to 2021, that you only spent 36% of that. Can you give us an update on where you are on spending that funding?
On all of our projects collectively? Yes, so on all of our projects, we've always spent them down according to the timeline that's it usually takes a year of preparation to try and get projects together. I don't, without saying specifically which projects you're referring to before me, those are a different project area, I think, than what we're applying for today. So I want to make a clear distinction, and if it isn't obvious, that we have a Mississippi River program in southeastern Minnesota that's primarily focused on the Upper Mississippi Fish and Wildlife Refuge. That's a different program area than this. This is
Your proposal lists funding from 21 to 24. Is that for what you're doing now, or is that for different projects?
It's a different project.
Okay, because that's misleading in this.
Oh, well.
This a completely new project?
So thank you for the question, Councilmember. So we called this a new project, but if I would call this a phase 2 of our St. Croix River region. We renamed it because we changed the geography to be inclusive of Ramsey County and the Mississippi River. And I believe, without seeing what you're looking at, that the referenced other project is other projects that Audubon has received funding for, but not specifically this project. So we include all of our Outdoor Heritage Fund allocations in the proposal, which is inclusive of our work in northwestern Minnesota, in the Tallgrass Aspen Parklands area, and southeastern Minnesota on the Mississippi River. But those are separate programs from what we're.
So if this is phase 2 of this, phase 1, is that the money we received in 24, or is that?
In 2023.
23.
We applied in 22 and received the funding in 2023.
Okay, but then there's still only 24% spent on that, so.
Yes, so we are about 45% encumbered. So we have a number of contracts that are executed but have not been completed. And we believe that by the time this funding will come to fruition around 70 to 80% encumbered, and that this phase 1, what we could call phase 1, even though it's a slightly different geography, but very similar. So I'm very comfortable calling this phase 2 of that, will be spent down on time.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a new project. I'm trying to figure out how you're going to move the needle, because I don't see any specifics here. You say most of the habitats are degraded, but I don't know if there's any how much of that's degraded, stuff like that. So I'm not sure if where the demand came from. You mentioned the lights from the metro. If these birds were smart, they'd keep flying to Winona. But so I'm trying to figure out how you're going to move the needle, because you could spend $1,400,000 and the birds may not notice anything.
Sure. Thank you for that question, Chairperson. And we're happy to acknowledge that there's a lot of habitat out there, and it's all in different states of health. In outreach to partners,
identified the areas that we believe and they believe are in greatest need. In some cases, those are situations where access is challenging, and so they've been overlooked in the past. But these are not minor tweaks, but it's areas that are dominated by invasives or are losing a tremendous amount of native tree, or are so thick that the desired management practices of prescribed fire are not feasible. And so in many cases, we intend for these to be one-time treatments where we can go in and manage the invasives, and then our partners say, now we can use fire to manage these areas. But the geographies that we're targeting are within important bird areas that are identified as the most important habitats that birds need in our region. So we do believe that these are the birds that these are the habitats that the birds are interested in. And so by converting poor or marginal quality habitat into high quality habitat, that they will respond and breed and migrate more successfully.
Can I add too, we've been working with the National Park Service to get a more quantitative study of these properties, and that should have been completed just in the past week, but nothing's available at the moment. But we are looking into more survey work to quantify that.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is HREO2 Bone Lake South.
Thank you, Chair Hartwell and council members, for the opportunity to present our proposal for the Bone Lake South property phase 2. My name's Emily Hines. I'm the planning coordinator for the Comfort Lake Forest Lake Watershed District. Joining you at the Capitol, we have Blaine Einichner, project coordinator, and Aiden Reed, land management specialist. The Comfort Lake Forest Lake Watershed District is located in the Northeast metro area along the county line in northern Washington County and southern Chisago County. The restoration site in this proposal is in the eastern part of our district in the city of Scandia. Our grant request is $1.6 million, and the confirmed leverage is equal to 10% of the grant request at $162,000. Phase 1 of this project is funded by a 2023 Lessard-Sams grant, and it entails acquisition of the property located just south of Bone Lake. We executed the purchase agreement with the landowner in June, and we plan to close on the property by year end, spending this grant in its entirety with the cost of the acquisition itself. We very recently completed a survey of the property and confirmed that the final acquisition acreage is 238 acres. Phase 2 of the project, for which we are requesting funding this year, entails restoration and enhancement of 152 acres of habitat on site, including wetland, tamarack swamp, prairie, oak savanna, and hardwood forest, which Blaine and Aiden will speak more about shortly. This project will improve habitat for a variety of species of concern, such as Blanding's turtles, monarch butterfly, trumpeter swan, mallards, and rusty-patched bumblebee. The site also provides an excellent opportunity for public use, such as hunting, hiking, and bird watching. It's about a 30-minute drive from the Twin Cities and would therefore potentially serve a large community. The city of Scandia doesn't impose hunting regulations, so the DNR hunting regulations would apply here. And the existing farm trails will be converted to non-motorized trail system, opening up the entire 238-acre property to public use. Our area is a popular birding area. On a broader scale, we're part of the Mississippi St. Croix Flyway, providing essential stopover sites for migratory birds. Anecdotally, some species of concern that have been observed by birders in our area include trumpeter swans and American white pelicans. This proposed work, it aligns with a state plan and our local Watershed 1 plan. In the DNR fish habitat plan, our area is shown as having a moderate watershed disturbance, meaning it has a realistic chance for full restoration. And this site is a prime example of a site that has seen disturbance over the years, and with projects like this has some chance for some really valuable restoration. The Lower St. Croix Watershed 1 plan identifies the following priorities which align with our proposed project: groundwater protection, wetland restoration and creation, protection of native plant communities that support species of greatest conservation need, and promoting climate resiliency. Next, I'll hand it off to Blaine Einichner to speak more about the restoration and enhancement work.
Thank you, Emily. Mr. Chair and members of the council, I just wanted to thank you for allowing us to come and present to you today. First, I'd like to reiterate something that Emily said. The entire 238 acres will be open to the public. There's approximately 3 miles of farm roads on the property. We'll be converting those over to a trail system, which will open up the entire area for folks to do hunting, hiking, and non-motorized recreation on the property. I would also like to point out the habitat complexity and diversity of the site. We have 5 distinct wetland types on the property, including northern rich fen and tamarack swamp. There's open water habitat for migratory waterfowl that use the area. And we have remnant prairie and oak savanna, and also hardwood forest ecotypes on the property. So the property truly is a special landscape and could become exceptional with the restoration and enhancement that your funding could provide. With this funding, we propose to restore 152 acres of the property. This would include restoration of several of the wetland areas, the removal of legacy nutrient sources from past agricultural practices on the property, and then some upland restoration as well. Should be the native prairie establishment and expansion of the remnant oak savanna, as well as doing some forestry work on the property itself. The 152 acres selected for restoration and enhancement contain the highest priority habitat that, once restored, would provide the greatest benefit to wildlife. One of the wetland restorations that I'd just like to talk about here briefly consists of the removing of manure-laden soils from the wetland that is adjacent to an old barn at the northern end of the property. You can't really see the old farmstead on the map that we did provide, but it's the wetland is considered Zone A on that map. That's a wetland we would be working in. There was a cattle operation there for years, and over the decades, manure from the cattle operation was either actively stored in that wetland or just found its way down, flowing with gravity and precipitation down into that wetland area. It's currently stored in the wetland itself and is slowly leaching out soils or nutrient from those soils downstream into Bone Lake. So we did do some investigation, pulled some soil cores from that wetland, and that identified that we do have a nutrient load there and identified the area that we would be restoring. The project itself would remove these nutrients from the wetland, excavating down to 2 to 4 feet max depth, removing those soils from the wetland, improving water quality in the wetland itself, and then also benefiting Bone Lake downstream. We create open water habitat, and which we'd also do some restoration of the hydrology in that area. We have several other wetland restorations proposed for the property, which would be connecting kind of lateral wetlands, restoring hydrology and connectivity with the greater wetland complex. Well, as mentioned in our proposal, we also have some upland restoration opportunities, which I'll defer to Aidan Reed, our land specialist, who will be discussing those. Thank you.
Thank you, council members, for having us here today. Just to provide a few more details on the restorations Blaine was referencing, we have about 108 acres of prairie and oak savanna at this site. And as Blaine mentioned, they're in various states of kind of suitability for habitat. Large sections of this parcel have been in production agriculture for decades. And so those areas are in what we call an old field condition right now. We'll be looking at more of an intensive restoration of those areas. Other portions are a remnant prairie, and so there's not much that necessarily needs restoration, but we'll be enhancing those and managing them. Then the oak savanna areas as well, historically have been grazed. So one of the opportunities we're looking for the site is actually using one of the existing farmers in the area who is grazing that area to kind of help us with site preparation and establishment and maintenance of that prairie through grazing and haying. So kind of keep those local ties strong. We also mentioned the tamarack swamp area and the hardwood forest sections. Those areas are just going to be enhancements. Tamarack swamp restoration is pretty intensive. We're hoping to get a long ways towards our habitat goals just with enhancement activities. And similar with the hardwood areas, some light invasive species management, some forest stand improvement. Basically get the ball rolling on there, kind of take advantage of the complexity and the diversity of different ecosystems we have just in this small parcel, create some habitat edges, maximize the benefit for the wildlife we have there. Then additionally, I would say that, this project is somewhat scalable. We'll be looking at different, all restoration methods are on the table right now. We look forward to getting our hands on the site and being able to start breaking ground and see what opportunities will be best. And with that, I thank the council for having us here today. I appreciate the time and we're open for questions.
Questions?
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You shouldn't have said it was scalable. If you get to pull them out, is this a one and done? Because I like one and dones.
As far as the restoration and just walking away, we
You-
did not include any maintenance past, the 5-year period. We would implement over the 5 years of the grant if we were to receive it. Is that getting at your question?
No, if you asked for 1.6 million,
Correct.
if you get all of that, does that will you be able to finish your project then, or will you be back here next year, the year after, the year after, the year after?
That would that would restore the majority of the property. There is about 100 acres of just pure wetland and open water habitat that we would not be seeking to restore with this funding source. Some of that area
It'd be one and done for the most part.
For the most part, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Maybe two and done. What about 2023 money? It's 0% spent according to the application.
Correct. So it's been a kind of a long journey dealing with the landowners of the property. Been working with the gentleman to secure the property for a number of years. We got pretty far down that road. That gentleman did pass away this past last fall. So we picked up the negotiations with the new property owner, their heir, and have reached a purchase agreement with them in June. We've been working through the contingencies of that purchase agreement. We're very close to being able to purchase the property here, close on the property. We're hoping to close in the next month or two. So that money will be spent very, very soon.
So it's an acquisition or is it restoration enhancement?
The phase 1 was acquisition.
The
Phase 2
1.9 was for acquisition.
Correct.
Thank you.
Daryl?
So if we award them a grant, is it contingent upon them closing?
Yeah, it would be for this project. If we were to recommend approval, their accomplishment plan would come back saying they're going to do this work on this project. If they didn't do this project, they got to come back and say, we're going to completely change gears, and it would come back to us for up or down.
Okay, so this is different than where we were looking at larger tracts and bigger dollars because that was part of a program. This is a very
This is a
specific
very
project.
specific one parcel project, which puts programs are much easier because if something slides, you can move it somewhere else. On the other hand, this is one and done.
So if, given that question for those of us who weren't here in this funding round, was that 1.9 million for the acquisition given with the understanding that there would be the company?
I don't know that there was an explicit comeback.
You stated that in their application.
They did.
Okay.
Better
I like-
memory than me.
I like kept promises. Great. Okay. Thank you.
Super. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your time.
Next is HRE 03, City of Delano, Crow River Restoration and Enhancement.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is Sean Mawaji, and I serve as the city engineer and public works director for the city of Delano. Thank you for this opportunity to present on our application. You may know Delano is located just west of the Minneapolis-St. Paul metro area in Wright County. It is a growing community, approximately 7,500 residents, which is bisected by the South Fork of the Crow River through town. This river has been, excuse me, an amenity to the community, but it has also created multiple challenges over the years. As the river approaches Delano, the channel becomes more urbanized, which reduces the amount of water available for storage and transportation. During high water and flooding events, the velocities of the river increase and impact banks of the river. These events have become more frequent, with 8 of the 10 highest recorded river levels occurring within the last 30 years. The city has conducted a bank erosion evaluation and has identified roughly 1,500 lineal feet of severely eroded riverbank. The erosion contributes to additional sediment loading within the river, which impacts aquatic habitat and is also threatening the adjacent public infrastructure, which we need to address. The city will be performing a repair on one section of the riverbank this next month due to a section that is sloughed off into the channel due to erosion. This is just one area within the corridor that is in need of attention. City staff and consultants have developed plans to stabilize the banks of the Croix River and create a low flow channel along a 4,500 lineal foot stretch within the city. Bank stabilization options include riprapping, which would part armor the banks, or natural restoration methods. Instead of individual repairs, we aim to repair the entire river channel through Delano using natural methods like root wads, woody vegetation, and native vegetation, which also supports wildlife habitat. We've had discussions with the DNR and Army Corps of Engineers on these 30% plans that we have, and we've considered using J-hooks and rock riffles to center the low flow channel away towards the center of the river and away from the banks, which will further reduce river scouring. A project of this magnitude would require additional funding for it to be a success. Again, I would like to thank the council for the opportunity to speak and consideration of our grant request, and we'll stand for any questions.
Questions?
This might be a silly one, but can you explain to me what tow wood is?
So tow wood is below the normal water level. You'd put essentially woody logs in the bottom of the bank, cover it with dirt, create habitat for the aquatic species. It'd be similar to a root wad.
Okay, thank you.
Mark says he has background.
Yeah, members, just to let you know, this came to the attention of staff back, last fall, something like that, where Representative McDonald in the House, he's the House Legacy Chair. We send out every spring, whenever there's for the calls, I send out a letter to all of the members saying, hey, here's our call for funding requests. If you have any constituents or or agencies or local government units that might be interested, put us in touch with them. And he did. He put us in touch with the city. And so we had a conversation about this because this has been something that they've been thinking about for a while. So we did give them a bunch of feedback, threw a whole bunch of questions at them and good and bad stuff and encouraged them to get in touch with DNR and really look at the fisheries side of it, which thank you for doing that. And we also got a chance to look at maps and everything, but so they have been in touch with staff, as many are, before they put in applications or proposals. But I just wanted to let you know about that. And again, thanks for doing that. That's always helpful.
Of course.
So that's somewhat related to my question. I have a lot of sympathy for this. I've driven through Delano. I've seen it, the agony and ecstasy that is the flooding that goes on there. I've had trouble reconciling this as a habitat and game and fish and wildlife project as opposed to a public works project. So can you say a little bit more about the habitat and environment benefits of this?
Yes, thank you, council member. I can see this as kind of getting two birds with one stone, no pun intended, but we could stabilize the banks using riprap, or we could improve it further with vegetation restoration, root wads, and create a habitat through that. So we could do two methods to essentially stop the bleeding of the banks eroding into the river channel itself. Stopping the erosion is going to improve the river quality, habitat, reduce turbidity in the water itself, but we'd like to create additional habitat on the banks itself. And a project of this magnitude, what we really want to accomplish with it, we're going to need some help to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've seen projects like this before where you got the issue there, but the problem is upstream. Flows through a lot of agriculture, which I'm assuming a lot of drainage. So you might fix up downtown Delano, but You're still going to have rushing water through there at times. Are there any plans to look further upstream with your watershed or whatever?
The South Fork Crow River Watershed District did issue a one watershed plan, I believe it was 2 years ago. Delano is located in the downstream end of the South Fork, right before it ties into the North Fork in Rockford. So we're towards the tail end. So we do get a lot of the contributing stormwater from upstream area, all the way from Pike County through Delano, through Rockford. The one watershed plan does have targeted projects. We did submit a letter to them when they were putting that plan together, but they did not include this project in their capital improvement plan for the short term or long term.
Well, so is there any work being done upstream on the South Fork, upstream from Delano?
Off the top of my head, I don't recall what the projects were. I don't believe anything is happening this year or next year, though.
But it's possible.
Possible, yes. I know the one watershed plan did identify projects that they have in the larger metro areas on the river.
So my question is maybe a comment and a question. To really deal with the problem, you've got to slow the velocity of the water down. And you do that by widening the stream bed or, as you said, riprap to keep the water from eroding. The banks, root rods and their equivalent are great, but you get a big flood, they're going to wash out. And truly the way to manage, and I've driven through Delano. I had a job in Cokato in 1977 and used to drive through every day. I've seen flooding for a long time there. I don't know how in Delano you can widen it because there isn't much land around there, and I question whether or not the natural approach will really withstand the flooding that you've seen. How do the engineers answer my question? Because I recognize the need to do it, but this feels like an infrastructure project, not a habitat project, and one that's not going to survive over time. And I need to be convinced.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Chair. One plan that the city does have is our flood mitigation plan. Does identify areas along that corridor through town where it is restricted that are, I guess, earmarked for future acquisition when that time comes. There has been past improvements for the flood resiliency, where segments of the west side of the Crow River, just south of the railroad tracks, that was acquired, buildings were removed, a levee was constructed. There is a future development that we are aware of just south that is directly south of the Highway 12 bridge, which is where the corridor really narrows and the floodplain narrows down as it comes through town. If that development were to occur, we would require that that portion along the river is set aside and is outlawed, that the city controls, create additional floodplain there. When we were talking about permitting with the DNR and the Corps, they had us analyze the curve of the river just north of the Bridge Avenue Bridge, the pros and cons, the cost benefit analysis of removing a city building, flattening out the curve, and creating additional floodplain storage there as well. So that would be part of our future plans, if this were to move forward, is to final that out with them. But it is, you're correct. As we narrow through town, it is going to be tough to get additional floodplain without the acquisition and widening of that floodplain within the channel there.
So wouldn't it be logical to do that first? So that you're not restricting an area that's likely to wash out because you don't have the proper protection going in? I'm really struggling with the way to handle this is incredibly difficult in a community that's built around a river. And I'm all for natural types of stuff, but riffraff may be a better long-term solution in my mind, until I'm convinced, than trying to do a natural process that is incomplete because the water is still gonna destroy what's in its way. Feels like to me. So you need to convince me. I'm sympathetic to the problem. I'm not seeing that riprap isn't the best solution, even though, and that clearly wouldn't be funded by us, but it doesn't feel like this is a natural solution that will hold over time until you widen the floodplain somehow.
Our floodplain widening options through town are pretty limited. It would require acquisition and relocation of a lot of properties through there. It may not be feasible. I can't speak to it.
I mean, am I crazy? Is what I'm saying not make sense to you, or?
I understand.
Okay, I mean, I'm not trying to be
Feels like a
difficult.
lot of these projects are correcting things that were done in the past.
Yeah. But what confidence is there that the solution that you're proposing, which you're going after because we're a habitat funding organization, is one that will last over time? That's really the crux of my question.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if there's been any past restoration or habitat preservation methods done on the Croix River, especially around the Delano area, either by outside agencies or the city itself. The historic flood happened in 1965. We're now in 2025, so we're 60 years later. We're seeing the impacts in town now more recently with the recent flood events. We're going to have to do something here. It's going to start impacting our utilities, our streets, the county roads, the bridges around town. We've seen what's been there has lasted 60 some years. I guess I don't know how to answer, how else to answer your question, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Anyone else have questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is HRE 04, DNR Aquatic Habitat Restoration and Enhancement. Yes.
The request is 2 million.
HRE. Oh. I need to pull up the proposal to know what you're really saying, which I don't doubt at all.
2 million.
Oh, where did you see the 2 million?
On the schedule here.
Oh,
That's the leverage funds.
okay.
Leverage.
Sorry, we've got a misstatement in our.
Yeah.
You're really, so tell us all about your $16 million request.
Absolutely. Thank you for letting us be here today. Chair and Council, my name is Dean Perone. I'm the Stream Habitat Supervisor in the section of Fisheries for the Minnesota DNR. With me today are Amanda Hillman-Roberts, Stream Restoration Operations Consultant, and Neil Hagerode, river ecologist and restoration consultant with DNR's Ecological. We are pleased to have an opportunity to present to the DNR aquatic habitat proposal today, and thank you for your past support of DNR's aquatic habitat work. When I was making notes for today's meeting, I was thinking about the legacy amendment, and legacy was a key word to me. A couple of years ago, I walked out of the doctor's office realizing I am mortal, and I began to think about what kind of legacy I wanted to leave. One of the things that has been a passion of mine the last few years is introducing people to the outdoors, especially fishing and hunting. Great joy of introducing kids and new people to fishing this year. Watching them catch sturgeon for the first time was highlight of my life. But I also realized about that time that in order to have these opportunities to create these memories, we need good habitat, we need good populations of fish. So at that time, I decided to focus my career on river and stream restoration, and is why I'm here today. This year's proposal is a cooperative effort between the DNR's Fisheries section and EWR and focusing on aquatic habitat. We using a three-pronged approach. We're improving in-stream habitat. And to get to the in-stream habitat, the high quality that we wanted to create, we also need connectivities, allowing fish to reach high-quality habitats and the different stages of habitat that they need for the complete their life cycle. And also to focus on the riparian habitat, the important terrestrial habitat along streams and rivers. The first part of our proposal is looking at channel restoration. Channelization can essentially eliminate the different components of habitat that are needed for fish, whether spawning, rearing, or adult life stages. One of my favorite movies was Field of Dreams, and I love the saying, build it and they will come. We use natural channel design to rechannelize a river and build a habitat, the fish will come. What's also important is once we have this habitat, that the fish be able to reach it. In this proposal, we're proposing 3 stream restoration projects that would restore 5 miles of in-stream habitat. As I said, connectivity is also extremely important. And as a fisheries manager, completing projects which increase in-stream or longitudinal connectivity will have the single largest positive effect on improving fisheries of any management action available. And this is why we often focus on improving connectivity in our stream and rivers. In Minnesota, after we see a dam removed, we observe an average of 67% of the native fish species that were missing upstream of dams returned after dam removal, modification, failure, or nature-like fish passage. Modifying or removing barriers through our 4 proposed fish pass but create access to over 3,821 acres of lake and river habitat and restore ecological processes that have ecosystem-wide benefits. This will benefit species such as walleye, northern pike, lake sturgeon present in these rivers, as well as 5 mussels species that are classified currently as threatened or endangered. The final component of this year's proposal is our aquatic management area enhancement work. DNR owns just under 1,000 acres of, DNR owns just under 1,000 AMA parcels covering almost 32,000 acres. These lands protect high-quality aquatic habitat such as lakeside areas and nearshore emergent vegetation and natural shorelines, and sometimes include associated uplands and prairies and forests. The request includes funding to enhance 2,226 acres and restore 25 acres of riparian habitat and associated uplands on over 124 AMA parcels. As I mentioned before, we rely on strong collaborative relationships with partners to develop these large projects. With this year's proposal, we are requesting continued funding for staff that have fostered these relationships and provided valuable expertise in stream restoration. These staff work exclusively on OHF and CPL projects. The complexity of design, permitting, contracting, and construction oversights requires specialized skills. These positions help to ensure that these projects are done well and achieved intended outcomes. These positions have benefits well beyond the projects included in this proposal. Our past appropriations are on track to meet or exceed stated restoration and enhancement goals. Many aquatic habitat projects are very complex and take many years to complete. Therefore, many of accomplishments are completed near the end of appropriations. Requesting money now keeps the ball rolling to complete future projects. Thank you once again for your support, and we will stand for any questions that you might have.
Questions? No question? Oh, Suzanne's got a question.
In your proposal, you have over $800,000 in supplies, and it describes nowhere in the proposal what that is for. Can you give me some details there, please?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Chairman Bard. That was a very good observation, a very good catch. It took me a long time to figure this out. The actual the amount requested overall remains the same. The line items would change slightly. When our AMA staff put together proposals, we joined Excel spreadsheets, and this transposed some of the numbers. So instead of 800,000 in supplies, it'd be 190,000, and the rest would go back into contracts. It's about 10% of a AMA project is in supplies. That's fencing, tools to do burning. I'm not extremely familiar with upland habitat, but it's the tools and materials needed to do fencing and grazing protection and the kind of replanting, protecting plants until they reach a mature age that escape browse and stuff like that. So it's actually, it would be 10% of the cost for AMA would. So thank you for that catch. That will be corrected in our final appropriation.
Okay, thank you.
Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I suppose this table needs to be updated, but it shows that you've spent about half of your 20 million you've received since 2020, but you still have half of it left. Is that true, or what's the update?
Yeah, as mentioned, our projects are very large and very complex. And often most of the money, it goes towards construction, which often doesn't happen to year 4 or 5. I just was looking at our Gantt chart of a project output. We have 76 steps to complete a project. Construction doesn't occur to step 63 or 60. So there's 2 to good 3 years of planning, permitting, as you know, to get the project. Like I mentioned, most of the funding goes during the construction phase. So the spending is very slow the first 2 or 3 years. When we get to year 4 and 5 is when the majority of the project is spent. Amanda's our project manager. She might have something else to add, or?
Yeah, and it's just the last, usually 3 to 4, but sometimes 4 to 5, depending on, weather and flows, and sometimes construction can get delayed, so that there's a little bit of variation in how long construction can take.
I should point that all of our appropriations to this point, at the end of the appropriation, have been spent fully.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you remind us again what the total tab was on the Rock Arch Rapids project up in Pelican?
You remember offhand?
I think it was around 2.8, but it might have been a little bit higher than that. I'd have
I won't hold you to it, but just come.
Yeah, it was around that.
Okay, thank you.
Ted?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Most of your big dollar items in your list here are dam modifications. I assume that's some sort of a fish passage type situation like the Pelican Rapids one. This will probably cause people to have heart attacks, but what if we just took all those dams out since none of them are functioning anymore, except to create a reservoir for lakes? So those of you who had heart attacks, sorry.
Yeah, thank you for that question. That's a very good question. Our goal, a very worthy goal, is to remove dams that serve no purpose. I have a personal goal. I was a firefighter, paramedic for 20 years as well, and more than one times I had to remove a dead body from a dam because they create a perfect drowning machine. And when you have a dam out there that's a hazard to people and fish passage and serving no purpose, I see there's a huge benefit, not only to our ecology, but to human life and safety by removing these dams. There are times when dam removal is not 100%. You're not able to because you want to keep lake levels up, and that's where we have our rock arch rapid opportunities that will keep the same level on the lake but allow fish passage and remove the dangerous hydraulic barriers. Neil, do you have anything?
Well, yeah. Many times there's infrastructure that we have to, pilings of a bridge, or a city has their water intakes above it. Also, you have the accumulated sediments above the dam, and that can't just be let downstream, so that we use the rock arch rapids to hold it in place and then restore above the rock arch rapids to the degree possible. So number one, usually we look at is, can we remove this dam outright? Because that's the least cost. We just demolish it, do any restoration we need to do upstream. But when we can't do that, then we move to the rock arch rapids. So you can see on the handout, it has those 3. And then the last option is just to get fish passage, leave the dam in place and build a small stream around it. But that's the last option we want to go to when we can't get anything else.
Do you examine these? The Rapidan Dam released a lot of sediment and caused a few other problems. Are all of these dams where you're doing modifications, are they structurally and hydrologically and all those other things? They're not just another Rapidan washout waiting to happen. I mean, I'd hate to spend $2.5 million on the Woolen Mill Dam in Faribault, and then if we got 12 inches of rain, it washes out anyway, and we lose Cannon Lake. I mean, I'm concerned about.
Thank you for those.
100-year-old dams that we're spending $2.5 million for fish passages.
Yeah, thank you for those questions. I think, and I'll let Neil talk about the specifics of this, but what we're doing is trying to eliminate that threat of a dam removing. So if we could have addressed the Rapidan Dam before failure, we could have designed a way to have fish passage without failure. And that's the ultimate goal. So one of our primary objectives is to remove the failure risk. And I'll let Neil talk about the specifics, or Amanda.
Yeah, so when we go to a rock art rapids option and we can't just outright remove the dam, the structural stability comes from that wedge of rock. Instead of just having a straight up and down concrete sill, we're replacing it with a wedge of rock that goes up to that height. And we don't always go to the same height. We look at that as well. Can we bring that down farther and get a lower height, because then the risk is also reduced. So we do take those into consideration in every project.
Ted, you could put in a request for a CPL grant for a little monkey wrenching and take care of the problem for us.
For $50,000, we'll remove all the dams in our area.
And we'll all come and visit you in jail.
That is Plan B if this appropriation doesn't go through.
I think we're out of questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Next is HRE 05 Little Cannon River Stream Habitat Restoration. Working.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is John Lancheski. Here on behalf of Minnesota Trout Unlimited and on behalf of the Little Cannon River Restoration Partnership. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about really what's an amazing restoration opportunity on the Little Cannon River near Cannon Falls, Minnesota. I'm with Trout Unlimited. The partnership includes Great River Greening and Clean River Partners. With me are Jennifer Graumas of Great River Greening and Jennifer Tonko of Clean Water Partnership. We also have on the line, if there are questions, Bo Kennedy with Goodhue County Soil and Water Conservation District. This project will accomplish the unprecedented. We will take a 3.3 mile long section of ditched, degraded stream and transform it into 5 continuous miles of high quality habitat. This is a one and done project, Councilmember Shara. I also hope that this meets Senator Lang's desire for a big project, but not too big a project. So we think this is the Goldilocks project. It's a one and done project, but this is really unprecedented that we will transform this very degraded stream into 5 miles of high quality habitat. So Minnesota Trout Unlimited, we have the expertise to do the actual restoration of the channel and in-stream habitat. The other partners here will use their expertise to address the vegetation, conversion and the other habitat. This started as a smaller project. There was a single parcel that was added on this stream, provided the only public access on the Little Cannon River, really long trout stream that you can't get onto. It's the very edge of the driftless area, basically no trout water to the west or north of that. But it started with that, but the partners started working with the neighboring landowners, and this grew from one core parcel to now 4 or 5 parcels The final one will be closed down in the next couple of weeks here. So we will have 3.3 miles of stream altogether that will be, as it's remeandered, will become 5 miles of stream. So this is a real unique opportunity. We're anxious to get going on this right away to actually convert this stream into something with good habitat that's actually fishable. So it's all the parcels will have public access or do have public angling access. Securing that access is a huge win, but honestly, the current condition of the stream, you can't really fish it unless you bring your climbing rope. It's very steep cut banks. But more importantly, this is channelized and it's really devoid of any sort of fish habitat in the channel. So we will change all that, and really a great opportunity. Will, like I say, as is very little angling or habitat potential. We will change that and in the process add 1.7 miles of completely new channel. So as I mentioned, this sits on the edge of the driftless. Really, there are not any trout water to the west of there, and there is the Vermilion to the north, but really that's the only stream in the metro. So this is a great opportunity to provide another place for people to go and enjoy angling and quality habitat from the metro, as well as the local folks. So again, we'll use our expertise to work on the actual design, permitting, construction oversight, contract management, and the other partners will take care of other aspects. I will mention that design and permitting tasks have already begun with some of the partners using non-outdoor heritage funding. So we've already begun that process to hit the ground running as soon as we get a grant agreement from this. So I'm happy to answer questions about the design, permitting, all that, but I'll turn over to Ms. Gromnes to talk about Great River Greening's role in the project. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So Great River Greening has 30 years of experience in restoration and enhancement throughout prairies, bigwood forests, wetlands, and oak savanna ecosystems throughout the central, metro, and southern regions of Minnesota. Our experience with similar vegetation restoration in connection with stream remeanders on previous Lessard-Sams appropriations, and our familiarity with the Little Cannon AMA as a current restoration site makes GRG well equipped for this project. We have been in multiple conversations with the DNR Fisheries over the past year about bringing this restoration plan into action, as Minnesota Trout Unlimited brings their expertise for design, permitting, and contracting for the construction portion. GRG will bring our expertise for revegetation of riparian zones, upland prairies, and floodplain forests to the project to create inclusive wildlife habitat for species that need cold water streams to survive. Semi-aquatic turtle species such as blandings and wood turtles not only rely on the river, but also the floodplain and upland habitats nearby for nesting. Great River Greening will take special care to create suitable amphibian, reptile, and waterfowl nesting habitat, along with establishing upland prairie and savannas, incorporating diversity of plant species to support grassland birds, pollinators, and beneficial insects. Intensive upland vegetation reestablishment post-stream construction will be a vital component for this project. Creating soil structure and stability through vegetation will decrease erosion from surrounding land and increase infiltration into ground aquifers. This will in turn limit sediment and nutrient loading into the stream, protecting species reliant on those stable gravel cobble stream bottoms for spawning, such as trout and red-sided dace, and anchoring, such as the mussel species. I'm happy to answer any questions about the vegetation portion of this project, but I'm now going to turn this over to Jennifer Tonko to talk about the project management.
Thank you. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you today. So I'm here on behalf of Clean River Partners, a local nonprofit that works to improve and protect land and water across the Cannon River watershed. So our primary role in this project is coordination and outreach, two functions that are critical to ensuring that this restoration succeeds and delivers lasting habitat benefits. On the coordination side, we're serving as the glue that holds the project together. We plan and host meetings, maintain shared records and timelines, and make sure that each partner's work aligns toward our shared conservation outcomes. We're also connecting this project with other conservation efforts in the area, especially some upstream agricultural projects that address water quality and sedimentation to maximize the ecological impact and ensure a cohesive restoration approach across the watershed. For outreach, we're building public awareness and community connection. That means creating accessible and inspiring content to help Minnesotans understand and value the restoration work being done here. And it also means talking directly with area landowners to explore future habitat protection opportunities. This is a one-time project, but the relationships, public support, and momentum we build will help extend the impact of this investment far beyond its footprint. Clean River Partners helps ensure that this project doesn't happen in isolation. It becomes part of a broader, lasting legacy for fish, wildlife, our watershed, and ultimately the people of Minnesota. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
So how is it that you think that outreach is habitat money and we should be funding outreach?
Well, it's the ongoing landowner outreach to see if we could potentially expand this.
That isn't what you described outreach, was to garner public support.
Well, and to let people know about the project. So just to let them know that it's happening, that we're using the legacy dollars. So the normal kind of publicity that we do when we open a project.
You haven't convinced me. It sounds like you're wanting to promote your organization and its goals, but not do habitat protection.
That is not the intention. So it's definitely not to present our broader organization. I mean, we have other funding, our broad communications work. It's just to let people know, like, so we might place a story in the newspaper that construction is beginning on this, right? And that this is going to provide this new trout habitat and that it's using legacy dollars that people voted for.
Okay, other questions? Yeah, Matt.
Can you break down the accessibility and the easements of the 5 mile stretch? I'm trying to kind of deconstruct where the AWA exists and where it's completely private and where the work's going to be done.
Yeah, so I think,
The back side of your handout, there's actually a map. And the AMA is kind of shaded in the center of it.
The handout online here.
is essentially the center of the project is the fee title AMA.
Okay.
And of course, you're seeing the stream as it will be. It's not meandering like that. It's pretty straight through there.
So as you scale, is it scaling by shortening 5 miles to 3 miles, or is it doing less work on the whole 5 mile stretch? How does that work in a scale standpoint?
A 3 mile long straight thing, if you remeander it, it gets the actual channel lengthens. Yeah. So it goes from 3.3 to 5 miles of new channel within that
Right, because
footprint.
you're creating this. But if the
Yes.
program needed to scale, if you didn't have the full funds. you talked
Well,
about
I like the one and done idea, but
Yes.
if we had to.
So do
yes.
we, but. you
But
know,
we would certainly, I mean, to be honest, the permitting on these projects is grueling. So we would design and permit the entire thing, do all 5 miles of it. It doesn't make sense to do half and half. So we would design and permit the whole thing and build whatever whatever funding we would have to do the construction. I mean, we hope to at least get half. In an ideal world, we love the one and done idea. We could do this within the grant window. So, but we could scale the construction. Obviously, the oversight would be scaled, what matches the construction, but the design and permitting, we really would have to do the whole thing at the start to do any of it.
So how long do you think the design and permitting takes?
Well, I'd say, 2 years is pretty typical. Now, again, we've got FEMA, we've got some modeling and stuff, but again, we've got partners already starting on this, including DNR is doing a lot of the survey work. So we think we're going to have a jump on the permitting side and even sort of the conceptual design. So we're pretty confident we could get through the permitting within the 2 years. And so we'd be ready to build in, whatever that season is, April of 20 something.
And how much does the permitting and design cost?
The permitting and design, again, I have a figure that's, includes the oversight. So it's about 300,000 would be design work, permitting, and construction oversight. I would say the construction oversight, it might be half of that. Again, because if you want good quality, you need the firm that did the design on the ground with the contractors, making sure that what's on paper happens on the ground. So it's about 300,000 for the design, permitting, construction oversight.
So just for consideration by the council, the design work might be a great CPL project and then come back when they're ready to do the actual construction, so we don't tie up a few $1 million waiting for the 2 years to go past as a concept.
Mr. Chair, members, you may not use CPL funds to do any design or engineering.
So we could give them 500,000 and put 150,000 towards, I'm serious, because we're going to tie up a lot of money for a period of time that you can't spend it.
I support that.
So it's simply a thought.
You're complicating my life.
I love doing it.
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of curious about the backstory here. How was this little stream suddenly discovered after it's been here for a couple thousand years? Other DNR people certainly have looked at it. Other trout fishermen have wondered about it.
Mhm.
And now here we are. And now we're going to fix it.
Yeah, so as a lifelong trout angler, I've been looking at the Little Cannon River for years and driving past it saying, boy, I wish I could get on that river because it does have some nice trout in places. It began with, I'm not sure, others might know the story, how they found that first, we're able to secure that AMA piece. But that was the only piece of public land or public access on the river. Fortunately, they were working with neighbors who saw the opportunity and said, wow, let's add on to this. So it is, I wish I knew the backstory, maybe Bo Kennedy does or some other folks here, but there was no access until about a year and a half ago. There's been no way to get on that stream. So it's a great opportunity, really is.
Can I jump in a little bit? Yeah, it really, the landowner who, I do really think that this is a story of an ongoing program, the Cannon River Watershed Habitat Restoration and Protection Program, spurring and making the momentum for a really specific project that's kind of a special one-time project. The landowner who would enable the creation of the AMA and then connecting with neighbors and the ongoing work, by like the people at Goodhue Soil and Water Conservation District, bringing this to people's attention and making this an opportunity, and then the DNR working on the easements. So there's a lot of work has already happened, to make all of this viable and real right now. And this really specific opportunity that we are ready for and ready to complete in the next 5 years, which is pretty exciting.
Other questions? Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is HRE 06, Mission Creek Watershed Conductivity.
Chairman and council members, thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Jeremy Pinkerton, and I'm the acting Lake Superior and St. Louis River Team Supervisor for the Minnesota DNR. Today I have with me Daryl Peterson, Restoration Program Director with the Minnesota Land Trust and DNR's partner in this proposal. We are also joined by Kate Kubiak, representing the Natural Resource Program for the City of Duluth and the primary landowner for the forest enhancement work. The first thing we would like to do is make clear that this is not a St. Louis River Restoration Initiative proposal. This is a standalone project. The St. Louis River Restoration Initiative was funded through 11 different OHF appropriations totaling $31.1 million. Your support enabled us to secure over $37 million in non-state funds and will complete 19 projects that restore and enhance over 900 acres in and around the St. Louis River estuary. As we finish up the open action accomplishment plans, we can celebrate the achievement of that program. With our current proposal, we are taking our first step to move beyond the to restore and enhance the tributary watersheds of Lake Superior. The 11 square mile Mission Creek watershed is part of an approximately 25 square mile complex of high to outstanding biodiversity adjacent to and extending into Jay Cook State Park. The setting for this highly biodiverse forested watershed makes it an important part of the regional habitat corridor for migratory birds and other wildlife. Forest songbirds, raptors, and shorebirds migrate through the Lake Superior Flyway in droves each year. In addition, Mission Creek is a designated trout stream. Nearly half of the land in the watershed is publicly owned, with many access points for fishing and birding. This area is a treasure that allows visitors to feel as if they are in the middle of the wilderness, while still being only a few miles from the significant urban area of Duluth. Like much of northeastern Minnesota, extensive logging and railroad construction in the early 1900s have left a lasting impact that reduces the resiliency and sustainability of our forest and stream systems. High grading hardwoods and extensive harvest of long-lived conifer species has led to aspen-dominated forests with little regeneration of mature forest tree species. Construction of earth and railroad embankments and roads over streams fragmented the aquatic habitats, threatening the viability of the local trout population by both disconnecting populations and reducing access to thermal refuge.
The aquatic portion of this proposal will implement a strategic plan developed to stabilize and enhance one of the most accessible brook trout fisheries on Lake Superior's North Shore. The plan prioritizes crossings by calculating the best value for increasing the resiliency of brook trout in this watershed by improving connections to thermal refuge and connecting disjointed populations. This planning process also considers other crossing aspects such as facilitating sediment transport, ameliorating the risk of catastrophic habitat degradation due to culvert failure, and enhancing terrestrial habitat corridors. This proposal will complete 2 culvert projects while we finalize evaluation and design work for the remaining passage barriers. The forest portion of this proposal will implement a forest management plan currently being completed by the City of Duluth to stabilize the watershed soils and maximize habitat quality for forest birds. The purpose of the plan is to improve the structural and species diversity of the major forest stands in the city, improve bird and wildlife habitat, reduce risk of catastrophic fires from excess fuel loads, and address legacy impacts to this watershed. We expect this project will require 2 or 3 appropriations to complete, depending on funding allocations.
We have not yet secured match funds for this proposal. However, our team has a strong track record of securing additional from other sources, as demonstrated by the over $37 million in non-state funds secured for the St. Louis. We will continue to apply for additional funds to make this appropriation go further. Potential funding sources for this project include the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, federal fish passage programs, and U.S. Forest Service state and private forestry programs. This proposal is a Minnesota DNR, Lake Superior, and St. Louis River team's first step into the watersheds of the Lake Superior Basin. We look back with appreciation on the work done restoring devastated habitats within the St. Louis River estuary and all we have built. This step is being taken now because we have the capacity, partners, and sense of urgency to address the stressors affecting fish and wildlife populations of Minnesota's portion of Lake Superior. This proposal demonstrates a real-world approach to watershed management, the coordinated actions to improve stream conditions, and at the same time ensuring hill slope stability and long-term forest health are expected to yield sustainable, fish and wildlife populations that are resilient to multiple stressors. Funding from this proposal will complete the replacement of 2 culverts with fish passable structures, allowing cold water fish species access to thermal refuge and reconnecting populations within Mission Creek and its tributaries. We will also enhance 200 acres of forest habitat by cutting canopy gaps and planting species specifically to benefit migrating and breeding birds. Together, these 2 components will make populations of brook trout, sculpin, and other cold water fish species, along with forest bird species such as ruffed grouse, Canada warbler, and winter wren, and their habitats more resilient to impacts of climate change and other stressors. Though much of the Mission Creek watershed is located within the city limits of Duluth, it has been less impacted by urban development than any other cold water stream watershed in Duluth. This public land provides a unique opportunity for people to chase brook trout, view rare birds, or just enjoy the forest while being easily accessible from the city. Ultimately, the work completed through this proposal will increase the resiliency of species that utilize the Lake Superior Flyway and North Shore streams by restoring, enhancing, and connecting habitats. On behalf of the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, the Minnesota Land Trust, and the City of Duluth, thank you.
Great. Questions? Daryl's got a question.
Sure. The obvious one is your appropriations versus funding. So can you talk about your committed dollars?
From past appropriations, or are you?
What is the status? I mean, according to the report you submitted, you've got $11 million of funds remaining. I'm assuming you have dollars. So I'm curious as to how much more has been committed, and so what is your amount remaining to be spent?
Yeah, thank you, council member. So in response to that comment, we submitted a response to that comment previously, but it's as stated there. So we have 2 large projects that will be going out to bid in August and October. One is a $1.2 million project, and one is a $24 million, a little over $24 million project. So we will be expending of OHF funds on that. We'll be expending about 6.6 million just on construction and construction oversight alone. So that doesn't include our contract management costs and other salary and stuff.
So Daryl, the funds that we've given in the past were for the St. Louis estuary restoration. This is for something different. So they filled out the table, but it really isn't apples to apples. You're asking the right question, but you don't understand the context. Because you don't have that.
So I'm reading that paragraph 2 and trying to decipher it. Jeremy, I'm reading your letter from, which one's Jeremy?
Right.
Yeah, great. I'm reading your letter and I was trying to understand how these were connected, because what piqued my interest was these projects will complete the SLRRI. And I went, oh, something got done.
Yeah. Chair and council, thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, so the St. Louis River Restoration Initiative was the program that we had been working under previously. And in conversations with council staff and others, with the area of concern being nearing completion for the St. Louis River estuary, we were looking for opportunities to kind of check that off. So a legacy win, I think, should be delisting the St. Louis River Estuary AOC in 2030 or so. There's a couple projects in Wisconsin still left to finish that up. And we still have, as listed in the letter, 4 projects that we're pursuing under that.
And that leveraged huge federal dollars.
So are you saying that this is a standalone project?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is a whole new.
That's.
It's not related. It's not related.
There is no unspent dollars. Our proposal format required them to put in stuff from the estuary, but this is different.
They're under the umbrella, but
Yes.
they're not accessing the money that's on the other side of.
That's why I tried to give a little context to it. Because if you haven't been here, how would you know?
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense.
They need to clarify that in
Yeah.
future years, so how to.
I did have a question, because your narrative says that we intend to build on our prior successes of conserving 900 acres and leveraging 25 million in non-state funds. That's not for Mission Creek. That's what you've done in the past. So you've confused us through your language, not just our table. Just to be clear.
Yeah, Chair and council members, one of the things we wanted to say with that is one of the reasons we can project is because of the relationships and the working relationships with both the city and Minnesota DNR, Minnesota Land Trust, that we know how to work together and we do it very well. And so we're kind of trying to capitalize on kind of where we're at right now.
Good enough. Now, do you have additional questions?
So when I'm reading the stuff up above the dollar amount, I mean, it looks like there's, the trail is sloughing away, the culverts are going bad, they're 100 years old. So the replacement of that to me looks like you've got some parks and trails problems and you've got some highway department problems. And are we being asked to fix that problem, or is that not part of this
That's a
scope?
completely legitimate question.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Just to give you kudos for really good.
Gosh, one for the day. I like it.
We're impressed.
That takes a lot too.
Thank you, Chair and Council, for the question. In some instances, I think that may be correct, but what we are trying to do is focusing on the habitat side of this project. We've had, as mentioned in here, 100+ years of populations being isolated from each other, of fish not being able to reach the cold water refuge to support populations further downstream. So we are really looking at that. We are looking at opportunities, though, to work with road authorities and or the parks and trails with the causeway to see where we can partner and potentially get other funds that can help this go further as well.
I would support a project that showed combined funds from other areas of the state to help this versus just using the funds that we have that are going to be hard pressed this year for getting it done. My personal observation.
Mr. Chairman, I would like some clarification. Is that from personal experience, the way the highway department would fix that problem is a wholly different issue than how it will not address the habitat
No, I'm
needs.
saying combined.
Yeah.
I'm saying it'd be a combined project where they'd be paying for some portions of it. It would be in line with how the fish need to move, and we'd be paying for some of that portion of it. And the bike trail or whatever, they'd have to pay for their portion of it. So I'm just saying I support the aspect of trying to remove the barrier and fix the problems. I'm just thinking, does it all need to come out of our funding, or isn't it really a combined project?
Yeah, well, the question is whether or not the highway department thinks it needs to be fixed.
If it's 100 years, if it's 100 years old and it's sloughing away, I'm guessing they're gonna have to figure out something.
Mr. Chair and council members, if I might jump in here a little bit. Currently the trails, Parks and Trails and MnDOT are not planning on doing any work. So in some ways we're initiating this. There isn't like planned maintenance on these. So we are initiating this work, and it's a legacy impact because it's the, old railroad embankments. It wasn't actually, things that they built. So they're just on top of it now. One of the things that we're proposing in this proposal is that we will do 2 culverts that we know are problems, that we have the design work started on, that really are just a habitat project. They really don't relate to the trails specifically, where there could be cost share. But what we will do, because we're starting this program, this is a really hard, this watershed has very difficult access issues. So part of what we want to do is pilot a couple of projects so we could work through the process of construction in this watershed, working with these new partners, and use that then as we evaluate the additional stream crossings, because then we might get into situations where we can cost share different projects depending on who the partner is and what the issue is.
And what are the funding requirements for those 2 that you're gonna test?
Excuse me, the funding requirements for the
What would the culvert replacement cost you if that was a standalone? We're only giving you that money.
Just for the culvert. We, Chair and Council, we are estimating it's about $700,000 for each culvert. I also
culverts.
Well,
I'm kidding you.
I also wanted to add one other thing. So the Division of Parks and Trails is replacing one of these culverts currently. One of them had a catastrophic failure on the Munger Trail. So that one is being replaced completely with Parks and Trails funding. We're not having, that's completely outside of what we're.
So you only need money for one?
Well, there's many other culverts
No,
that are
I'm
barrier.
just- We have 500 million in requests. You're asking us to work on a project. The likelihood you're getting everything you want isn't good. The question is, if we funded something, what would make a difference? And it is the Parks and Trails Fund putting in a habitat-friendly culvert? Question one.
They are, so unfortunately, the stream that they're replacing is not. So they are some different requirements for that. It has trout in it, but it's not currently a designated trout stream. They are following some of the standards. We would like to see maybe a little bit more, but there is some work on that through, that's outside of my program scope.
But that's not one of the two culverts you want to replace?
That is not one of the two that we were planning to replace.
Okay, so there's a third culvert
Yep.
in play.
Yes.
Okay. So each of your culverts would be about 700,000.
There's not a trout stream.
I'm not going there.
I know of a trout
Other
stream
questions?
designated that has no trout.
Suzanne?
Yeah, it's just, Mr. Chairman, just one more. The narrative talks about this being within the city of. Are they interested in all in partnering and providing some assistance, all of that?
Well, the culverts are outside the city limits. The tree planting portion is in the Mission Creek watershed, and that's where the city comes in. So
Okay.
the city depends almost exclusively on our partners for doing any natural resources work in the city. And so that's why these wonderful partners all the time. So when the DNR approached us and said they wanted to do some work in the Mission Creek watershed, thrilled to partner with them and do some work in the forest, which is just a forest that we want to enhance. And we don't do much management without grants and the help of our partners. So that's why we're involved.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Carol?
So can you tell me about this culvert that costs $700,000?
Chair and council, a lot of the cost has to do with how large the embankments are in this area. So that's a lot of the cost comes from excavating material and then having to, if you're going back with the culvert, bringing a lot of that material back in or putting in a bridge.
In other words, it's remote and difficult.
Yeah.
Correct?
Correct.
I mean,
And very steep.
you don't get to just go up and dig out a hole in a day and drop a
So
culvert.
what's on top of it, right? I mean, is it a road? I mean, is it the
I don't
road
know.
or is it the trail?
There are both, depending on which structures were prioritized.
So we're going back to its highway department and its parks and trails. It's not just the culvert somewhere.
Yeah, I think Suzanne had it right, though. If the highway department replaces it, no trout are ever getting through.
I'm not saying we shouldn't support
And
some cost of it to make sure it's, fish
Why
friendly.
don't they help?
Yeah,
That's your question.
I mean,
It's not their priority.
Chairman and councilors, I think I can get to that a little bit. You need money somewhere to start getting money from somewhere else.
That's a good way to put it.
And this is the direction that we chose to start this process through, was through the habitat side of things. And then we can use that to go for other types of funding. Somebody has to start the process.
what do you really need from us?
Right now. To start the process, I think it would be a good faith effort on our part to show that we can replace the two culverts. And then we would be able to use that money to leverage to replace additional culverts.
Are the additional culverts all trout streams, designated trout streams?
It's a bit of a mix. We are, I believe, and currently working on getting some more of these tributaries designated, including the one that was mentioned before is actually in the process of being designated. So
It shouldn't be too difficult if they're trout in it.
That's a start.
it all takes time.
We appreciate how difficult our questions
Yeah.
are. It is the end of the day. Ted, you get one last question.
Kind of back to Daryl's point. I used to share a driveway with a guy. He didn't care what shape it was in. If I wanted to put gravel on it, I had to put gravel on it. And I think that's the situation here. If the Parks and Trails is okay with the current status quo, or the Highway Department's okay with the status quo, but we're not, or they're not, then I don't think, I think sometimes you just have to swallow hard and get the job done.
I just look at the $500 million of the requests we have, and we're
Oh, no,
supposed to place a culvert in a non-designated trout stream because it's good for the trout, and I'm going, gosh, I don't know, is this the appropriate timing for us to put that funding in? Give
I
it
had
to the
the same-
projects that we
I had
have.
the same question that you asked down, but I'm just listening to what they say.
All right. I'm gonna say that's enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is HRE 07 Mud River Enhancement Project.
Council members doing this part.
We lost our advantage.
Yeah, I know. At least we're not scheduled to run until 6.
Chairman Hartwell and council members, good afternoon. My name is Tammy Adet. I'm the administrator. With me, I have Jim Graham with Agassiz National Wildlife Refuge, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Nate Gallagher, HDR Engineering, and we should have online Doug Frankie with the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources. The Mud River watershed drains thousands of acres of agricultural lands from straight egg ditches before flowing into the Agassiz National Wildlife Refuge. The Mud River Enhancement Project will direct water into a meandering 6-mile channel, which would bring riparian function to the original channel by restoring the natural process and improve the migratory bird habitat by designing a nature-based channel to convey incoming flow from the Mud River. This project allows a 10-year flood event to spread out across floodplain to an additional 700 acres of wetland compared to being confined to the straightened ditch systems. The main goals for the project are enhanced floodplain function and providing natural riverine habitat, improve migratory bird habitat and restore ecological function lost due to drainage, and mitigating upstream influences that impact refuge wetlands. I'll turn it over to Jim.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So we're excited about the benefits that this project has to offer the state and federal
Lean
land.
forward or pull the mic towards you.
Thank you. Better?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The benefits that this project have to offer is very exciting for us public land managers and watershed district managers. This project is in the Thief River watershed, which is dominated by over 1,200 miles of agricultural ditches. Only 3% of those water courses are natural flowing meandered streams. This project will provide a diversity of wetland vegetation along the wetland gradient from aquatic vegetation all the way up to mature tree time will serve as nesting cavities for species like bubbleheads and hooded mergansers. The 700 acres of floodplain access that this project will provide means a lot to the refuge and the wetlands that we manage. Under the current flow pattern of the water coming into the refuge, it's down the straight line. As floodwaters carry the highest proportion of sediment, the refuge has seen over 2 million tons of sediment deposited in the refuge in a 70-year period. Over that same time, we've lost 50% of our open water habitat to cattail encroachment because they're taking advantage of that sediment deposition and moving out into that open water. The sediment deposition is also influencing the invertebrate populations in our wetlands. As that sediment is deposited on the bottom, it's covering up those invertebrate eggs, making those ineffective for the use by migratory birds. And invertebrates are a critical protein source during egg development in the springtime when hens are laying, and then also for development of ducklings in the summertime.
The other floodplain access benefit that this project has to offer is it reduces the wetland pool rise during these high rain events that we're seeing in the summertime. And that's really critical to overwater nesting birds like canvasbacks and Franklin's gulls. This project will reduce that rise by 100 cubic feet per second. And that's really critical as those overwater nesting birds are susceptible to rapid pool rise during the nesting season, and those nests will be flooded out. So allowing that floodplain access benefits not only the sediment coming into the refuge because it's allowing that flow to be displaced over the floodplain and settling out before it enters the pools, and it's also helping us manage the rise of the water when it comes in during these flooding events. I also wanted to mention that this project is also a landscape level benefit to the watershed and to the stakeholders that live here. By improving the water quality and the management of the floodwaters, we're going to see a great benefit not only to the habitat, but also for the constituents that live in this watershed, for the watershed district. One example that I can provide is the city of Thief River Falls lies directly downstream of the refuge on the Thief River. So as we're able to displace that sediment upstream of the wetland pools, it means long-term we will be reducing the amount of sediment that's being passed through the refuge and going downstream.
Our funding request is for $5.1 million. The Red Lake Watershed District has committed $500,000 towards construction with additional leverage sources for staffing and overhead costs from the Minnesota DNR, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the district. The question was asked if this is a scalable project. Balancing functionality and cost is hard to determine. Construction of only a portion of the stream restoration would make it difficult to achieve meaningful ecological function while remaining financially responsible.
The proposed project is designed to provide a cost-effective functioning channel based on fluvial geomorphic principles. At least 80% of the flow that now is just jettisoned down straight line ditches will be brought into this meandering channel enhancement that will be self-sustaining and will not require maintenance on any regular basis. And what this channel will result in is a diverse vegetative community connecting existing desirable species, irregular floodplain, and vegetative plantings that will create a natural environment, which is now a monoculture.
This project was developed by using the Flood Damage Reduction Project Work Team approach. The team consisted of federal, state, and local units of government consisting of county commissioners, local SWCD and NRCS offices, township officials, and sportsmen's organizations. Also included in the project team were upstream and downstream landowners. The city of Thief River Falls was also asked to participate as the city obtains their drinking water from the Thief River, in which the Mud River is a tributary. The district feels that the project work team is a very healthy and effective process. The district is also working with local landowners to implement best management practices upstream of the project area. To clarify our application response on the question of receiving previous funding, we have not received prior funding for this project. However, the district did receive funding from the council in 2012 for the Grand Marais Creek Channel Restoration Project. Thank you for this opportunity.
Questions? Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To quote what you just said, most of this water is the result from agricultural drainage, correct? And you make reference to working with those landowners to institute best management practices. Have you explored the possibility, the feasibility, or whatever of some sort of enforceable landowner agreement that they will implement best management practices, and what those best management practices will be? Or is it just we're going to encourage them and hope?
It's probably a little of both. We work with the landowners. We have the one watershed, one plan process. The landowners are working on buffer strips, as we all know, along judicial ditches. And buy-in with the landowners, yes. I mean, they're willing to work with us, and I do feel the projects, the best management practices will be put in place with a little encouragement, but.
Well, that encouragement comes in the form of funding that's out there available that's not part of this request.
What's the
Ted,
most common
Ted,
crop? If I could-
Up to the microphone, please.
I'm sorry. What's the most common crops in the watershed, in the drainage area? Are they row crops or?
We have both wheat, corn, beans.
Okay.
Mhm.
I guess I really want to stress that unless there's some enforcement on the BMPs, more than just, it's in our one watershed, one plan, so we'll ignore that now. I don't see any longevity to this improvement project if all those acres are going to continue to be farmed the same way. And I realize you're talking about them, but unless there's some, whether it's an easement or a contract, I don't know the mechanism.
Right.
But I'd have a hard time supporting something where the cause is not going to be fixed. All we're fixing is the current problem.
Sure. So we are working with landowners on like side water inlets installation. We have places that need bank stabilization. We also use the tollwood sod mat process in some of our projects also. So with us, the NRCS programs, the SWCDs who are very local, involved with their landowners. They're the CRP programs. There's various projects or programs that we're trying to work with these landowners on.
And I would add the Red Lake Watershed Board, your concern is actually a condition for them as well, that if this project proceeds, that this type of upstream watershed treatment has to be a part of it.
So I have a question. You know, you talk about designing this for a 10-year flood, but we all know 10-year floods now happen every 3 or 4 years, and 25-year floods and 50-year floods are far more frequently. What happens to your design when you get a 25 or 50-year flood?
This whole area, especially the refuge, is essentially, and Jim can probably say this better than me, is essentially a lake basin, and it just becomes inundated. Becomes a giant.
Will it harm the improvements that you want to do?
We don't believe so, because the water is directed with some in-channel weirs that are in the existing ditches. So when that flood recedes, that water will be directed into the restored channel, and that will
I'm
sustain
not
itself.
worried about what happens after the flood. I'm worried about what happens during the flood. Will it survive?
The water moves incredibly slowly over this very broad area. During a large flood, it just basically becomes a lake.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I wanted to ask about scalability. I know you said it maybe doesn't make sense, but what if we want to give you $3 million and it's not what you're asking for? Can you use that, or is it all or nothing?
We talked about it internally, and we can build a portion of the project, but it would not have the values and benefits. And you basically can't do half a stream, right? You got to connect the dots from upstream to downstream. So it could be phased, practically speaking, for construction, but it wouldn't meet the goals and objectives until it was fully funded and fully constructed.
So the question, because Ron and I will end up getting everyone's recommendations and then have to come back to the group and say, this is what we think. If it comes back with a $2.5 million average allocation, are you saying you really can't use it until you get the full appropriation? We need to know that, because you've said it's not scalable. If it's not scalable, we need to know.
Well, I think the truth is we can use it. It's just that we would be coming back here or seeking alternate funding sources.
we wouldn't have those habitat benefits with that first round of money. We would have to come back for a subsequent request to finish that project before we could divert water into this restored channel to provide the benefits that we've mentioned.
And there are no other funding requests pending somewhere? Okay.
So by having that partial funding, when you say you would hold on to it, would you actually be able to start work, or would you literally hold on to it?
We could begin construction.
Okay, thank you.
Suzanne?
I'm trying to remember what I was gonna say.
Sorry, Suzanne, if I cut into your.
It's all right. So basically what we're looking at, whether we phase it over 2 years or whether you're looking at trying to develop nature-based solutions to a long ongoing channelization issue that is continuing to create huge impacts, not only to local landowners, but also to downstream users in the, that, am I reading that correctly?
Correct. Yep. We're managing these wildlife lands, especially these wildlife impoundments that were built over 80 years ago, in such a highly altered landscape that it's really difficult to manage those upstream negative impacts that are happening on the refuge. But if we don't try and take a leadership role in the watershed with the DNR and the watershed itself, we're not going to get the buy-in from those upstream landowners to implement best management practices if we're not willing to take the first step and do some work to reduce the impacts that are happening on the refuge. So that's why we're trying to take that first step, be a leader in the watershed, and try and implement something that everybody else can say, hey, that's a good project. It's benefiting a lot of people. Maybe we should start considering doing some of the same.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll move on.
Thank you.
Next is HRE 08, Oak Savannah Restoration for Living Landscapes.
We get about 50% of those acres with the cover crops. Yeah, I know, so.
Been out of money. And I keep searching the
Go
color
ahead.
options. I'm not finding any. I know.
Mayor Hartwell and council members, my name is Dan Schell. I'm senior ecologist with the Minnesota Board of Water and Soil Resources. Thank you for this opportunity to present this project that will build momentum for Oak Savannah restoration in Minnesota. This application has resulted from collaboration and recommendations from over 100 conservation partners advising Bowser programs. Oak Savannah systems are a priority for conservation and restoration for several reasons. First, they support over 90 species of greatest conservation need in Minnesota, including the red-headed woodpecker, northern long-eared owl, the rusty-patched bumblebee, regal fritillary, and many other species. Oaks and the acorns they produce are also important for game species, such as wood ducks, white-tailed deer, and wild turkey. Second, historically, Oak savannas covered about 10% of Minnesota. Today, they're considered one of Minnesota's most rare plant communities, with less than 0.1% remaining in the state. Oaks are also not generating within many of our plant communities, and they're known to support over 500 wildlife species. Third, oak savannas capture high amounts of carbon and are climate out and intense weather and are better adapted to warming climates than many other ecosystems. Oak savannas and the species they support are also valued by Minnesota's natural heritage and provide opportunities for outreach and learning, environmental stewardship, and strengthening local communities. Bowser conducts outreach to tens of thousands of residents about conservation efforts, and this project will provide an opportunity to raise awareness about the importance of oak savannas and planting oak trees in a wide range of landscapes. There are three key challenges that we're working to address through this project. First, there is an absence of a dedicated statewide program focused on oak savanna systems that can build excitement and bring together a wide range of partners to discuss solutions on projects that engage diverse communities across the state. Second, there's a need to collaborate with conservation partners to implement innovative approaches and develop new technical resources for oak savanna restoration. And third, we need to prioritize areas for restoration and increase the acres of strategically located oak savanna restoration in the state. Many remaining oak savannas are isolated due to fragmentation from culture, roads, and development, restricting the movement of native species and reducing genetic exchange between populations. We will address these challenges through 4 steps. First, support of the Bowser Living Landscapes Initiative that focuses on supporting at-risk species and building landscape resiliency. Bowser will build a program guided by our advisory committee made up of staff from many conservation agencies and organizations. The second step will be following this model. Following the model of other Bowser habitat programs, we will work with our committee to develop ranking criteria to ensure that projects are equitable and effective and habitat corridors are being built through this program. Key ranking criteria will focus on cost effectiveness, equity, strong collaboration and technical teams, benefits to target species, project readiness, ability to build connectivity in landscapes, and long-term care of projects. We recognize that restoring degraded oak savannas can be more expensive than some other restoration projects, but we will have cost effectiveness as a ranking criteria, and we'll work to combine projects when possible as part of bidding to decrease costs and seek federal and other funding sources that can act as a match for these projects. Currently, around 20% of the proposed funding is from leveraged sources. For our third step, we will restore 1,000 acres of oak savanna and supporting woodlands and tallgrass prairie on local public and tribal lands strategically located in the Eastern Broadleaf Forest Province. Each project will have a customized conservation plan developed in partnership with Xerxes Society, focusing on incorporating host plants needed for caterpillars, ensuring that seed mixes reflect diverse native plant communities that support food webs, maximize pollination throughout the growing season. A wide range of activities may be conducted on these sites, including native seeding, planting oaks, and reopening savannas suppressed by invasive species. We recognize that many projects may require restoration sequences over a few years, as well as long-term care, which may include prescribed burning or other management. By only working on city, county, and tribal lands, we will create highly visible, locally supported projects that will build opportunities for collaboration with diverse communities. These projects will remain permanently accessible, support equity and community engagement, and serve as lasting assets to the state. For our fourth step, we'll be monitoring and evaluating these projects and their success, and documenting this information along with lessons learned from our conservation partners, which will help us refine technical resources. The project will have several key outcomes. First, a new state initiative focused on oak savanna restoration that we plan to continue into the future. Development of a GIS oak savanna prioritization map, along with our partners. Development of 8 to 15 individualized conservation plans for project sites. Restoration and enhancement of 1,000 acres of oak savanna systems. Engagement with at least 100 conservation professionals across the state, and oak savanna restoration guidance incorporated into Bowser's native vegetation establishment and enhancement guidelines and our What's Working webpage. In conclusion, this project aligns with Bowser's pollinator plan, goals of the Interagency Pollinator Protection Team, the DNR Non-Game Wildlife Plan, and the State Wildlife Action Plan, and action steps in the State Wildlife Action Framework. There is urgency for this work as oak savannas and the plant communities they support continue to degrade across the state. We've seen rapid declines in populations of pollinators and other species, and we've heard from many conservation partners that are ready to focus on oak savanna restoration. This project will have long-term impacts as a new program and its many outcomes will build a foundation of resources and collaboration for oak savanna restoration. Once a new program is established, Bowser and partners will continue pursuing funding to have a large-scale impact across the state. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Carol?
So you're requesting 3.6 million this year. You said the project is scalable, but assuming we give you 100% of your funding this year, does that mean we're not going to see you next year?
We do anticipate this will be a one-time program. It's possible that there will be high demand. We're anticipating a lot of high demand. We're hearing from a lot of local partners already for this work. So I can't say we wouldn't come back for more funding in the future, particularly if there's a lot of projects identified. And, we might consider expanding into other public lands or other lands as well.
Thank you.
Matt?
It doesn't read like a one-time program. I guess I was surprised for you to say that. It reads like a program that is gonna have to go on for a long, long time because there's lots of different areas of opportunity. Can you clarify a little bit?
Yeah, members and chair, yeah, we are setting it up as a long-term program. We are pursuing other funding sources. LCCMR is another funding source. We are planning to apply for federal funding sources as well. RCP is one funding source that we're looking at. So we are looking to the future. Those applications aren't open currently, so we're waiting for those to open so that we can apply for those fundings. That will probably allow us to work with more private landowners through this work as well. So I think that's a good point. This is being set up as a long-term program, so there will potentially be need in the future from LSOHC.
Thank you.
Good thing he wasn't on the witness box.
Suzanne?
Okay, that might help clarify, but in your proposal, as you mentioned, the eligible projects will be limited to city and county-owned public lands. Then you get into how will this work be maintained, and then you talk about landowners having to work with Bowser. So that sounds more like private landowners versus public landowners. Can you clarify that?
Members and chair, yeah, our definition of landowners in this application is the local partners that we're working with and their lands and tribal lands. In a future phase of this project, maybe with federal funding, we might be working with private landowners, but for this application, it is limited to local partners.
Chairman, to the microphone. Would you consider privately owned land that's under a permanent conservation easement for, say, grassland as public land or private land?
We would be considering that private land and not part of this application. So, we'll be looking at city parks, county parks, tribal lands, so not easement lands.
Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just before I do, I'm intrigued that my colleagues now are concerned about one and done when for 2 days we've been looking at phase 473.
You're wearing.
Yes.
Your math skills
Yes.
is really bad.
Thank you. I just want to make an observation, promote my own TV show. We're doing a story about the red-headed woodpecker research that's going on, and the expert surprised me with a statement that it's the savannah is ideal habitat for red-headed woodpeckers, and that's why they're in trouble today. So I found that interesting. And then who's the Xerxes Society? I've never heard of them.
Butterflies.
Xerxes Society is a national nonprofit organization, and so it's the Xerxes Society for Invertebrate Conservation. We work closely with them on a lot of our pollinator programs, developing technical resources. They have highly skilled conservationists, so that's why we see them as important partners for this project.
Well, now I know.
Good idea for a show. There we go. Thank you. We're going to take a break. We'll be back here at 3:30.
I'm sorry, I couldn't wait.
It's not a problem.
I'll be right out.
These last two, they've come the farthest.
My wife said the same thing.
The state, I think.
I want to apologize.
I just like that. I don't think it should be like that. Let's cool that.
And I just want to say, for the record, Mark pointed out that the last two proposals, for some reason, are the folks that have to travel the furthest. So thank you for hanging out with us. I am so sorry we did this to you.
Give them time to get down here after morning.
Go ahead.
Are we ready? Good afternoon, Chair Hartwell and the council members, staff members too. Thank you for your continued commitment to restoring Minnesota's native landscape. And also I should thank you to be patient hearing all these presentations. Great presentations, but it takes so much of patience to listen and ask questions and whatnot. So anyways, I appreciate your work. My name is Murtaza Maher, and I have Tony Nordby with Houston Engineering with me today for our presentation. You know us through our work on Nelson Slough East Park LUMA, which I'm pleased to say is scheduled for construction this winter, thanks to your support. Today, I'm representing the Middle Snake Tamarack Reduced Watershed District to present Swift Coulee Channel Restoration Phase 2. Designed to restore, protect, and enhance crucial prairie wetland corridors in the transitional tall grass of the Lake Agassiz Aspen Parklands, reconnecting fragmented wildlife corridors in an intensively agricultural landscape. Minnesota's Prairie Conservation Plan emphasizes that core areas should have at least 40% grassland and 20% wetlands, and corridors maintain 10% permanent grassland or wetland covers to sustain wildlife connectivity and resilience. In the forest prairie transition, the goal is to restore brushland, early successional habitat, and protect wetland-rich landscapes, critical for a diverse array of wildlife. Swift Coulee project contributes to all these goals, restoring 6.3 miles of stream meanders on a 4-section mile line, on a 4-section mile long land, creating 400 plus acres of new perpetual rim gap in a 10-mile long prairie wetland corridor, vital for migratory and resident species. Enhancing over 70 acres of wetland and over 400 acres of restoration of farmland and converting them to perpetually protected habitat. This application will cover parts of engineering and construction cost of the project only. No staff, no nothing else. Northwest Minnesota, specifically the Tallgrass Aspen Parklands, is a globally unique transition zone that supports approximately 279 bird species throughout the year. Corridor sits between prairie and forest zones and provides critical migration, stopover, and nesting habitats. By filling the gap in this corridor with restored stream, wetland, and prairie complexes, Swift Coulee will provide safe, high-quality refueling, nesting, and wintering zones for waterfowl and shorebirds, including American widgeon and upland plover. Grassland species of concern, such as bobolink and Leconte sparrows. Sensitive species, including yellow rail and American bittern. And charismatic species, such as snowy owl and short-eared owl. High-quality connected habitats are vital given the documented declines in grassland and wetland bird populations in the. Here I need to give a high credit to a friend of mine, Miss Heidi Hughes, who is a naturalist in the Northwest Minnesota area, who provided me these information about the birds of our area. I'm not a specialist in that area. Opportunities and timing. Phase 1 is under construction. Phase 2 is in engineering, modeling, and funding. Phase 2 will go faster if the funding becomes available for construction before Phase 1 is complete. This continuity ensures cost efficiency and maintains landowner confidence. Delays could jeopardize easement enrollment and momentum built through outreach. Swift Coulee Phase 2 exemplifies the LSOHC vision, restoring and protecting high-value prairie wetland forests, enhancing habitats for fish, game, and wildlife, and building landscapes resilience It delivers tangible, enduring outcomes in a region central to Minnesota's natural heritage. Now I will turn to Tony to provide some technical information about the project.
Thank you. The project includes channel restoration using a rosin e-channel design to restore a crucial prairie wetland corridor to enhance wildlife habitat and water quality benefits within transitional tallgrass aspen parkway lands. The two-stage channel design with a low-frequency meandering channel and a secondary floodplain will include best management practices also, including sidewater inlet culverts, setback levees as needed, perpetual native prairie vegetation within the project corridor. Historic aerial photography was used to aid design of the low meandering channel to reintroduce old oxbows altered over the years due to agricultural practices. The Reinvest in Minnesota RIM program through Bowser is being proposed for perpetual vegetated easement within the channel restoration boundaries. Strategically placed spoil from the channel restoration will be used to reduce the risk of breakout flows that leave the landscape and either re-enter the swift coulee further downstream or leave the subwatershed altogether and causing erosion and water quality issues along the way. All waterway structures within the restoration connecting the coulee from one section to the next will be sized to meet public water requirements to allow for improved aquatic habitat. The adjacent agricultural drainage flowing into the coulee will be controlled through sidewater inlet culverts or grassed waterways, reducing sediment and phosphorus loading in the Swift Coulee and downstream areas, including the Snake River and the Red River of the North. Habitat metrics for the project, some different reductions here. Sediment reduction, we're looking at with phase 1 and 2 on the project, about 8,200 tons per year. Phosphorus reduction, about 7,600 pounds per year, and it will allow for fish passage open 25 miles further upstream. Ecological resiliency, the design will help to withstand more frequent extreme weather, supporting long-term ecosystem and stability. With that, we would open it to any questions you guys may have.
Matt?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Was there 2025 funding? So you have 20, I see that in the past appropriations, 23 and 24 monies, but I don't see 25, and it shows none of it is being spent. I see construction, so it must be being spent.
Yeah, well, I can elaborate on that. Thank you, Chair Hardwood and the council members. Thank you. Thanks for the question. I think that was a kind of confusing question in the application. I thought that that question refers to the organization as a whole.
Okay.
For past allocations. That allocation, whatever that I mentioned under that question as a response, was related to Nelson Slough, which I mentioned that
Right.
is that is being started this winter.
So then what was spent on phase 1?
Phase 1, we didn't receive direct funding from the LSOHC. All the funding that we received for the construction was from Bowser's stream restoration grant. And for easements, we were blessed to receive some of the money for phase 1 easements through the application that Red Board and Bowser jointly requested last year from you.
So some of the money came from us, but not directly.
Yeah. For the easement part of the phase 1, we received some of the money that was allocated to the Red Board and the Bowser, the application that you received this morning, and then, or similar to that from past year.
Thank you for the
last year.
clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. So you will have you will see the sign on the project, no matter what, on phase 1.
When we do
That's important.
When we do a field trip.
So that's our obligation.
No, that answers my questions.
Okay, other questions? So, scalability of this. You would break this into components if you don't get all the money. Correct, but do the construction?
I think this is a kind of similar question that is generally being asked from applicants. This is nothing exceptional. We would prefer to follow through the whole engineering and permitting under one phase. If we receive partial funding, we'll break it down to, smaller phases. But as I mentioned in my application, I think it wouldn't be really cost effective to mobilize a contractor 2 more times. Mobilization cost up northwest Minnesota which is a kind of remote area, is expensive. So
Okay.
Does that scaling affect the leverage at all?
leverage, as it's mentioned in the table, no, it won't change anything in that regard.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you told me when you finish phase 2, it's one and done, right?
Correct.
I should say 2 and done.
Well, one and done for my application here. Phase 1 is already under construction. Construction will be done by the end of September. Permanent seeding is scheduled to be done next year, as the season doesn't allow us to do it this year. And so phase 1 is already done, and you will see the signs, as I mentioned.
Thank you.
But is there a phase 3 is your question?
No, there is no phase 3.
As of right now, there's no phase 3. Phase 1, as it's being constructed though, is the neighborhood is looking at it and liking what they're seeing. So you never know down the road, but right now there's no phase 3.
Plans.
And honestly, if I may add another comment here, is that we were lucky to get the stream restoration grant from the Bowser on phase 1 construction. And that was a leverage that I used to kind of convince the landowners on phase 1 to get on board and sign on the easements. So that's why I'm pushing this kind of application through your organization to, get the same leverage and talk to the landowners on phase 2 and get it done.
Great. Thank you. You can drive home now.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Drive safely.
It's a long drive.
It is.
It is.
HRE 10 Woods Creek Restoration, our last proposal.
They said it. Robbie was the last one.
You like watching everybody, right?
I do. This is the second year in a row I've gone last, so it's okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Robert Kimmel-Hass. I'm the county engineer up in Cook County, Minnesota. The Woods Creek Restoration Project is an opportunity for this council to make this more than just a road and bridge project. Right-sizing these crossings will open up a minimum of 2 miles upstream cold water refuge for fish in the river and connecting tributaries. This is opening up new habitat for native brook trout and other macro and micro invertebrates. This project is directly in line with several local and statewide agency goals. Cook County resides in ceded territory and is under the 1854 Treaty Authority. Their organizational goals are to protect, preserve, and enhance the hunting, fishing, and gathering rights of the Grand Portage and Bois Forte bands of Lake Superior, Chippewa in the 1854 treaty area. In speaking with Chairman Deschamps from the Grand Portage Band, clean water is critical for the continued health of rivers and of Lake Superior. DNR Fisheries in their fish habitat plan has identified removing barriers and restoring fish passage as a high priority. In crafting the Lake Superior North One Watershed, One Plan, Cook SWCD, Lake SWCD, and Cook and Lake counties all included stream connectivity, removing fish barriers, protecting water quality, protecting our cold water streams, and climate resiliency as goals to strive for in that plan. This project meets those goals. Cook County is committed to this project. Plans are currently in development, and there's ample time for permitting reviews to happen. This project will be shovel-ready when funds are appropriated. We have a history of delivering these projects in a timely manner and on budget. With this council's approval, this project will be a mixture of transportation and environmental dollars. Over the last couple of years during these hearings, the question comes up whether the projects I've presented on were a road or a habitat project, and the answer is always yes. Traffic doesn't care what it drives over so long as it can pass. Sizing the crossings to meet bankful width and other geomorphic requirements ensures that Woods Creek can flow naturally and be returned to a more natural state. Leveraging these environmental and transportation funding sources together will enable this and other similar projects to go forward. Cook SWCD and Minnesota DNR completed a culvert inventory in Cook County back in 2022. And together we identified over 100 crossings that could be upsized, meaning the bankful width of the stream was larger than the culvert in place. This causes increased sediment in the waterway, increasing water turbidity and increasing water temperatures. Undersized crossings can also inhibit aquatic organism passage by increasing velocities through these crossings and are not resilient to the increased precipitation events that we have been seeing. Transportation dollars just aren't enough sometimes. Crossings might not qualify, local tax dollars fall short, and other environmental programs are too small. By designing these crossings not just for traffic, but for the environment as well, restoring and protecting our pristine wilderness that Cook County OHF funds present another opportunity to deliver these types of projects to preserve and improve the health of the Lake Superior watershed. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Questions?
Were the crossings undersized, because they weren't designed properly, or has the environment changed? Why did the problem occur in the first place?
In general, or this one specifically?
This specific project.
Okay.
Well,
that's fair. And they're kind of related. I think a lot of times it kind of comes back to, I think of even when I was back in school and what we had to consider in design. A lot of times the only thing we're looking at is meeting, as someone had mentioned before, a 10-year event. What we shoot for is the 50 or the 100-year event. You're not necessarily at the time, back then, taking into consideration things like how wide is the actual stream. And so that shift in, I think, design theory and project delivery is relatively new, I guess, in the grand scheme. And especially when we look at projects or culverts or bridges and that type of stuff, where you're looking at 50, 75, 100-year lifespans. I'm not surprised that this is something that we're hopefully going to keep talking about for many years to come.
thank you.
You're welcome.
So am I correct? I just came from Montana where there was a big culvert redo for Arctic grayling, and they put in a triangular culvert.
Cool.
Essentially, because they found, yeah.
Okay.
Well, what they found was that a round culvert created faster water than was capable for the grayling to get through. Where if they put in essentially a shape like this, they could have a large bottom mimicking the stream, and therefore the grayling could get past that. And the results were immediately visible in terms of fish passage. Is your work doing that kind of thing, or are you just putting in bigger culverts?
No, I think so. It almost sounds like it was just a bottomless culvert and it happened to be a triangle instead of an arch.
Yeah.
Perfect. And so at that point, yeah, what you're contending with is just the shape of the opening. But I would agree, when you can get in a bottomless structure like that, that's going to be the best solution to dealing with passage like we're talking about, or other critters or insects that need to go through there. In this particular application, I think I had mentioned that there's 2 crossings we're considering. The south one is the only one that would be funded with OHF funds. And that one in particular, just due to the bedrock, it's all bedrock through there. If you've been to Cook County, that's basically all we have. We don't have soil. And so it's a great candidate to have a bottomless arch through there. Or I don't know if Minnesota does triangles, but
I'd never seen it. And it was big. I mean, it was 8 feet tall and 12 feet wide. Big deal. Ted.
I believe I already.
Lean forward, please.
Microphone. I usually talk so damn loud, people don't want me to use the microphone. I think I read it here, you have 660,000 of federal whatever funding. If you were to use just that and install the culverts that the chairman was recommending from his engineering background, would that, first of all, would the 660 fix the crossing aspect of it? And would that not open up the fish transfer aspect of it?
So what we're contending with this project that is different than the ones I've presented on is in the past is only the north crossing is available for transportation dollars, is eligible for it. The south crossing is not. That one was replaced about 20 years ago, which might sound new, is not new. In my world, that is brand new, and I won't, something that we wouldn't look at for another 50 plus years. And so that's where the south crossing isn't eligible for transportation dollars. So those match funds are only for that north crossing. Does that answer your question?
Mark?
Yes. Robbie, before somebody else asks it, I will, in the application, it asks for previous appropriations.
Oh, sure.
This is the first time for this one. You have had an appropriation in the past, or two of them, and those are listed. Maybe you can just give a quick update on where they're at.
Happy to, absolutely. So the previous, as you guys are aware, I have to kind of go back. Fiscal years and construction years don't always line up. And especially when it's FY, ML, 25, 20, okay. So anyways, so our very first appropriation was, the Little Devil Track River one. We're actually doing that right now as we speak. And I think in a response to some comments we received on our application, we were instructed by the state with that particular project. We had to basically go through our other funding sources first before tapping into OHF funds. So as of this week, when I talked to our accountant, we were like $12,000 away. This was on Monday before we could start using OHF funds. So now that it's Wednesday, I'm sure we're starting to use OHF funds today. So month and a half, those will be completely spent. But yeah, so that's a good question though. So we, apply in 2023 for that project. Funds are available July 1, 2024, which for us is the middle of the construction season. And so then really us constructing in 2025 is kind of the soonest in my book that could go. So similarly, the Fall River project, which was last year, applied in 2024. They were available July 1, 2025. That one, unfortunately, I have to delay until 27. It was scheduled for 2026. I had some staffing changes, so I had to move some projects around. But in the same vein with this one, we're applying in 2025. If things go well, funds available July 2026, and so then 2027 construction. So it's just kind of the waiting for timelines to pass. Does that answer that question?
A lot less than a few others. Other questions? Great. Drive safely.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. We made it.
Maybe.
Mine are doubled from all the stuff we added to it, so. Maybe two fish here.
So this is our opportunity to discuss what you forgot to discuss from yesterday or what you've thought of today. Questions, comments, thoughts? Yep.
Can you educate those of us who are new, how we turn this into something? How do we reconcile all of the different opinions? What's the basic process to get to?
What's coming next is each of us will turn in our allocation sheet. And it has to total the 165 million that MMB tells us right now is available. Staff will put all of that together and essentially come up with averages. Ron and I will then take a look at that and see what the averages come out at. How many of you allocate to, if 12 people are allocating full funding, that says different than if 3 people are allocating partial funding. And we will come back to you as a starting point with a recommendation for discussion.
Great.
Our goal would be to get you something that makes sense, that doesn't need too much modification, but your right is to completely throw it out and start over. We're just going to make a recommendation to get the conversation going. Typically, if a project doesn't have at least majority support, it probably isn't gonna make the cut. So if Kristen really likes a project and she's the only one, she gives it full funding, it probably isn't gonna hit our list of recommendations.
So follow-up question to that with submitting these forms in the notes section. Should the notes be written to be helpful to the two of you, or will the notes also then become public record at that point as well?
They will become public record.
Yeah.
And I would, just as I encourage notes in the first round, put your notes in. Because when we get to our meeting where we talk about all of this, I've got a note here, you know, that I'm just gonna pick on one, just at risk of pissing someone off. HA 19, the Upper Mississippi Flyway Habitat Conservation Program. I can't figure out how it makes sense to spend as much money on staffing for TNC as the restoration work. So my note here is exclude the TNC portion of that proposal. That would come back and be seen by everybody with whatever general recommendation you make for a discussion, because we don't get to decide. We simply tee that up for discussion. So if you see that there's something that really excites you or doesn't make sense in a proposal, or you think it ought to just fund this or just fund that, write it in the notes, because that will come back in something we can actually discuss and think about. But everybody gets to see it then.
For me, it would have been, I don't have the time to do it, more beneficial to have effectively paused in between and had a brief discussion where we could get input like that from you, or, and I don't, your opinion was pretty well known by the time you got done with that discussion, but.
Sorry.
But, you know, some people are a lot more silent like she is, and so I, you know, would be good to hear their thoughts and input from the scoring standpoint, or not the scoring, but the actual funding allocation. But I know we don't have that, and I guess that's what we'll see, because I mean, it would impact what I think, because if you're bringing up issues and if you're thinking, well, this is, you know, the umpteenth time we've seen these people, and I think we've given them enough, that's a lot of, that weighs on me as a new member, because I don't have the history of seeing, hasn't seen.
So something we could do, we've never done it before, is we could each submit our comments on each proposal in the next few days and circulate that to everyone before we actually turn in our scoring. If you would find it helpful, there's no reason we can't do that.
I'd be okay with that, with one or maybe two exceptions, and that's those big projects that I think the council has been fairly supportive of, although there's a lot of questions out there. Dollar value on the line.
Well, we have the whole combined DNR one that, in my mind, I don't really even know how to begin to put a dollar amount on that when it's $23 million. I have an opinion on the big acquisition projects, but you know, the dollar amount of spending for that two combined DNR ones, I just don't, in my mind, that warrants a lot of.
Broke it back up.
That warrants an awful lot of discussion in my mind as to what do we, because I mean, that's a significant dollar amount.
I've been through this agony quite a few years. What you're gonna find with the newcomers is that that meeting when David and I will make a recommendation, that's just a recommendation, then we kick all of this around. There'll be a chance for all kinds of discourse among us to either change your mind, or you're gonna change our mind, or however that works. And so I wouldn't worry about it too much at this point.
And you guys have in the past, you know, you've been very good about saying we had $165 million. There's 6 or 8 projects that all got, you know, 10% funding wise of what they're asking. Maybe we should just wait on those, and then you push that 10% into the rest of the fund and say, this is what we're recommending.
Yeah, what we have tried very hard to do is avoid our own biases. Because, you know, their projects every year that get more money than what the chair would allocate himself. And I'm really looking, when I'm coming up with recommendations, for what's the group think, not what's my think. And that's what your chair should do, whether it's me or anyone else. There are close calls. We've got a tough decision with the non-scalable project. I don't know how many of you are going to want to fund part of it, knowing that if they build half of it and we don't give them more money, it's useless. Or if they don't find the money somewhere else, that's the decision everybody's got to make. And when it comes into us, we're going to have to make a recommendation to you, which you can completely ignore. But we've got to put a stake in the ground, because what doesn't work is to call a meeting and have people start saying, I want this much for this one, and I want this much for that one. And it gets really ugly. Early on, we allocated like 70% of the money and then let people each allocate a certain portion, and that caused all sorts of problems. And you know, we rejected some of those requests, and what we've come up with is a system that tends to be pretty reasonable in its deal. But the other piece of this is there are things that we don't yet know, the questions that we asked in this process, that people are going to get information back to us. So you don't want to turn in your allocation tomorrow before that additional information comes to you. I know Sandy's going to work, because I asked her to, on something with who's got extensions sitting out there. You know, if they've got 10 extensions and they say they're going to spend all the money, do we believe it? And it's a judgment call, but having the information helps each of us make a decision. So I've asked Sandy to put that together for everybody.
Yeah, I think that's 2 years ago, we had that rather robust discussion on extensions and grant.
And we've pretty much killed the extensions for the most part.
Because of our stance.
Because of our stance.
But I think, oh, go ahead.
Well, the point of this is, and this is a really tough thing, but we've got projects that take multiple years. But once we make a decision, the money's tied up and it's not going into the ground. And we all want the projects to be shovel ready and started tomorrow. And it's not the way it works. And so there's a real balance. We heard the one thing where it's going to take 2 years for TU to do all the engineering, and then they need the money. And maybe we just fund the engineering instead of funding the whole project and having the money tied up for 5 years. There's a risk that we don't give them more money. But at least the engineering would be done at that point. And I mean, this is an unusual year. We have over 500 million in requests, and we've had 300 million in the past. And we have some big projects that truly are sort of one and done, but you can't scale a big acquisition.
Right.
And it's an unusual mix. Every year is an unusual mix. This is a little more unusual.
So what is the track record of this organization where we fund part A of a project and then and then they come back wanting the rest of it, and then we say no, or they don't get it funded? I mean, have we been pretty good about following through with, okay, yeah, you've done your due diligence, we're going to give you the rest of them?
I don't remember us doing a project that would get partway done, and if they didn't get the rest of the money, the project would languish and nothing would happen in terms of benefit. And I'm wrong. He's already telling me, but for the most part, like the proposal we heard second to last, they do a smaller portion of the overall project. They wouldn't start it and then be stuck with no results at all. What did I miss? Because you piped up very quickly, so I clearly.
I'll mention, there was one, I won't say the name of it, but there was one in the metro area that received an appropriation about 3 years ago. And then the first year they decided they didn't get as much as they wanted, so they're just gonna hold on to it and apply for more the next year. And then they came in remote instead of to this hearing instead of driving across town, and they didn't get any extra funding. So they're stuck with that first appropriation to get that work done, and then they can come back or something.
But I think in answer to your question, they could do half the project with the money they had. They just decided they didn't want to.
Okay.
It
But it's
wasn't,
different than.
it wasn't like they could build half of the dam.
So
They
wait,
lose
these,
the other half?
They didn't get the
They
other,
didn't-
no,
they
the
didn't
first
lose the
half,
First half, because they didn't ever use it?
They're
not
working
yet.
on it.
they got the message, I think, that if they didn't actually follow through with what they said the project was scalable when they came in. And then they came back and said, we were kidding. We want it all. And we said, we weren't kidding. And they've decided that they really weren't kidding the first time.
And
So
we did have discussions at that time about like, what are the ramifications for us, pulling money back?
Yeah.
Like I think we had council a couple different times, like what can the council do as far as enforcement goes? I mean, we even had those discussions, like, hey.
The importance of it all is that the council has discretion.
Okay.
And the council has always used its discretion wisely, I think.
So what you're saying is in all likelihood, for instance, the project that we give them the engineering money this year. The likelihood is that we will fund the other half
So
the following year.
the stamp of approval or the contractual part of that isn't what this council does necessarily. It's what the legislature passes.
Yeah.
Because then it's in statute. So.
Yeah.
That.
I mean, as far as our recommendations go.
It would seem unlikely that we would fund engineering design and then say, hey, we're just kidding.
Yeah. Because then our money would go to waste.
The other part of that is in a one and done project. Once the engineering's done, you really know what the cost is. Where they're guessing at this point what the cost is. But there's no guarantee they're gonna get the money next year or the year after when they say the engineering is done and they come back, if that's what we choose to do. There's a likelihood that we would do that, but it could languish for 4 or 5 years with all the engineering done before we decide to fund it. We are not obligated and we cannot obligate.
No.
Ted, you.
Then I'd like you to re-explain the input that will be most helpful to you from us. But I want to give you an example. If there's a $15 million request and 5 million of it is to buy a piece of property and 5 million of it is to get easements and 5 million of it is to enhance and restore. If I were to say, I want to fund this at 5 million, but I'm only interested in that acquisition of that one piece of property, does that contradict what you
No.
said?
That's absolutely what would be helpful.
Okay.
Because what will happen then, let's say as a group, the $15 million request gets an average of 5 million and the chair's proposal comes out with 5 million. That would get 5 million and then those differing things would get worked out within the proposal or the proposer themselves as to how to allocate that 5 million. Their accomplishment plan would say, we're going to give a third to each of those priorities, or we really like this one or this. They're going to decide completely. If you put in that, I only want to fund the acquisition, that's a note that comes back that then we as a group should be discussing as we're secondarily to the amount talking about how we want to manage it. And frankly, I think we haven't done as much of that as would be helpful to do.
Okay.
And so
We're evolving.
we're evolving. We're getting better at this.
Well, sometimes it's black and white though, but what bothers me about us deciding it should just be restoration and not this or whatever, and that is, we're not the experts on that project. And I'm gonna let them decide for the most part, unless something's pretty obvious, as David mentions occasionally. But if it makes you sleep at night, I have found this over the years, and that is, I have complete faith in the collective wisdom of everybody around this table. And that's the magic of it. People ask me, how's that? What's that Lessard-Sams? I tell them that I can't detect any partisanship here at all, ever. But it's a collective wisdom that we end up somehow making the right decision that the legislature puts their stamp of approval on.
Without messing.
What's that?
Without messing.
Yeah.
Right. And while I'm at that speech, I want to thank Senator Lang for being here. This is important that our legislators who sit on this council hear what we hear.
And Representative Burkle, who sat through.
Yeah, Representative Burkle as well, but, and I
more
also,
Zoom than anyone should.
and I also want to add that it's been
Now
entertaining.
he'll chime in.
It's been entertaining for me to listen to the questions of our newcomers. Refreshing that you studied you've done your homework and you've asked, with some exceptions, good questions.
The only bad ones came directly from my left.
2 of 3 asked really good
But my congratulations to all of you.
Tom?
First of all, we put a lot of faith in these 2 guys, but they've done a good job over the years. I think a remarkable job. It's important for those who haven't done this very much to not outthink yourself. You know, when you're doing this, eventually you got to put a number down. You know?
Right.
And the last thing is I'd say is think consensus. I mean, you know, that's what's always been good. It's what Ron was just talking about here. You know, we've been able to sit back and say, yeah, that's pretty good.
So just following up on Ted's comment, I guess, you know, as we went through this, I was learning as I went, right? And it's almost like I should flip flop the 2 days the next time around so that I, you know, cynical second day project. But you know, I guess I, like Ted, you know, have some where I thought, okay, I think it's important to buy the land. We can always do restoration. We can still always ask for easements, but if the property's up for sale, to me, it seemed like that was a higher priority to me than it would have been the other one, just because of the whole timing aspect. And so, you know, I guess I understood and thought we had the right to say, we'll fund 6 million or whatever the number is for the land acquisition portion of this, but we don't want to fund the rest. But I thought I heard you say was, no, we basically turn it back over to those parties applying.
If someone doesn't point it out as something we ought to discuss,
okay,
then it doesn't.
Then it just is a general appropriation, but we have every right. I'm going to pick on Nature Conservancy again. They sat there yesterday and said, our big land acquisition up north, if you took 870,000 out that was for restoration, that's what we need to do the acquisition. You have every right to say acquisition only. I'm not funding the 870,000. And frankly, let's say the collective average comes out to 5 million, but they need 7. And I can't remember the number. So we will come back with a recommendation based on the groupthink as best we can. And then we're going to have a discussion and you're going to say, you know, I really want to see that project happen and fully fund it. But to do that, I got to take $1 million out of this project and $1 million out of this project and add it to that one to get it to that number. And that's a discussion the group then has to have and come to a consensus as to what we want to do. And it's really hard to take away, but sometimes we need to do that. We need to, and the discussion, as we've had discussions in the last 2 days, we all learn what other people are thinking and how they see it. And that's really helpful. In the old days, we just kind of did it and didn't have a discussion. We had these meetings and we didn't have a discussion about it afterwards. We went directly into allocation. We're getting smarter as we're going so that we're working it through. Now we have new members who are asking new questions, who are making us all think a little bit differently. And that's really helpful because this is a group process. We all bring really unique perspectives and backgrounds, which makes it valuable to have the group do the think. And so help the group think by sharing your thoughts as we go through this process.
If I could give wisdom to a new member coming on next round, some things I've learned is, you know, as I went through the book beginning, I should have been putting my scoring as I read them, rather than I read through the entire book based on my scoring.
Oh,
And
boy.
secondly, yeah. and
I'm so
secondly,
sorry.
I spent a lot of time. Secondly, I would say that like the last 2 days, you know, I know that Matt did right away. He got his Excel spreadsheet up and you said you had yours with the box up there. You know, I was doing mine in my paper, but if I could give advice to a new member, I'd be saying, make sure you have that up on your laptop and you score as you go and you see your numbers, because it's also fresh in your brain. Then you can make some adjustments at that stage of the game versus a week from now. It's going to be a lot
Been
harder.
really helpful.
Yeah. So I would definitely say. for
That's
new
really
members-
good advice.
So, but
Yeah, you can almost see
Yeah.
how far over you are.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
The other thing I do just, and I get these wonderful spreadsheets and it's like, I have to scroll through page after page to get to one project over the other. I literally went through yesterday morning at 5 and I hyphenated and shortened everything so that everything's one line. It's not 2 or 3 or 4 lines because the name of the project is really long. And I understand why staff wants to put the real name in, because mine doesn't look like that. Because it's easier to go through for me. And maybe we can talk about doing some of that going forward.
And what's the date of the meeting that we would meet?
The 9th.
What is the date?
September 9th, your allocations are due to the office,
Number 9?
September 9th. Our meeting is September 24th. We're gonna review the,
So we
the-
have a couple of weeks to get your scoring in.
Schedule along.
Yes, yeah.
Yep. And that'll be yours.
So would it be helpful to share comments in the next couple of days
The
that,
spreadsheet says September 15th.
Yeah.
Oh,
What's that?
that was this spreadsheet?
Yeah, September 15th.
the allocation is the 15th?
Oh,
I put it as the 15th.
oh.
Better about
our
that.
calendar online.
Oh, I got.
That doesn't help
Okay, I
me
feel
at
better
all.
about that now.
That's say tonight.
Yeah, our
Actually, I think
calendar online said the 9th. That's where I got it from.
Yeah, I think we added some days because of members scheduling. That was done, yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
So.
As long as we get them on time.
As long as you get them on the 9th, you said it's fine.
By 15th.
What was the question you were asking about sharing comments ahead of time?
You know, do you want to see that Ted only wants to fund acquisition on this project before you do your allocation? Or do you just want to see his comment as allocation comes through?
I think as long as I see his comments when the allocations come
Yeah.
through, I guess.
I think there would be some value in us being able to see the other people's comments as we're building our allocation. Because somebody might have a really good perspective that I never thought of and went, oh, God, I really like what Senator Lang put in there. And it might change me a little bit. So I don't know if there's a way to do that, if you make that a live Google form or
We
something.
do that though through the discussion process.
It's
Yeah, I
open.
don't know how you do
it's
that
open
without also
meeting.
making it
Yeah.
a record.
It would have to be something sent to the staff that the staff then publishes for everyone to see
And public.
and public.
And it's still open to public.
I can send Matt a private email. It's not public, but I
Just don't
can't send it
send-
to everybody.
That's right.
Right.
You can't
Mark
send-
or
Yeah.
Tom or Joe can't send to everybody. It's all, they can, but it's public.
So if we submit all of our comments together, what I understand is we submit all our comments together, staff has to post those and those are now public.
That's right.
So this is literally watching the sausage get made. Yeah.
It's probably better to put your comments in and then talk about it when we get to the allocation.
So you're saying do the comments first.
No,
Don't give your allocation.
I'm saying, I think as do the allocation and the comments at the same time, and we will make sure all of the comments come through with the allocation so we can then discuss them.
Cause then we can change our numbers.
We can
based
change
on-
the,
based on other people's comments.
and no one forgets that, you know, I remember one time we had southeastern Minnesota trout stream restoration, but there was a project up in Cook County. And Jamie rightly said, hey, your proposal is for southeastern Minnesota. How come Cook County's in there? I want to take that out. And so she made a motion and we agreed that we weren't funding that particular component of the project.
And to take things in and out of there, is it take just a simple majority?
Yes. Yeah, that's an important point. Our recommendation to the legislature requires us to have 9 of the 12 votes. If we don't come up with 9 votes, there's no recommendation.
Project by project or in total?
In total. But the individual decisions on take $1 million out of this and put it here is a majority vote. It is the consensus of the overall recommendation that has to have 9 votes. And that goes back to the very early days. And I'll take a little credit for it. I watched long ago the LCMR before it was involving citizens. And the citizens had an advisory group that sat around and watched and could occasionally ask questions. And we were going through the allocation process and all of a sudden we went to lunch. And we came back from lunch and everything had been decided at lunch. And one senator had a trail project that was important and someone else had a dam removal project that was important. And for some reason, they both got money and there was a lot of back scratching to get to a recommendation. We need to get to something that is more than the 2 of you trading votes. We need to get to a consensus position that can be supported by everybody. And 9 votes does that. We had one case where we had a recommendation that everything was passed and it came to the, do we have 9 votes? And we didn't. And we had to go back and discuss and find a way to reach the consensus.
LCCMR couldn't pass their recommendation, even though every part of it had a majority of the group.
So,
But usually now it's unanimous.
yeah, we have,
Not.
because we listen to each other, because we go through this process, because we're respectful, because nobody says, you don't have my vote if you don't vote for my one project, and that's it. Senator Lang could have done that with that one. Shakopee, and he didn't.
I almost did.
He almost did, but he realized this was what's best for the group.
And a year later, it came out better than what it was the first time around.
So we work so well together. We want to continue to work well together, and it's really important.
A question on the submissions, as we submit our spreadsheets, I know that you said you'd come back with yours and Ron's recommendation and include each of our comments with that. Is it required also that our original individual allocations are public then too? So in other words, let's say, proposal X gets funded at $5 million and one of us only gave it $1 million or one of us had 10, that's public, right? I just want to clarify.
Everything you do
Okay.
is public.
Good. That's okay. I just wanted to know. Tom has a question for the members.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Council, just wanted to ask, so if the council has thoughts or preferences on how I could forward communications from proposal managers, so assuming I've gotten a few already that relate to questions that were asked during the hearing or more detail that they could follow up on, would you prefer that we batch those together and send them out like we did with the council comments? Or do you want them as they come in? Do we want to set a deadline?
Wait a few days and.
Not one at a time.
Yeah, well, it depends how many you have too. I mean.
Yeah.
Wait a few days, give us a week and.
I would say by next Wednesday, send us what you got.
Great, sounds good.
So there was one thing that came up we saw one project that proposed the same 1,000 acres, one with a building, one without a building. And it was an oversight on the not building, but it brought up the question in my mind about what do we do about buildings? Do we pay for buildings or not?
Thought we didn't.
Well, we don't have a specific policy and I'm asking if we want one. If it's a building that's dilapidated and got no value, it's different than if it's $1 million, McMansion. Where do we draw the line? How do we do that?
I have sort of an annoying question on my federal background.
Not annoying.
Well, you gotta ask it before we decide if it's annoying.
Okay.
We'll judge.
How does Historic Preservation Act play into those buildings?
Oh, boy.
I don't.
It's an annoying
This is
question.
state.
Say that again.
I believe Washington County
Historic preservation.
didn't we deal with that in Washington?
On
County?
Keystone Woods, they kept the corn crib. Everything else could go because it wasn't designated historic. I'm not sure we've ever done a project where there is a truly historically registered building, but I would argue that
The rules,
someone else should pay for that,
Yeah.
not us.
well, I agree with that. It's just a matter is whether or not they're checking that box because technically anything over 50 years is considered historic, so. And nowadays, that's like every building out there, so.
One proposal that came through today that had a couple $100,000 worth of buildings and they said they're not worth anything. And I said, it's a couple $100,000 of buildings. So I'm curious as to what, I mean, I know we throw big numbers around here pretty easily, but it's still a couple $100,000 worth of buildings. So what are those buildings? There
Well-
wasn't a whole lot of detail. And then last year we had the proposal where there was a home on it. And I think we pretty much drew a hard, fast line and hey, that's a little more than what, it's really outside of the scope.
Yeah.
If it is a bulldoze the building down.
And give some more background.
Do
Sure.
they have to do that before they acquire it?
So the policy would have to be lengthy.
I'll turn it over to you. All right, so give you some background on that. There's quite often that, I shouldn't say quite often, because in the grand scheme of things, it's not very, very high percentage, but there are parcels that come through with buildings on them. And in many instances, in most instances, those are unlivable, or it's a barn that's fallen down or whatever. It's generally be a property that's being acquired as an MWA or WMA or something like that. And it has old buildings on it, they got to get rid of them. And it's not habitat when the buildings are there. There was one a couple of years ago that I talked to David about at that time, because the request was for this to buy a piece of property that was adjacent to WMA. So it'd be in addition to that, but it had about what was it? A $500,000 to $600,000 building on it.
It was a nice house.
Yeah, really nice. But we said, no, you have to find other funds to acquire that building or to move that, to acquire that building. And then if they wanted to demolish it, they had to find funds to do that. Otherwise they could haul it off site or something. And they did find a way to do that. I shouldn't say that. They may have actually not acquired that parcel. I don't know, but In my mind, a lot of it is it inhabitable, is it a readily inhabitable building? Is it something local community is going to say, look at them buggers, they're ripping down our housing, or legislators going to come back to us. So I'm always worried about what's going to be in the paper. And is it going to make the front page? And, but from a standpoint of buildings, that's an infrastructure thing. And there's another way to look at that infrastructure stuff too, such as tiling stuff. Maybe Joe, you want to hit that?
Mr. Chair and members, I'll take it from a practitioner side. So someone who used to buy land and do restoration, would someone be willing to walk away from a really good project, say like Keystone Woods, because you couldn't find the money or the value to buy those buildings? So let's say I don't know how much the Keystone Woods value of those buildings were, but let's just say it was $200,000 and they had to come up with $200,000 of private funds. Would it be acceptable to walk away from that property because there's buildings on there and they couldn't privately raise $200,000? That's the thing that you're trying to balance is.
I guess I have a clarifying question. If the value of the building is $200,000 and the intent is to tear down the building, I don't understand. Then it isn't a $200,000 building. It's just a building that needed to get removed, and that would be part of a habitat project. Is this assume that the building stays? I thought when a piece of land got turned over to a public entity that the DNR wouldn't want that building.
Yeah, the
I'm
question
trying to
is,
understand this.
so the question, forget the 200,000, you got a $500,000 habitable house. And you want to buy 100 acres and it's got a $500,000 house on it. And they say, we can't raise the $500,000. So you need to give us that money. Do we really want to pay a $500,000 for a house that then we're going to bulldoze down?
Mr. Chair and members, when they do the appraisal values those buildings. Sometimes they're worth some money and sometimes they're worth nothing. But you still have to, if we would to put in a rule or requirement saying that OHF can't be used to buy those improvements like buildings or whatever, corn cribs or whatever, then somehow they have to get paid for it because the landowner is not going to say, well, I'll find somebody else to buy this, house and I'll sell it off. Or they just want to say, I want to sell it all and be done. So it kind of makes things complicated. So we just should think through those.
Sandy? And then
I guess my concern is I don't like staff making the decision because it puts us in a weird position to have to make a decision. So I would rather have you guys be the ones to make a decision on it.
Thank you.
Or
Because sometimes
we could establish
some are shades of gray.
a threshold of value. If it exceeds something, then we were asked to, just as we do we've given staff discretion on condemnations. When they want to take 2/3 of an acre to widen a road, the staff has discretion to just do that because fighting a condemnation for that doesn't make any sense.
Minor conversions can be made.
Minor conversions. Perhaps we should, not today, perhaps we should come up with a recommended policy for how to handle that. To keep staff from being in trouble and keep us aware of what's happening.
I think you're right. And I'm playing devil's advocate already because I'm like, well, no, that building's worth 19,000, not 20. And then it's almost like in these proposals, okay, if there's buildings, we need pictures. I hate to say it, but that's kind of where we're at.
Doesn't the landowner have the right to carve that out though initially and sell it to somebody else?
No,
If it's in the middle of the property, it's a whole different story, but if it's a house on the edge, wouldn't they just carve it out?
They do, but what if it's that TNC project and the guy says, the owner says, I'm only selling it lock, stock and barrel.
Right, one and done.
You take it or you don't.
Well, that's why we have those partners so they can buy the 5 acres that the house is on.
But I think I'll take as an assignment, working with staff, to come with a proposed policy for you to consider how we handle this. If that's all right. And it just popped out at me when I saw that in the proposal or the project list, that this is not a fall down barn. This is
Must be
something.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be appraised at 250,000 if it wasn't something worth 250,000 that we're essentially not getting a lot of habitat for.
Your ditch barnwood is expensive.
That's right.
What if the bats are living in the attic?
Well,
habitat.
then we can't tear it down.
Are they endangered?
Right, endangered bats.
You could
Usually,
open the doors and windows and let critters in.
yeah. Most of the time, the conservation groups do a very good job of dealing with this before it ever comes up. So
But I think making staff make that decision as to what's important and what's not could put them in a very difficult place.
Maybe put that on our list of requests, because of in the scoring and in the allocation, those projects that we were talking about actually are scoring and doing well. So before they get that allocation, that might be, hey, we need to actually know what those buildings are, because
Well, are we done with that subject matter? I don't want to.
We're done. We're gonna come back at some point with a suggested guidelines.
Cause I'm still stuck on the combined proposal one that we had that's large dollars. I can deal with the acquisitions in my mind of how I do or don't want to deal with that, but that one I am stuck on, at 23.6 million dollars. It's like, well, you can't say, let's fund half this year and half next year. It's, let's fund a quarter of the program. What?
Well, just to synthesize what we heard, they're willing to take it over 2 years, knowing the second year is not a guarantee. On some level.
You're talking about two different ones. You're talking about combined DNR.
You're talking the DNR.
Combined DNR. I'm not talking about land.
Oh.
I'm saying I can deal with those.
Oh, sorry, there were two
Different-
$23
different-
million.
different big-
The staff dollars, and it's like, I just don't know. I mean, that to me is,
So-
I just
that-
don't know how to deal with that.
Just to summarize what you're talking about now that I fully understand.
Do you?
I do. We heard a proposal from Bowser about, or from DNR, sorry.
WRE 07.
To fund 8 full-time positions to work on shallow lake restoration stuff. And the work that they do is not just for OHF projects. It is for everything that they want to do in that area. And we're funding core staff at that point.
10.6 FTEs.
10.6 FTEs.
Everyone would like to get clarification that really is truly what he meant, because it was a little bit
blurry,
confusing.
yeah.
It was muddy to me. I understand, I kind of drew that conclusion too, but it didn't seem like it was 100%
combine that and then afterwards.
Okay, well, we'll get a
It would be really-
clarification. If that is the case, what do we do?
Well, I mean, if it had been, if we left it separated, I wouldn't have funded at all any of the staffing.
So I just said 0.
So it's to their benefit to combine them, but I'm not sure I want to fund the staff part.
It would be helpful for me to get clarity on what those staff really are working on. And if it indeed it is other stuff, then I understand, but I just don't want to not fund based on a misunderstanding. It's a big amount.
Sure.
And you can say in the comments, no staffing.
Yeah.
Or we could say staffing only for OHF projects.
Right.
Which is a lot easier to sort of get our arms around.
I'm almost like going back to the 2 split projects, frankly, because it makes it easier for me to look at it and say, well, okay, I can do that, but this one,
Honestly, I did that to just understand things. I looked at the split projects before I went back and put an amount in to kind of understand, because it had to scale anyway.
Yeah.
I think we just put them together just so we'd have one less hearing.
It's just to make it faster.
Well,
Oh, no, I think it's more than that, because I think they split it. To hide things. Personally, was-
I'm with Susan. I,
was my
that's what I
opinion.
viewed it as.
Is, you know, why would we fund as a single project, just staffing? I mean, why would we do that? I mean, that's not what this is about. This is about on the ground
well,
habitat.
and in fairness, sorry, in fairness, that is what we did with the roving crews. We were seeing proposals from, don't hold me to it, 6 different projects that had a roving crew in this area and this area and this area and this area. And they couldn't go from here to here when they needed to because they were bound by a geographic description in the proposal.
Yeah,
And it came through 1 year this for 3 years and it was a nightmare. And we said, we love roving crews. Bring us a proposal once every 2 years for roving crews in general without the geographic deal. And that's what we ultimately decided we would fund.
partially because we know exactly what they do.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, and we have no problem paying for staffing when we know what they're doing. They're, you know.
Everything they do is OHF.
Yeah.
If they are pulled aside for something non-OHF, it's coded to another funding source. So basically they are 99.99% OHF.
So was this the first year that the DNR proposed a pure play staffing
Yes.
request? So this was truly new. It wasn't like there was precedent that this had been done.
And I think they had probably put through numerous requests that had components of what they did in one chunk. And we didn't, if we were truly funding staff to work on non-OHF projects, we didn't fully understand that, or I didn't.
Yeah.
And so now it's got the light of day. We need the clarification. And then we need to decide, are we interested in that or not? I'm hearing a reasonable consensus that we think we ought to fund OHF shallow lakes work staff differently than we should fund just general staff for DNR to do shallow lakes work. That's what I'm hearing, but everybody gets to make their own call on that. But we'll get a clarification. That's one of the clarifications.
And you need a clarification that included a dollar split then. You're gonna need to say if it is for all shallow lake, then how much, what portion of that is
OHF versus non-OHF.
Yeah. So that clarification has to be a part of that.
Okay. We will ask.
I'm concerned about the accumulation of staff at the NGOs. That we're looking at a 1-year request that has FTEs for 3, 4, and 5 years into the future. And I brought this up in response to one other question. If somebody comes back every year and we fund all or part of their request every year, and every year they have 1 or 2 or 3 FTEs for the next 3 to 5 years, I have no sense of how much staff somebody has authorized. And is that really authorized in the same way? In the old days, the state had something called complement control. Your agency were allowed so many people. And that was it. And, but I can't get a handle on how much staff we are funding in these NGOs because of what's come before.
It's not just NGOs.
Yeah.
Well, not just yet. The agencies are a little clearer, but
It actually is more messy with agencies than with NGOs.
okay.
And I say that because an NGO gets an appropriation of $1 million, of which 200,000 is staff. They have someone work for a month, they pay them $4,000. They write the check is cashed, then they put in for reimbursement. So they can't accumulate 3 staff people and get paid in
Okay.
3 different
But I
appropriations.
wasn't.
Literally paid by the drink.
They're paid by the drink, where the DNR gets the money outright. And we don't have the same kind of accountability. I'm not accusing them of a thing, but it's not nearly as clear as it is with the NGOs. The NGOs would tell you it's painful to go through the process and justify everything. I would say at the same time, it's confusing. And one of the things I'd love to talk about when we talk about the next year's proposal is how do we try to get better clarity of what we funded before? What's the overall context of a proposal in terms of staff? Because it is confusing. I don't know how to do it, but I think it would be worth talking about how we might do that. Not because I think there's something bad going on, just because I don't understand it.
You got that with Bowser as well then, right? With all the various programs and staffing too, so it's
And,
all of them.
and you have individual staff members that work on appropriations over several years and different appropriations even. You know,
And so what they're probably doing is, okay, today I worked on this project, so I'm charging to this code, how many hours to this code and vice versa. So it gets kind of really, I can't imagine being one of those employees having to split up their time like that. That would make.
I just hope it's better than an attorney who I watched on an airplane fill out his timesheet for the month in 10-minute increments.
It was, I think it's 7.5.
Sorry,
Without any notes. He billed all his clients for the month in 10-minute increments on the plane ride.
He might have got a little carried. In my
10 minutes
company,
per hour?
I mean, I had a company with about 50 employees at a point, and we did work for a bunch of entities, and our people kept track of their day in 15 minutes. That was reported to our clients with a description of and they probably worked on something for 4 hours, right? But you know, they had to keep track that was the requirement. So and that helped us in our cost accounting side. So I don't feel bad because I doubt they're spending 15 minutes in one done.
It completely failed. So, because people just wouldn't do it.
This is a very helpful conversation.
So are there other things that came up today with specific projects that people want to discuss or have questions about?
After hearing the Red River Basin project, I have huge questions. I think you brought up some really good points about maybe just throwing darts, or, you know, is there a cohesive plan? And they combined all those programs together so they could shift money around more easily, but I don't know if they really have a vision, and that sort of concerns me.
There were more than just them though. There were others that had the same issue, I thought, that didn't have a clear goal or an end result that they were.
Well, I mean, I think this
upstream.
was more exaggerated than most.
The Red River one was just massive.
Mhm.
And
And they were asking-
their intention is great, but I think they need a plan for what they're gonna do, because we can't make a big enough difference. I mean, and it killed me, because I love what they're doing, but it feels like they need to do a little work, to me.
This would be HA 15.
HA 15, yes.
One I had in mind, and I said, cleaned out the closet.
I don't know. I thought it was a little bit of an overreach.
Everything you could possibly ask for.
And ones that I had problems with was the water. I just thought it was, you know, throw a number at us and see what we would give them without very specific was one that I struggled with.
Which one?
HA08.
Yeah.
And I also struggled frankly with HA06, the Greenbelt Phase 1. That wasn't near the dollar amount, but I.
That was one of
Is
the
that
room
the
programs.
Comfort Lake.
The easements, a lot, yeah.
It's a Bowser.
HA08
There's
and
no one of the room
HA06, I did have it.
No,
you look at the map, that-
HO08, I had
Well,
that one.
I think on the map, that one, I'm familiar with that area, that HA 06, and the only thing I had written is that having a little bit more clarity about where the easements exist and where they don't exist the map was very muddy. But I do know the area, and it's a metro area program, but it's a legitimate project, very much so. On the Red River thing, I was sort of looking upon that, and maybe I'm wrong, but I'm looking upon that as some of the other ones where there's a series of projects going on in a region. And there's a spirit and intent to each individual project, but will it ever be done? Hell no. And there was one person who actually did a really good job of saying, no, this will never be done. And I felt like with the Red River one, as messed up as that area is, someone's got to step forward and start doing something there. And is there a vision? I mean, I think I think individual projects felt like they had vision to them. So I was more at peace with it than you on that one. Sorry, just rambled a bit.
No, it's important to get perspectives.
Things that I struggle with, which maybe with the report saying it's gonna come, which the committed funds, right, where it appeared, and apparently not the case, but it appeared like they had been unable to make their spending requirements. And so, I mean, I ranked people down on that as we were going through it, until we started having that clarification of, oh, we got a committed dollars versus spent dollars issue, which then, okay, light bulb went on. I get it. So I've got to go back and look at some of my first day sheet discussions early on, because I know I took money out of people.
And we will get DNR in here to talk about their oversight of all of our partners' acquisition process. Because they've started to quantify how long it takes, which is, well, because it was taking a long, long time.
Like it's 3 or 4 years on some.
It was sobering.
That kind of goes for leverage too. I don't ever remember seeing so much promissory notes that are tucked into the leverage explanation. The IOUs, and it was kind of, we're on the front on the face sheet that says 0, and then you get to the back, and I understand there's math that goes into the tables, but
Is it normal to see this level of easements, funding for easements?
probably not this high a level. This is probably.
I think
most-
we've got,
Really?
I'll bet it's pretty consistent. I think what's high is the acquisition in this one. I mean, think about it. We've
Well,
got,
you got 25 million.
No, I mean, I can believe that. There's some
50,
big
yeah,
chunks,
50
but
million.
Again, having no experience in this, I just thought, wow, we spend an awful lot of money in easements, and I'm not opposed to certain kind of easements. I mean, they have places, I'm sure, but as a general observation, it seemed like there was a lot. And I don't know if staff can comment on that, or.
if you look at your allocation spreadsheet and you scroll to the right, there are columns that tell you whether it is what region you're allocating the dollars into and what type of project they are, which is broken into fee, easement, restore, and enhance. We combine the restore and enhance. So that you do your initial allocation, and then you can look and say, oh, shoot, I just didn't do anything in the Southeast. Or how come I funded 70% easements and all the rest restoration and no acquisition? It allows you to look at that and then reconsider, is this really what I wanted to do?
Yeah, column O, OPQ, and
So
really helps.
do scroll out. It's not a perfect science, because we have programs that are estimating how much is in this region versus that region.
They're all estimates.
But it gives you a better feel for what it is you're doing and helps you make sure you're comfortable with the overall recommendation.
So is that an area then that in the case of the discussion about the land acquisition where we can put, we want the dollars to go to acquisition?
It won't calculate that.
Okay.
I mean, but you know what, if you've got a $15 million request and you want it all to go to land acquisition and you put 5 million in, you're off by 3.5 million in the scope of the totals at the bottom of the page, you're still pretty darn close. It's not meant to be exact. It's meant to give you feedback and direction so that you feel like you're making a fair recommendation.
2/3 of them.
Thank you.
Other thoughts? I'm seeing restlessness. Thank you all so much for your attention all day, today and yesterday, the great questions, the interaction. Great group. Thank you for your time. And John, thank you for sticking in there on Zoom. I can't imagine.
Totally.
So,
believe it.
your scoring is due the 15th. We'll get a combined answers to questions next Wednesday. If others drag in after that, we'll revise it. And we'll see you all here in a little over a month. And it'll be fun. I will say the amount is 165 million, which is the best guess from OMB, and it is wrong. It's absolutely going to be wrong, but it assumes, for those of you that are new, a statutory requirement of a couple of things. One is that 5% is held back overall in case the February forecast comes in less, we don't have to start taking money away, which is really painful to do. We also have plugged into your spreadsheet a required allocation of 0.1% to restoration evaluations. We chose not to hear the proposal. They would love to have more money than that. And we have, in the past few years, just given them the statutory requirement. So that's what's plugged into your numbers. If you want to revisit that, we can revisit it, but that's there. The contract management is plugged in as well. We are in the second year of the biennium, so there's no Lessard-Sams budget for our staffing. So we don't think that we're missing it somehow. We've already allocated that for 2 years. And the core functions, you're going to look and see that. There are many of these projects where the DNR ends up taking over things like signage. And it used to be that they couldn't close an appropriation until DNR did the signage on the project. And it was very painful for project managers to say, I've done all my work and I'm just waiting for DNR and they didn't get out to the signage and now you're pissed at me because you didn't get the final report. So they're all required to allocate to those things in their proposals to core functions. When we get in the recommendations, we're going to strip those out, whatever our final decision is. We're going to plug the number into core functions. So it comes out of one and it goes into another, and we don't have to think about it. And so just don't sweat that number.
Some of them had a line item for DNR property acquisition cost. Is that one of those core functions?
Yep.
Okay.
Just like historical review.
So the September meeting is part of our agenda. Any further discussion on this, or once we've submitted our stuff, September 15th, that's email stuff from there, or what will happen at our September meeting? Because I know I've asked staff to see if we can have DNR Fisheries come in and talk to us about in-lake habitat projects that they
So
might be willing to consider.
The the meeting after the 15th, we will bring a recommendation and we will come up with an allocation. Assuming everyone can come to a consensus.
24th, right?
But things on, like you're talking about I'll call them educational sessions, will happen at that meeting, at the next meeting. There, if you have suggestions of things you would like to know more about, we'll bring people in and ask them to talk about it. I can't guarantee it'd happen in September, but you put it on the list, we'll try to get to it to make sure it happens.
Just in my mind, I'm thinking about what is our September agenda, I guess, already is what I'm trying to make sure I understand.
The
Are we gonna
primary-
spend time on this or not?
We're gonna spend time on this.
Okay.
That's the primary, that's our primary agenda. We will have some other things based on suggestions and availability of people.
It'll probably be just a morning meeting again.
Yeah.
Unless something huge happens, but
Yeah, it'll be an 8:30 to maybe noon meeting.
The program managers, the proposers will be there too to answer questions.
Yeah,
So
if we have.
it's going to be a
last
full
minute
room of
questions.
everybody.
This is really important to the program managers because this is when they learn what they got. All right,
Do they know what, did the program managers do they know ahead of time what we're recommending?
yes,
Okay.
Yeah, that's published. Everybody gets to see it. And
So zeros don't be here.
well, they may want to argue.
Yeah.
And, you know, Kristen may say, I don't like the zero. I want to see something come in and there's a question. And the other thing is, it's okay to give nothing to a project. You don't have to feel obligated to fund everybody.
Especially super.
Yeah, just because you give a zero doesn't mean they don't
At least
get
for me,
funded.
as I'm waiting through them.
All right, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I got it. I got it to 1.